Ceremony in Death by J.D. Robb. Death surrounded her. She faced it daily, dreamed of it nightly, lived with it always. She knew its sounds, its scents, even its texture. 10 years as a cop hadn't hardened her toward it. A decade on the force hadn't made her accept it. When she looked death in the eye, it was with the cold steel of the warrior. Eve Dallas looked at death now, and she looked at one of her own. Frank Wojcinski had been a good cop, solid. Some would have said plodding. He'd been affable, she remembered, a man who hadn't complained about the bilge disguised as food at the NYPSD eatery, or the eye-searing paperwork the job generated, or, Eve thought, about the fact that he'd been 62 and had never made it past the rank of detective sergeant. He'd been on the pudgy side and had let his hair gray and thin naturally. It was a rare thing in 2058 for a man to bypass body sculpting and enhancements. Now, in his clear-sided view casket, with its single spray of mournful lilies, he resembled a peacefully sleeping monk from an earlier time. A family man, she thought, one who left behind great grief. Indeed, she could think of no one who had known Frank Wojcinski who hadn't loved him. He had died with half his life still ahead of him, died alone when the heart everyone had thought so huge and so strong had just stopped. God damn it. Eve turned, laid a hand on the arm of the man who stepped up beside her. I'm sorry, Feeney. He shook his head, his droopy camel's eyes filling with misery. On the job could have been easier. I could handle line of duty. But to just stop, to just check out in his easy chair watching arena ball on the screen, it's not right, Dallas. A man's not supposed to stop living at his age. I know. Not knowing what else to do, Eve draped an arm over his shoulder and steered him away. He trained me, looked after me when I was a rookie, never let me down. Pain radiated through him and glinted dully in his eyes, wavered in his voice. Frank never let anyone down in his life. I know, she said again, because there was nothing else that could be said. She was accustomed to Feeney being tough and strong. The delicacy of his grief worried her. She led him through the mourners. The viewing room was packed with cops as well as family. I haven't talked to Sally yet. My wife's with her. I just can't do it. It's all right. I haven't talked to her either. Since she had nothing to do with her hands, Eve poured a cup of coffee for herself that she didn't intend to drink. Everybody shook up by this. I didn't know he had a heart problem. Nobody did, Feeney said quietly. Nobody knew. She kept a hand on his shoulder as she scanned the overcrowded, overwarm room. When a fellow officer went down in the line of duty, cops could be angry. They could be focused, fix their target. But when death snuck in and crooked a capricious finger, there was no one to blame and no one to punish. It was helplessness she felt in the room and that she felt in herself. You couldn't raise your weapon to fate or your fist. Why don't we go talk to the family together? Feeney nodded. He liked you, Dallas. That kid's got balls of steel and a mind to match, he used to tell me. He always said if he was ever jammed, you'd be the one he'd want guarding his back. It surprised and pleased her, and it simultaneously added to her sorrow. I didn't realize he thought of me that way. He thought of you that way. So do I. While she blinked at him, Feeney squared his hunched shoulders. Let's talk to Sally and the kids. They slipped through the crowd, jammed together in a room oppressed with dark simulated wood, heavy red draperies, and the funereal smell of too many flowers crammed into too small a space. Ryan. Sally held out her hands and lifted her cheek to Feeney's. I'm so glad you're here, she murmured. I'll miss him. We'll all miss him. Feeney patted her back awkwardly before drawing away. You know, if there's anything... I know. Her lips curved slightly, and she gave his hand a quick and comforting squeeze before turning to Eve. I appreciate your coming, Dallas. He was a good man, a solid cop. Yes, he was. Recognizing it as high tribute, Sally managed to smile. He was proud to serve and protect. Commander Whitney and his wife are here, and Chief Tibble, and so many others. Her gaze drifted blindly around the room. So many. He mattered. Frank mattered. Of course he did, Sally. Feeney shifted from foot to foot. You know about the Survivors Fund. She smiled again, patted his hand. We're fine there, don't worry. Dallas, I don't think you really know my family. Lieutenant Dallas, my daughter, Brenda. Short, with rounded curves, Eve noted, as they clasped hands. Dark hair and eyes, a bit heavy in the chin. Took after her father. My son, Curtis. Slim, small-boned, soft hands, eyes that were dry but dazed with grief. My grandchildren. There were 5 of them. The youngest, a boy of about 8, with a pug nose dashed with freckles. He eyed Eve consideringly. How come you've got your zapper on? Flustered, Eve tugged her jacket over her sidearm. I came straight from Cop Central. I didn't have time to go home and change. Pete, Curtis shot Eve an apologetic wince. Don't bother the lieutenant. If people concentrated more on their personal and spiritual powers, weapons would be unnecessary. I'm Alice. A slim blonde in black stepped forward. She'd have been a stunner in any case, Eve mused, but having sprung from such basic stock, she was dazzling. Her eyes were a soft, dreamy blue, her mouth full and lush and unpainted. Alice, you're such a zip-head. She flicked a cool glance over her shoulder toward a boy of about 16. My brother Jamie, she said in a silky voice. He still thinks name-calling deserves a reaction. My grandfather spoke of you, Lieutenant Dallas. I'm flattered. Your husband isn't with you tonight? Eve arched a brow. Not just grief, she deduced, but nerves. It was easy enough to recognize the signals, but they weren't clear. The girl was after something, she mused. But what? No, he's not. She shifted her gaze back to Sally. He sends his sympathies, Mrs. Wojcinski. He's off-planet. Frank won't be forgotten, she said, offering her hand. She started to step back, but Alice laid a hand on her arm and leaned close. It was interesting meeting you, Lieutenant. Thank you for coming. Eve inclined her head and slipped back into the crowd. Casually, she reached into the pocket of her jacket and fingered the slip of paper Alice had pushed inside. It took her another 30 minutes to get away. She waited until she was outside and in her vehicle before she took the note out and read it. Meet me tomorrow, midnight, Aquarian Club. Tell no one. Your life is now at risk. In lieu of a signature, there was a symbol, a dark line running in an expanding circle to form a sort of maze. Nearly as intrigued as she was annoyed, Eve stuffed the note back in her pocket and started home. Because she was a cop, she saw the figure, draped in black, hardly more than a shadow in the shadows. And because she was a cop, she knew he was watching her. Whenever Rourke was away, Eve preferred to pretend the house was empty. Both she and Somerset, who served as Rourke's chief of staff, did their best to ignore the other's presence. The house was huge, a labyrinth of rooms, which made it a simple matter to avoid one another. She stepped into the wide foyer, tossed her scarred leather jacket over the carved newel post because she knew it would make Somerset grind his teeth. He detested having anything mar the elegance of the house, particularly her. She took the stairs, but rather than go to the master bedroom, she veered off to her office suite. If Rourke had to spend another night off-planet as expected, she preferred to spend hers in her relaxation chair rather than in their bed. She often had bad dreams when she slept alone. Between the late paperwork and the viewing, she hadn't had time for a meal. Eve ordered up a sandwich and coffee that jumped with genuine caffeine. To satisfy her curiosity, she went to her desk and engaged her computer. All available data on subject Alice, surname unknown. Mother Brenda, formerly Wojcinski. Maternal grandparents Frank and Sally Wojcinski. Working. Eve polished off the quick meal. Subject, Alice Lindstrom. Date of birth, June 10, 2040. First child of Jan Lindstrom and Brenda Wojcinski, divorced. Residence, 486 West 8th Street, Apartment 4B, New York City. Sibling, James Lindstrom. Date of birth, March 22, 2042. Education, high school graduate, valedictorian. 2 semesters of college, Harvard. Major, anthropology. Minor, mythology. 3rd semester, deferred. Currently employed as clerk, Spirit Quest, 228 West 10th Street, New York City. Marital status, single. Eve ran her tongue around her teeth. Criminal record? No criminal record. Sounds fairly normal, Eve murmured. Data on Spirit Quest. Spirit Quest, Wiccan Shop and Consultation Center, owned by Isis Page and Charles Fort. 3 years in 10th Street location. Annual gross income, $125,000. Licensed priestess, herbalist, and registered hypnotherapist on site. Wicca? Eve leaned back with a snort. Witch stuff? Jesus, what kind of scam is this? Wicca, recognized as both a religion and a craft, is an ancient, nature-based faith which... Stop. Eve blew out a breath. She wasn't looking for a definition of witchcraft, but an explanation as to why a steady-as-a-rock cop ended up with a granddaughter who believed in casting spells and magic crystals. And why that granddaughter wanted a secret meeting. The best way to find out, she decided, was to show up at the Aquarian Club. It would be easy to dismiss it, she thought, if it hadn't been written by a relative of a man she'd respected. And if she hadn't seen that figure in the shadows, a figure she was sure hadn't wanted to be seen. She walked to the adjoining bath and began to strip. It was too bad she couldn't take Mavis with her for the meet. Eve had a feeling the Aquarian Club would be right up her friend's alley. Eve kicked her jeans aside, leaned over to stretch out the kinks of a long day, and wondered what she would do with the long night ahead. She had nothing hot to work on. Her last homicide had been so open and shut that she and her aide had put it to bed in under 8 hours. Maybe she'd spend a couple hours glazing out, watching some screen. Or she could pick a weapon out of Rourke's gunroom and go down and run a hologram program to burn off excess energy until she could sleep. She stepped into the shower. Full jets on pulse, she ordered. 98 degrees. When hands slipped around her waist, then slid up to cup her breasts, she barely jolted, but her heart leaped. She knew his touch, the feel of those long, slim fingers, the texture of those wide palms. She tipped her head back, inviting a mouth to the curve of her shoulder. Somerset, you wild man. I'm not going to fire him. Rourke trailed a hand down the center of her body. It was worth a shot. You're back. He braced her hips and slowly lifted her off her feet. Miss me? Her heart was thundering. Not really. Well, in that case. He kissed her lightly on the chin. I'll just let you finish your shower in peace. In a flash, she wrapped her legs around his waist, took hold of his wet mane of hair. Try it, pal, and you're a dead man. She was smiling still as she combed her fingers through his thick black hair. He ordered the jets off, then took a towel to wrap around her when she would have used the drying tube. I began to understand why you stay in here while I'm away. I couldn't sleep in the presidential suite. He took another towel, rubbed it over her hair. It was too lonely without you. She leaned against him a moment, just to feel the familiar lines of his body against hers. We're getting so damn sappy. I don't mind. We Irish are very sentimental. It made her smirk. I had that viewing tonight. His brow furrowed, then cleared. Ah, yes, you told me. I'm sorry I couldn't make it home in time to go with you. Feeney's taking it really hard. It would be easier if Frank had gone down in the line of duty. This time, Rourke's brow quirked. You'd prefer that your associate had been killed? I'd just understand it better, that's all. She frowned. There is something odd, though. I met Frank's family. The oldest granddaughter is on the weird side. How? The way she talked and the data I accessed on her after I got home. You ran a make on her? Just a quick check. Because she passed me this. Eve walked to the desk, picked up the note. Rourke scanned it, considered. Earth Labyrinth. What? The symbol here. It's Celtic. You know the strangest things. Not so strange. I spring from the Celts, after all. The ancient labyrinth symbol is magical and sacred. Well, it fits. She's into witchcraft or something. Got herself the start of a top-flight education, Harvard, but she drops out to work in some West Village shop that sells crystals and magic herbs. You have no idea why she wants to meet you? None. I'd say she figures she read my aura or something. Mavis ran a mystic grift before I busted her for pinching wallets. She told me people will pay most anything if you tell them what they want to hear. More if you tell them what they don't want to hear. Which is why cons and legitimate businesses are very much the same. He smiled at her. I take it you're going anyway. Sure, I'll follow through. Naturally, she would. Rourke glanced at the note again, then set it aside. I'm going with you. She wants... It's a pity what she wants. I'll stay out of your way, but I'm going. The Aquarian Club is basically harmless, but there are always unsavory elements that leak through. Unsavory elements are my life, she said soberly, then cocked her head. You don't own the Aquarian, do you? No. He smiled. Would you like to? She laughed and took his hand. Come on, let's go to bed. By the time Eve was elbow-deep in paperwork the next morning, it seemed like a good time to take a few hours and organize her office. Or rather, to delegate Peabody to organize it. How can your files be this skewed? Peabody demanded. Her earnest square face expressed deep remorse and disappointment. I know where everything is, Eve told her. I want you to put everything where I'll still know where it is, but where it also makes sense for it to be. Too tough an assignment, officer? I can handle it. Peabody rolled her eyes behind Eve's back. Sir. Fine, and don't roll your eyes at me. If things are a bit skewed, as you put it, it's because I've had a busy year. As we're in the last quarter of this one and I'm training you, it falls to me to dump this on you. Eve turned and smiled thinly. With the hope, Peabody, that you will one day have an underling to dump shit assignments on. Your faith in me is touching, Dallas. Chokes me up. She hissed at the computer. Or maybe it's the fact that you've got yellow sheets in here from 5 years ago that's choking me. These should have been downloaded to the main and cleared out of your unit after 24 months. So download and clear now. Eve's smile widened as the machine hacked, then droned out a warning of system failure. And good luck. Technology can be our friend, and like any friendship, it requires regular maintenance and understanding. I understand it fine. Eve stepped over, pounded her fist twice on the drive. The unit hiccuped back into running mode. See? You have a real smooth touch, Lieutenant. That's why the guys in maintenance shoot darts at your picture. Still? Christ, they hold a grudge. With a shrug, Eve sat on the corner of the desk. What do you know about witchcraft? If you want to cast a spell on your machine here, it's a little out of my field. You're a free ager. Free agers aren't Wiccans. Why do you want to know about Wicca? You thinking of converting? Just curious. Well, there's some overlap on basic tenets between Wiccans and free agers. A search for balance and harmony, the celebration of the seasons that goes back to ancient times, the strict code of nonviolence. Nonviolence? Eve narrowed her eyes. What about curses, casting spells and sacrifices? Naked virgins on the altar and black roosters getting their heads chopped off. Fiction depicts witches that way. You know, double, double, toil and trouble, Shakespeare. Macbeth. Eve snorted. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog, too. The Wicked Witch of the West. Classic vid channel. Good one, Peabody admitted. But both examples feed into the most basic of misconceptions. Witches aren't ugly, evil crones mixing up cauldrons of goop or hunting down young girls and their friendly, talking scarecrows. Wiccans like to be naked, but they don't hurt anything or anyone. Strictly white magic. As opposed to black magic. Eve studied her aide. You don't believe in that stuff. Magic and spells? Nope. Peabody turned back to the computer. I know some of the basics because I have a cousin who shifted to Wicca. He's into it big time. Joined a coven in Cincinnati. You've got a cousin in a coven in Cincinnati? Laughing, Eve set her coffee aside. Peabody, you never cease to amaze me. One day I'll tell you about my granny and her 5 lovers. 5 lovers isn't abnormal for a woman's lifetime. Not in her lifetime, last month, all at the same time. Peabody glanced up, deadpan. She's 98. I hope I take after her. Eve swallowed her chuckle as her telelink beeped. Dallas. She watched Commander Whitney's face swim on screen. Yes, Commander. I'd like to speak with you, Lieutenant, in my office, as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Eve disengaged, shot a hopeful glance at Peabody. Maybe we've got something going. Keep working on those files. I'll contact you if we're heading out. Whitney was a big man with working man hands and dark, keen eyes that some considered cold. His temperament on the surface was almost terrifyingly even, and like most smooth surfaces, it coded something dangerous brewing beneath. I saw you at the viewing last night. Eve shifted her thoughts and attention to her commander. I imagine most every cop in Central made an appearance. Frank was well liked. Yes, he was. You never worked with him? He gave me some pointers when I was a rookie, helped out on legwork a couple of times, but no, I never worked with him directly. Whitney nodded, kept his eyes on her. He was partnered with Feeney before your time. You were partnered with Feeney after Frank shifted from the streets to a desk. She began to get an uncomfortable feeling in the gut. Something here, she thought, something's off. Yes, sir. This has hit Feeney pretty hard. I'm aware of that, Dallas, which is why Captain Feeney isn't here this morning. Whitney propped his elbows on his desk, linked his fingers, folded his fingers over. We have a possible situation, Lieutenant, a delicate situation. Regarding D.S. Wojcinski? The information I'm going to relay to you is confidential. Your aid can be apprised per your discretion, but no one else on the force. No one in the media. I am asking you, ordering you, he corrected, to essentially work alone on this matter. The discomfort in her stomach spread into little licks of fear as she thought of Feeney. Understood. There is some question regarding the circumstances of D.S. Wojcinski's death. Question, Commander? You'll require some background data. He laid his folded hands on the edge of the desk. It has come to my attention that D.S. Wojcinski was either pursuing an investigation of his own off the clock or involved with illegals. Drugs? Frank? Nobody was cleaner than Frank. Whitney didn't so much as blink. On September 22nd of this year, D.S. Wojcinski was spotted by an undercover illegals detective allegedly conducting business in a suspected chemical distribution center. The Athame is a private club, religious in theme, which offers its members group and individual ritual services and is licensed for private sexual functions. The illegals division has had it under investigation for nearly 2 years. Frank was seen making a buy. Eve said nothing. This situation was subsequently reported to me. I questioned Frank, and he was not forthcoming. Frankly, Dallas, the fact that he would neither confirm nor deny seemed very out of character, and it worried me. I ordered him to submit to a physical, including a drug scan, and advised him to take a week's leave. He agreed to both. The scan was clear. Due to his record and my personal knowledge and opinion of him, I did not mark the incident in his file, but sealed it. He rose then. Perhaps that was a mistake. It's possible if I'd pursued at that point, he would still be alive, and we wouldn't be having... You trusted your judgment and your man. Yes, I did. And now I have more data. The standard autopsy scan detected traces of digitalis and Zeus. Zeus? Now Eve rose. Frank was not a user, Commander. A chemical as powerful as Zeus shows. You see it in the eyes. If he'd been using Zeus, every cop in his division would have known it. The drug scan would have picked it up. There has to be a mistake. But the traces were there, Lieutenant, as well as traces of other chemicals identified as designer clones. The combination of those chemicals resulted in cardiac arrest and death. You suspect he OD'd or self-terminated? She shook her head. That's wrong. I repeat, the traces were there. Then there had to be a reason. Digitalis? She frowned. That's heart medicine, isn't it? You said he'd had a physical a couple of weeks ago. Why didn't it show he had heart trouble? Whitney's gaze remained level. Frank's closest friend on the force is the top E-detective in the city. Feeney? Eve took 2 strides toward him before she could stop herself. You think Feeney covered for him? Doctored his records? Damn it, Commander! It's a possibility I can't ignore, Whitney said evenly. Nor can you. Friendship can and does shadow judgment. I'm trusting that your friendship with Feeney will not, in this case, shadow yours. He walked to the desk again, his position of authority. These allegations and suspicions must be investigated and resolved. The hot licks in her stomach had grown and were burning like acid. You want me to investigate fellow officers, one of which is dead, leaving a grieving family behind, the other of which was my trainer and is my friend. She put her hands on his desk. Is your friend. He'd expected the anger, accepted it, just as he expected she would do the job. He wouldn't accept less. Would you prefer I gave this to someone who didn't care? His brow lifted on the question. I want this done quietly, with each piece of evidence and all investigative records sealed from my eyes only. It may be necessary for you to speak with D.S. Wojcinski's family at some point. I trust you will do so discreetly and tactfully. There is no need to add to their grief. She straightened. It's a hell of a thing you're asking me to do. Ordering you to do, Whitney corrected. That should make it easier, Lieutenant. On you. He handed her 2 sealed discs. View these on your home unit. Any and all transmissions on this matter are to be sent from your home unit to my home unit. Nothing is to go through Cop Central until I tell you differently. Dismissed. Her temper was bubbling by the time she got back to her office. Peabody sat in front of the monitor, smirking. Just about got it. Your unit's a real whiner, Dallas, but I've been slapping it into shape. Disengage, Eve snapped. Get your gear, Peabody. We've got a case? Peabody jumped out of the chair and hustled after Eve. What kind of a case? Where are we going? Dallas? Lieutenant? She waited while Eve encoded her car locks, then climbed into the passenger seat. Am I to log in destination, sir, or is it a surprise? Then she blinked when Eve simply laid her head against the wheel. Hey, are you all right? What's going on, Dallas? Log in home office. Eve drew a breath, straightened. I'll fill you in on the way. All information you're given and all records on the ensuing investigation are to be coded and sealed. Eve maneuvered out of the garage and onto the street. All said information and records are confidential. You are to report only to me or the commander. Yes, sir. Peabody swallowed the obstruction that had lodged in her throat. It's internal, isn't it? It's one of us. Yeah. God damn it. It's one of us. Her home unit didn't have the eccentricities of her official computer. Rourke had seen to that. The data scrolled smoothly on screen. Detective Marion Burns. She's been undercover at the Athame for 8 months working as a bartender. Eve pursed her lips. Burns. I don't know her. I do, slightly. Peabody scooted her chair closer. I met her when I was, during the Casto thing. She struck me as a solid, eyes-on-the-job sort. If memory serves, she's third-generation cop. I don't know why she'd have fingered D.S. Wojcinski. Maybe she reported what she saw. Or maybe it was something else. We'll have to find out. Her report to Whitney's pretty cut and dried. At 130 hours, September 22, 2058, she observed D.S. Wojcinski seated at a private booth with known chemical dealer Selina Cross. Wojcinski exchanged credits for a small package, which appeared to contain an illegal substance. The exchange lasted 15 minutes, at which time Cross moved to another booth. Wojcinski remained in the club another 10 minutes, then left. Detective Burns tailed the subject for 2 blocks, at which time he engaged a public transport. So she never saw him return to the club that night or on any subsequent night during her watch. Burns goes top of our list for questioning. Yes, sir, Dallas. Since Wojcinski and Feeney were tight, wouldn't it follow that Wojcinski would have confided in him? Or, failing that Feeney would have noticed something? I don't know. Eve rubbed her eyes. The athame. What the hell's an athame? I don't know. Peabody pulled out her Palm PC and requested the data. Athame. Ceremonial knife. A ritual tool normally fashioned of steel. Traditionally, the athame is not used for cutting, but for casting or banishing circles in earth religions. Peabody glanced up at Eve. Witchcraft, she continued. That's quite a coincidence. I don't think so. She took the note from Alice out of her desk drawer, passed it to Peabody. Frank's granddaughter slipped this to me at the viewing. Turns out she works at some shop called Spirit Quest. Do you know it? I know what it is. Troubled now, Peabody set the note down. Wiccans are peaceful, Dallas. And they use herbs, not chemicals. No true Wiccans going to buy, sell, or use Zeus. How about digitalis? Eve cocked her head. That's a kind of herb, isn't it? It's distilled from foxglove. It's been used medicinally for centuries. It's what, like a stimulant? I don't know that much about healing, but yeah, I'd think. So is Zeus. I wonder what kind of effect you'd get combining the two. Bad mix, wrong dosage, whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd get heart failure. You think Wojcinski self-terminated? The commander suspects it, and I've got questions, Eve said impatiently. I don't have answers, but I'm going to get them. She picked up the note. We'll start tonight, with Alice. I want you there at 11, in civilian clothes. Try to look like a free ager, Peabody, not a cop. Peabody winced. I've got this dress my mother made for my last birthday, but I'll get really pissed off if you laugh. I'll try to control myself. For now, let's see what we can dig up on this Selina Cross and the Athame Club. 5 minutes later, Eve was smiling grimly at her machine. Interesting. Our Selina's been around. Spent some time in a cage. Just look at this yellow sheet, Peabody. Soliciting sex without a license, 43, 44. Assault charge also in 44, subsequently dropped. Ran into bunco in 47, running a medium scam. What the hell do people want to talk to the dead for anyway? Suspected of animal mutilations, 49. Not enough evidence for arrest. Manufacturing and distribution of illegals. That's what tagged her and put her away from 50 to 51. All small-time shit, though. But here in 55, she was brought in and questioned in connection with the ritual slaying of a minor. Her alibi held. Illegals has had her under observation since she was sprung in 51, Peabody added, but they haven't brought her in. Like you said, she's small time. They must be looking for a bigger fish. That would be my take. We'll see what Marion has to say. Look here. It says Selina Cross owns the Athame Club, free and clear. Eve pursed her lips. Now where would a small-time dealer get the credit power to buy and run a club? She's a front. I wonder if illegals knows for who. Let's take a look at her. Computer, display image of subject, Cross, Selina. Phew. Peabody gave a little shudder as the image floated on screen. Spooky. Not a face you'd forget, Eve murmured. It was sharp and narrow, the lips full and vibrant red, the eyes black as onyx. There was beauty there, in the balance of features, the white, smooth skin, but it was cold. And as Peabody had observed, spooky. There was a small tattoo over her left eyebrow. What's that symbol? Eve wondered. Zoom and enhance segment 20 to 22, 30%. A pentagram. Peabody's voice quivered, causing Eve to glance over curiously. Inverted. She's not Wiccan Dallas. Peabody cleared her throat. She's a Satanist. Eve didn't believe in such things, the white or the black of it, but she was prepared to believe others did, and more inclined to believe that some used that misguided faith to exploit. Be careful what you discount, Eve. Distracted, she glanced over. Rourke had insisted on driving. She couldn't complain, as any one of his vehicles beat the hell out of hers. What do you mean? I mean when certain beliefs and traditions survive for centuries. There's a reason for it. Sure there is. Human beings are and always have been gullible. And there are and always have been individuals who know how to exploit that gullibility. I'm going to find out if someone exploited Frank's. She had told Rourke everything, and had justified it professionally by telling herself since she couldn't tap Feeney for his computer expertise, she could and would tap Rourke for his. You're a good cop and a sensible woman. Often, you're too good a cop and too sensible a woman. He stopped for traffic, turned to her. I'm asking you to be particularly careful when delving into an area such as this. His face was in shadows, and his voice much too serious. You mean witches and devil worshippers? Come on, Rourke. We're into the second millennium here. Satanists, for Christ's sake? She pushed her hair back from her face. What the hell do they think they'd do with the devil if he existed and they managed to get his attention? That's the problem, isn't it? Rourke said quietly, and turned west toward the Aquarium Club. Devils exist. Eve frowned as he slid his vehicle up to a second-level spot on the street. And they're flesh and blood, and they walk on two legs. You and I have seen plenty of them. It was quite a place, Eve mused, and certainly quieter than any club she'd been in before. Both conversation and music were muted, and both had an elegant little lilt. Tables were packed together, as was the norm, but they were arranged to provide circular traffic patterns that reminded Eve of the symbol at the base of Alice's note. The small dance floor was circular as well, as was the bar, where patrons sat on stools that depicted signs of the zodiac. It took her a moment to place the woman seated on the twin faces of Gemini. Jesus, that's Peabody! Rourke shifted his gaze, focused on the woman in a long, sweeping dress in swirling hues of blue and green. 3 long strands of beads sparkled to her waist, and earrings of various red metals jingled beneath the fringes of her straight, cropped hair. Well, well, he said, and smiled slowly. Our Peabody makes quite a picture. She sure blends, Eve decided. I have to meet with Alice alone. Why don't you go over and talk to Peabody? A pleasure, Lieutenant. He took a long look at her worn jeans, battered leather jacket, and unadorned ears. You don't blend. Is that a dig? No. He flicked a finger over the dent in her chin. An observation. He strolled over, slid onto the stool beside Peabody. Now let's see. What would be the standard line? What's a nice witch like you doing in a place like this? Peabody slid him a sidelong glance, grimaced. I feel like an idiot in this get-up. You look lovely. She snorted. Not exactly my style. You know the fascinating thing about women, Peabody? He reached out, tapped a finger against her dangling earrings to send them dancing. You have so many styles. From her table on the outer circle, Eve watched everything. There was no band or holographic image of one. Instead, the music seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. Windy flutes and plucked strings, a soothing female voice that sang with impossible sweetness in a language Eve didn't recognize. She saw Alice the minute the girl walked in. Agitated, Eve thought. nervous hands, tensed shoulders, jittery eyes. She waited until Alice scanned the room, spotted her. Then she inclined her head in acknowledgement. Alice hurried over. "You came. I was afraid you wouldn't." Quickly she dipped into her pocket and drew out a smooth black stone on a silver chain. "Put this on." "Please," she insisted, when Eve only studied it. "It's obsidian. It's been consecrated. It'll block evil." "I'm all for that." Eve slipped the chain around her neck. "Better?" "This is the safest place I know." She gripped the amulet she wore in both hands as a server glided to the table. "A golden sun, please." She took a deep breath as she looked back at Eve. "I need courage. I've tried to meditate all day, but I'm blocked. I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of, Alice?" "That those who killed my grandfather will kill me next." "Who killed your grandfather?" "Evil killed him. Killing is what evil does best." "You won't believe what I tell you. You're too grounded in what can be seen only with the eyes." She accepted the drink from the server, closed her eyes a moment as if in prayer, then slowly lifted the cup to her lips. "But you won't ignore it either. You're too much a cop." "I don't want to die," Alice said, and set her cup down. That, Eve thought, was the first sensible statement she'd heard. The fear was genuine enough, she decided, and unmasked tonight. At the viewing, Alice had been careful to slick on a layer of composure and calm. For her family, Eve realized. "Who are you afraid of, and why?" "I have to explain. All of it. I have to purge before I can atone. My grandfather respected you, so I come to you in his memory. I wasn't born a witch." "Weren't you?" Eve said dryly. "Some are, and some, like me, are simply drawn to the craft. I became interested in Wicca through my studies, and the more I learned, the more I felt a need to belong. I was drawn to the rituals, the search for balance, the joy, and the positive ethics. I didn't share my interest with my family. They wouldn't have understood." She dipped her head. "I enjoyed the secrecy of that, and was still young enough to find the experience of going sky-clad at an outdoor celebration slightly wicked. My family," she lifted her head again, "they're conservative, and a part of me simply wanted to do something daring." "A small rebellion?" "Yes, that's true, if I had left it at that." Alice murmured, "If I had truly accepted my initiation into the craft and what it meant, everything would be different now. I was weak, and my intellect too ambitious." She picked up her drink again, wet her dry throat. "I wanted to know, to compare and analyze, rather like a thesis, the contrasts of white and black magic. How could I fully appreciate the one without fully understanding its antithesis? That was my rationale." "Sounds logical." "False logic," Alice insisted. "I was deluding myself. The ego and the intellect are so arrogant. I would study the black arts on a purely scholarly level. I'd talk to those who'd chosen the other path and discover what had turned them away from the light. It would be exciting." She smiled tremulously. "I thought it would be exciting. And for a short time it was." A child, Eve thought, in the body of a stunning woman. Bright and curious, but a child nonetheless. "Is that how you met Selina Cross?" Paling, Alice made a quick forking gesture with her forefinger and pinky. "How do you know of her?" "I did some research. I didn't walk in here blind, Alice. As a cop's granddaughter, you shouldn't have expected me to." "Be afraid of her." Alice compressed her lips. "Be afraid of her. She's a second-rate grifter and chemi-dealer. No, she's much more." Alice gripped her amulet again. "Believe that, Lieutenant. I've seen, I know. She'll want you. You'll challenge her." "Do you believe she had something to do with Frank's death?" "I know she did." Tears swam into her eyes, deepening the soft blue. One huge and lovely drop spilled over and slid down her white cheek. "Because of me." Eve leaned closer to comfort. and to block the tearful face from any onlookers. Tell me about it. About her.
I met her nearly a year ago, on the Sabbat of Samhain, All Hallows' Eve. More research, I told myself. I didn't realize how deeply I'd already been drawn in, how utterly seduced I was by the power, the pure selfish greed of the other side. I hadn't performed any of the rituals. Not then. I was still observing. Then I met her, and the one they call Alban.
Alban?
He serves her.
Alice lifted a hand, laid her fingers against her mouth.
That night still isn't clear in my mind. I realize now they cast a spell over me. I let them lead me into the circle, strip off my robes. I heard the bells ring and the chant to the Dark Prince. I watched the sacrifice of the goat, and I shared in the blood.
Her head dropped again as shame whirled inside her.
I shared in it, drank of it, and enjoyed. I was the altar that night. I was tied to the stone. I don't know how or by whom, but I wasn't afraid. I was aroused. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Each member of the coven touched me, rubbed oils and blood over me. The chanting was inside me, and the fire was so hot. Then Selina laid over me. She did things. I'd never had any sexual experience. Then, while she slid up my body, Alban straddled me. She watched me. His hands were on her breasts, and he was inside me, and she watched my face. I wanted to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I couldn't stop looking into her eyes. It was like she was the one inside me.
You were drugged, Alice, and exploited. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Her eyes lifted briefly and threatened to break Eve's heart.
Then why am I so ashamed? I was a virgin, and there was pain, but even that was arousing, unbearably, and the pleasure that came with it was huge, monstrous. They used me, and I begged to be used again, and was, by the entire coven. By sunrise, I was lost, enslaved. I woke in bed between them, Alban and Selina. I'd already become their apprentice, and their toy.
Tears were running down her cheeks as she drank again.
Sexually, there was nothing I would not allow them, or one of their choosing, to do to me. I embraced the dark, and I became careless in my arrogance. Someone told my grandfather. He would never give me a name, but I know it was a Wiccan. He confronted me, and I laughed at him. I warned him to stay out of my affairs. I thought he had.
Saying nothing, Eve slid her water across the table. Gratefully, Alice picked it up, drained it. Saying nothing, Eve slid her water across the table. Gratefully, Alice picked it up, drained it.
A few months ago, I discovered Selina and Alban were performing private rituals. I'd come down from college a day early. I went to their house, and I heard the ceremonial chant. I opened the door of the ritual room. They were there together, performing a sacrifice.
Her hand shook.
Not a goat this time, but a child, a young boy.
Eve's hand closed tight over Alice's wrist. You saw them murder a child?
Murder is too tame a word for what they did.
The tears dried up in horror.
Don't ask me to tell you. Don't ask me that.
She would have to, Eve knew, but it could wait. Tell me what you can.
I saw Selina, the ritual knife, the blood, the screams. It was too late to stop it.
She looked at Eve again, those swimming eyes begging to be believed in this one thing.
I was too late to do anything for the boy, even if I'd had the power or the courage to try.
You were alone, shocked, Eve said carefully. The woman was armed. The boy was dead. You couldn't have helped him. For one long moment, Alice stared at her, then covered her face with her hands. I tried to believe that. I ran away. I just ran. You can't change it. Eve kept her hand on Alice's wrist, but her grip gentled. You can't go back and change it. You have to live with what is. I know. Isis tells me that. Alice took a shuddering breath, lowered her hands. They were engrossed in their work and never saw me, or I pray they never saw me. I didn't go to my grandfather or the police. I was terrified, sick. I don't know how much time went by, but I went to Isis, the high priestess who had initiated me into Wicca. She took me in. Even after all I'd done, she took me in. You didn't tell Frank what you'd seen? Alice winced at the bite in Eve's voice. Not then. I spent time in reflection and purification. Isis performed several cleansing rites and auric healings. Isis and I felt it best that I stay in seclusion for a while, concentrate on finding the light and atonement. Alice, you saw a child murdered and told no one but your neighborhood witch? I know how it sounds. Her lip quivered. The child's physical being was beyond help. I could do nothing for him but pray for the safe passage of his soul to the next plane. I was afraid to tell Grandpa, afraid of what he might do and what Selina would do to him. When I did go to him last month, I told him everything. Now he's dead, and I know she's responsible. How do you know? I saw her. Wait. Eyes narrowed. Eve held up a hand. You saw her kill him? No. I saw her outside my window. I looked out the night he died, and she was standing there, looking up at me. The call came from my mother to tell me Grandpa was dead, and Selina smiled. She smiled, and she beckoned to me. Alice buried her face in her hands again. She sent her forces against him, used her power to stop his heart, because of me. Now the raven comes every night to my window and watches me with her eyes. A bird? Alice laid her trembling hands on the table. She's a shape-shifter. She takes what form she wills. I've protected myself as best I can, but my faith may not be strong enough. They're pulling at me, calling to me. Alice. While sympathy remained, Eve found her patience waning. Selina Cross might have had a part in your grandfather's death. If we find that he didn't die of natural causes, it wasn't some spell. It was calculated, simple murder. If so, there'll be evidence and a trial, and she'll be dealt with. You can't find smoke. Alice shook her head. You won't find evidence in a curse. Enough was enough. At this point, you're a witness to a crime, potentially the only witness, and if you're afraid, I can arrange a safe house for you. I need you to give me a description of the child so that I can check missing persons. With your formal statement, I can get a warrant to search the room where you allegedly witnessed the murder. I need you to give me details, times, places, names. I can help you. You don't understand, Alice said, shaking her head slowly. You don't believe me. I believe you're an intelligent and curious woman who got in over her head with some very nasty people. And I believe you're confused and upset. I have someone you can talk to who can help you sort things out. Someone. Alice's eyes went cold and her voice hard. A psychiatrist? You think I'm imagining things? Making them up? Her body trembled as she surged to her feet. It's not my mind that's in danger. It's my life. My life, Lieutenant Dallas, and my soul. If you find yourself in battle with Selina, you'll believe. And may the goddess help you. She whirled and ran out, leaving Eve cursing. That seemed remarkably unsuccessful, Rourke commented as he came up behind her. The girl's whacked out, but she's terrified. Eve heaved a long breath and rose. Let's get the hell out of here. She signaled Peabody, then headed for the door. Outside, a thin fog crept along the ground, stealthily, like twining gray snakes. Rain, thin and chilly, was just beginning to slick the street. There she is, Eve murmured when she caught sight of Alice rushing around the corner. Headed south. Peabody Taylor. Make sure she gets home safe. Got her. Peabody headed off at a half-trot. That kid's a mess, Rourke. They've fucked with her in every way possible. Disgusted, she dug her hands into her pockets. I probably could have handled it better, but I don't see how it would help to encourage her delusions. Spells and curses and shapeshifters. Jesus. Darling Eve. He kissed her brow. My own practical cop. The way she tells it, she was practically the bride of Satan. Grumbling, Eve started for the car. Why didn't Frank make a log of what she'd told him? Why the hell did he go solo on this? Maybe he did make a log, a private one. She blinked, stared at him. God, how could I have been so slow? She clapped her hands on either side of his face and kissed him hard. You're brilliant. Yes, I know. He jerked her back as a figure darted out of the shadows and over the ramp. Black cat, he said, simultaneously uneasy and amused at himself. Bad luck. Yeah, right. She started up the ramp, cocked her head as the cat sat, watching her out of bright and glittering green eyes. You don't look hungry, Ace. Too sleek and glossy for an alley cat. Too perfect, she realized. Must be a droid. Still she crouched, reached out to stroke. The cat hissed, arched, and swiped. Eve would have found her palm laid open if she hadn't been quick enough to dodge. Well, that's friendly. You should know better than to offer your hand to strange animals or droids. When Eve was in the car, she spoke softly. Listen, Rourke, I can't tap Feeney for any E-work on this, at least not until the commander loosens up. I may have to go to the family for access to Frank's personal records, but if I do that, I'll have to tell them something. And you'd rather not. Not yet, in any case. So how do you feel about using your skills to access Frank's personal unit and logs? His mood lifted as he started the car, guiding it down to street level. That depends, Lieutenant. Do I get a badge? Her lips twitched into a smirk. No? But you do get to have sex with a cop? Do I get to pick the cop? He only smiled when she punched his arm. I'd pick you, probably. And I suppose you want me to begin my unofficial consultation tonight. That's the idea. As she went to the auto chef to get coffee, Rourke moved behind the console. The equipment here was first flight and unregistered. CompuGuard couldn't track it nor block him from hacking into any system. Still, even with those advantages, finding a personal log that may or may not have existed was like separating individual grains of sand from a bucketful. Engage, he ordered. More likely his home unit, wouldn't you think? Anything on his unit at Cop Central would have been transferred. If he wanted to keep something to himself, he'd have used a private system. Data. Wojcinski, Frank. What was his rank? Detective Sergeant attached to records. Data on screen 1, please. As he began to scroll, Rourke reached for the coffee Eve held out to him, then waved his fingers when his link beeped. Get that, would you? Rourke's residence. Peabody, what's up?
It's bad, Dallas. It's bad.
Though her voice was steady, her face was dead white and her eyes too dark.
Alice is dead. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't get to her. She just...
Where are you?
On 10th Street, between Broad and 7th. I called the MTs, but there was nothing.
Are you in jeopardy?
No, I just couldn't stop her. I just watched while...
Secure the scene, officer. Relay to dispatch. I'm on my way. Call backup as required and stand. Understood?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Dallas out. Oh, Christ, she murmured when she disengaged. I'll take you. He was already up, his hand on her shoulder. No, this is my job. And she prayed it wasn't her doing. I'd appreciate it if you'd stay here and get whatever data you can. All right, Eve. He took both of her shoulders now, firmly, before she could turn away. Look at me. This was not your fault." She did look at him, and there was grief in her eyes. I hope to God it wasn't. There wasn't a crowd. Eve could be grateful for that. It was after 2 a.m, and only a few gawkers huddled together behind the barricade. She saw a rapid cab tipped drunkenly on the curb, and a man sitting beside it, his head in his hands as an MT spoke with him. On the rain-slicked street, lit dimly by the glow of a security light, was Alice. Her body sprawled there, face up, her arms and legs flung out as if in a wild welcome. Blood, her own, had soaked through the filmy material of her dress and turned it dark, doomed red. Peabody stood by her, assisting a uniform in the erecting of a privacy screen. "Officer Peabody," Eve said it softly, waited for Peabody to turn, straighten her shoulders, and cross to her. "Your report?" "I followed the subject to her residence as per your orders, Lieutenant. I watched her enter the building and subsequently observed the light go on in the second window from the east, 3rd floor. On my own initiative, I decided to keep watch for a period of 15 minutes to ensure the subject remained inside. She did not. Subject exited the building approximately 10 minutes later. She appeared agitated, continually looking over her shoulder as she walked west at a rapid pace. She appeared to be crying. I maintained standard distance. That's why I couldn't stop her. I maintained the standard distance." Peabody's eyes went flat. The subject stopped suddenly, took several steps in retreat. She spoke. I was too far away to discern what she said, but it was my impression that she was speaking to someone. She played it back through her mind, every step leaning on her training like a crutch. I closed the distance somewhat in the event the subject was in jeopardy. I observed no one on the street other than the subject herself. The fog may have been a factor, but there was no one on the sidewalk or the street that I could see. "She stood there, talking to no one?" Eve asked. "That's how it appeared, Lieutenant. She became increasingly agitated. She begged to be left alone. Her words were, 'Haven't you done enough? Haven't you taken enough? Why won't you leave me in peace?' I thought I heard a response, but can't be definite. The subject was speaking too loudly and too rapidly for me to make a clear statement on that. I decided to move closer to make myself known. At this time, a rapid cab, traveling east, approached. The subject turned and ran into the street, directly into the path of the oncoming vehicle. The driver attempted to stop and evade, but was unable to do so and struck the subject head-on. She paused just long enough to take another breath. Road conditions were fair to poor and played a minor factor. Even with optimum conditions, it would be my opinion the driver would have been unable to avoid the collision. Understood. Continue. I reached the body within seconds, and though I observed that she was already dead, I called for the medical technicians, then utilized the portal link in my bag and reached you at home to report the situation. Following your orders, I relayed to dispatch and requested a uniform, then secured the scene. It was hell to be too late, Eve knew, and no amount of sympathy could ease that bitter guilt. So she offered none. Very well, officer. That's the driver? Yes, Lieutenant. Arrange for his vehicle to be taken in for analysis, then consult with the MTs and find out if he's in shape to give a statement. Yes, sir. Opening her field kit, Eve crouched down to do her job. It wasn't homicide. Technically, Eve should have turned the matter over to traffic after Peabody's report and ensuing statement from the weeping cabbie, but she watched Alice's body being loaded into the morgue wagon and knew she had no intention of doing so. You've had a long night, Peabody. You're off duty. I would prefer to stay on, Lieutenant, and see this through. You won't help her unless you see it through objectively. I can do my job, sir. My feelings are my own business. Eve hitched up her field kit, took a long look at her aid. Yes, they are. Just don't let them get in my way. She took her recorder out of her kit, held it out to Peabody. On record, officer. We'll examine the subject's residence. Do you intend to notify the next of kin, sir? When we're done here. They headed east, back to Alice's building. She hadn't gotten far, Eve thought. Barely a block. What had driven her back out? And what had driven her into the path of the cab? There were 3 apartments on the 3rd floor, and Eve used her master to gain entrance. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve and Aide Peabody, Officer D, entering residence of deceased for standard examination. Lights, she ordered, then frowned when the room remained dark. Peabody reached around the door, flicked a switch. She must have preferred manual to voice-activated. The room was cluttered and colorful. Pretty scarves and throws were draped over chairs, tables. Tapestries depicting attractive naked people and mythological animals romped over the walls. Candles were everywhere, on tables, on shelves, on the floor, as were bowls of colored stones, of herbs, of dried flower petals. Chunks and wands of crystal, sparkling clean, crowded every flat surface. She liked pretty things, Eve observed, and lots of them. Eve stepped onto a small area rug with the face of a smiling sun. It's cluttered, but tidy in its way, no sign of disturbance or struggle. Struggle? You said she was agitated, crying when she came back out. There's the possibility someone was here when she got home, someone who upset or frightened her. We'll check the security logs. Eve engaged the link, requested a replay of the last call transmitted or received, and the room filled with low, rhythmic chanting. What the hell is that? I don't know. Uneasy, Peabody stepped closer. Replay, Eve demanded.
Hear the names and fear them. Loki, Beelzebub, Baphomet. I am annihilation. I am revenge. In nomine Dei nostri Santanas Luciferi excelsi. Vengeance for you who strayed from the law. Hear the names and fear.
Stop. Eve gave a quick, involuntary shudder. Beelzebub, that's devil shit, isn't it? The bastards were playing with her, tormenting her, and she was already on the edge. No wonder she ran out of here. Where were you, you son of a bitch? Where were you? Location of last transmission, display. Her mouth thinned as she read the data. 10th and 7th. Right down the goddamn street. Probably a public link. Fuckers. She was headed right for them. There wasn't anyone there. But Peabody was watching Eve's face now, and the fury that fired in her eyes. Even with the fog, the rain, I would have seen someone if they'd been laying for her. There wasn't anything there but a cat. Eve's heart took a jump. A what? Just a cat. I caught a glimpse of a cat, but there was no one on the street. A cat. Eve walked to the window. Suddenly she felt the need for a good gulp of air. There, on the sill, she saw the long black feather. And a bird, she murmured. She took out tweezers, held the feather up to the light. We've still got the occasional crow in New York. A crow's the same thing as a raven, isn't it? More or less, I think. Bag it, Eve ordered. I want it analyzed. Next of kin would be Brenda Wojcinski, mother. Run that for an address. Yes, sir. Eve thought that a cop's daughter knew when another cop knocked on the door at 5 a.m, it was with news of the worst kind. She saw, the minute Brenda recognized her, that she was right. Oh, God. Oh, God, Mama? No, it's not your mother, Miss Wojcinski. There was only one way, Eve knew, and that was fast. It's Alice. May we come in? Alice! She blinked glazed eyes, propped a hand on the door for balance. Alice! I think we should go inside. As gently as possible, Eve took her arm, stepped through the door. Let's go in and sit down. Alice? She said again. Grief cracked the glaze over her eyes. Tears poured through. Oh, no. Not my Alice. Not my baby. Brenda swayed, would have slid to the floor, but Eve tightened her grip and headed quickly for the nearest seat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss, Ms. Wojcinski. There was an accident early this morning and Alice was killed. An accident? No, you've made a mistake. It was someone else. It wasn't Alice. She clutched at Eve, flooded eyes pleading. You can't be sure it was my Alice. It was. I'm sorry. She collapsed then, burying her face in her hands. I could make her some tea, Peabody murmured. Yeah, go. It was the part of the job that made Eve feel the most helpless, the most inadequate. There was no solution for fresh grief. Is there someone I can call for you?
Mama. Oh, God. Alice. How will we bear it?
I can give you a soother, or contact your doctor if you'd prefer.
Mom?
As Brenda continued to rock, Eve looked over. The boy stood in the doorway, blinking sleepy, confused eyes. Alice's brother, Eve remembered. What's wrong? He demanded. What's happened? What the hell was his name? Eve struggled to remember, then decided it didn't matter at the moment. She rose. There's been an accident. I'm sorry, but... It's Alice. His chin quivered, but his eyes stayed steady on hers. She's dead. Yes, I'm sorry. He stared at her as Peabody came in with a cup of tea. What kind of accident? She was hit by a car early this morning. Hit and run? No. Eve watched him carefully, considering. She stepped into the path of a cab. The driver was unable to stop. We're in the process of analyzing his vehicle and scene, but there was a witness who corroborates the driver's statement. I don't believe he was at fault. He didn't attempt to flee the scene, and his driving record is clean. The boy simply nodded, dry-eyed, while his mother's weeping filled the room. I'll take care of her. It'd be best if you left us alone now. All right. If you have any questions, you can reach me at Cop Central. I'm Lieutenant Dallas. I know who you are. Leave us alone now, he repeated, and went to sit by his mother. The kid knows something, Eve stated as they stepped outside. That would be my take. Maybe Alice felt more comfortable talking to him than other members of the family. They were pretty close in age. Brothers and sisters squabble, but they confide in each other. I wouldn't know. Eve started her car, pined for coffee. Where the hell do you live, Peabody? Why? I'll drop you at home. You can catch some sleep and report to Central at 11. Sleep helped. So did the hot shower and the food Rourke ordered up. Eve shoveled eggs into her mouth as she studied the data he'd unearthed on screen. More like a diary than an investigative log, she decided. Lots of personal comments, and obviously he was warned about Alice. I'm not sure how deeply they've influenced her mind or hurt her heart. He was thinking like a grandfather, not like a cop. You got this off his home unit? Yes. He had it coded and passkeyed. I suspect he didn't want his wife stumbling across it. His personal thoughts and worries aren't going to be a lot of help. I need to know what he found out and how far his private investigation went before he died. There's more. Rourke scrolled over dates. There, he talks about tailing Selina Cross and lists some of her associates. But there's nothing there. He suspects she's dealing illegals. He believes she's holding unacceptable ceremonies in her club and perhaps her home. He observes suspicious characters coming and going, but he bases it all on emotion. No facts. Frank had been off the streets too long. She set her plate aside and rose. If he didn't want to involve cops, why the hell didn't he at least hire a PI to handle the legwork? Wait, what's this? Frowning, she stepped closer to the screen. She read, I think she made me. Can't be sure, but it's almost as though she's leading me along now. I'm going to have to make a move soon. Alice is terrified, begging me to stay away from Cross and from her. The poor kid spends too much time with that Isis character. Isis may be a harmless weirdo, but she can't be a good influence on Alice. I've told Sally I'm working late. Tonight I'm going in. Cross spends Thursday nights at the club. The apartment should be empty. If I can get inside and find anything at all to prove Alice saw a child murdered, I can report to Whitney anonymously. She's going to pay for what she and her filthy lover did to my little girl. One way or the other, she's going to pay. Christ. Nighttime breaking and entering? Illegal search and seizure? Frustrated, Eve dragged both hands through her hair. What the hell was he thinking? He had to know that anything he found would get tossed out in court. He'd never nail them this way. I have a feeling he wasn't worried about court, Eve. He wanted justice. And now he's dead, isn't he? And so's Alice. Where's the rest? Rourke scrolled to the last entry. She read, "Security's too tight on the building. Couldn't get through it. I've been off the streets too damn long. I may have to tag someone to help me on this after all. I'm going to see that witch pay if it's the last thing I do." That's all on this. That entry was logged the night before he died. There may be more under a different code. So he hadn't made her pay, Eve thought. And he hadn't had time to get help. Not enough time, she thought again, with twin surges of relief and sorrow. The entries went a long way toward clearing both Frank and Feeney. But you don't think so? You don't think there's anything else? No, I don't. There's the timing, of course. And he wasn't that clever with electronics, Rourke explained. It was child's play to find this. Still, we'll look. It'll take some time to break through if there's anything there. And it'll have to be later. I have several meetings this morning. She turned to him. Odd. She realized she'd forgotten for a moment he wasn't working with her. His business and the direction of it was in a much different sphere from hers. So many billions, so little time. How true. But I should be able to fiddle a little bit more this evening. I'm taking up a lot of your time. You are, indeed. And the payment will be your time, Lieutenant. A day or two away when we can both manage it. She kissed him lightly. I'll let you know if I'm going to be late. Do that, he murmured, and watched her go. No drugs, Eve stated, as she looked over the toxicology report on Alice. No alcohol. She wasn't under the influence. But you heard her talking to someone who wasn't there, and she runs out into the path of an oncoming cab. She's worked herself up into a state of terror, then was triggered by the chanting on the phone. They knew how to get to her, how to manipulate her. It's not illegal to chant over a link. No, Eve considered, but it is illegal to threaten to harm over a public transmitter. That's reaching, Peabody returned. And it's only a misdemeanor. It's a start. If we manage to tie the transmission to Selena Cross, we can hassle her. In any case, I think it's time we met. How about a little trip to hell, Peabody? I've been dying to go. Who isn't? But before she could rise, Feeney burst into her office. His eyes were shadowed, his face unshaven. Why are you primary on Alice's case? A traffic accident? Why the hell is a homicide lieutenant handling a traffic fatality? Feeney, she was my goddaughter. You didn't even call me. I heard it on the goddamn news. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Sit down, Feeney. He jerked away when she touched his arm. I don't need to sit down. I want answers, Dallas. I want some fucking answers. Peabody, Eve murmured, and waited until her aide had gone out and closed the door. I am sorry, Feeney. I didn't know you were her godfather. I spoke to her mother and assumed they would let the rest of the family know. Brenda's under sedation, Feeney tossed out. What the hell do you expect? She lost her father and her daughter within days of each other. Jamie's only 16. By the time he'd called the doctor and saw to his mother got a hold of Sally, I'd already heard it on screen. Jesus, she was just a kid. He turned away. I used to give her piggyback rides, sneak her candy. Please sit down, Feeney. You shouldn't have come in today. I want an answer, Dallas. Why are you on Alice's accident? She couldn't afford to hesitate, couldn't afford not to lie. Peabody was a witness, she began, grateful she could give him that much. She saw the accident. It shook her, Feeney, and she called me. I told her to relay to dispatch to secure the scene, and I responded. Since I had all the data, I notified next of kin. I figured it would be easier on the family if I handled it. I thought it was the least I could do. For Frank. He never took his eyes off her face. Is that all of it? What else is there? Listen, I just got the tox report.
She wasn't using Feeney. She wasn't drunk. Maybe she was still upset about Frank or something else. I don't know. Could be she didn't even see the damn cab. It was a lousy night. Fog, rain. The bastard was speeding, wasn't he? No. She couldn't give him anyone to blame. Couldn't offer even that prickly comfort. He was within the limit. His record's clean, and so was the on-site drug and alcohol. Feeney, she bolted out in front of him, and there was nothing he could do. I want you to understand that. I talked with the driver myself, and I investigated the scene. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't anyone's. It had to be someone's, he thought. He couldn't lose two people back-to-back for no reason. I want to talk to Peabody. Give her a little time, will you? Layers of guilt added on to the burden she already carried. It really wrecked her. I'd really like to keep her focused on something else until she settles with it. He drew a deep breath, shuddered it out. Beneath his tearing grief was gratitude that someone he trusted would care for his godchild. You'll close it then, personally, and give me all the data? I'll close it, Feeney. I promise you. He nodded, rubbed his hands over his face. Okay. I'm sorry I jumped you. It's all right. It doesn't matter. She hesitated, then put her hand on his arm, squeezed lightly. Go home, Feeney. You don't want to be here today. I guess I will. He put a hand on the door. She was a sweetheart, Dallas, he said quietly. My God, I don't want to go to another funeral. When he left, Eve sank into her chair. Misery and guilt and anger twisted around her throat like barbs. She rose again, grabbed her bag. She was, she told herself, in the perfect mood to meet Selina Cross. How do you want to play it? Peabody asked as they pulled up in front of an elegant old building downtown. Straight. I want her to know Alice talked to me, and that I suspect her of harassment, dealing, and conspiracy to murder. If she's got any brains, she'll know I don't have anything solid, but I'll give her something to think about. Eve stepped out of the car and approached the security screen.
Please state your name and your business.
Lieutenant Eve Dallas and aide NYPSD. She held up her badge to be scanned. To see Selina Cross.
Are you expected?
Oh, I don't think she'll be surprised.
You are cleared to enter, Lieutenant. Please proceed to Elevator 1. It is already programmed.
Fine. Eve looked up, caught the shadow of movement behind the topmost glass. Look, Official Peabody, she murmured as they approached the heavily grilled front doors. We're under observation. Like a viewing parlor, the lobby area was heavily into red. A two-headed serpent slithered over the blood-red carpet. The gold threads of its eyes glinted as it watched a black-robed figure slice a curved knife over the throat of a white goat. Lovely art. Eve lifted a brow as Peabody carefully picked her way around the snake. Wool doesn't bite. You can't be too careful. She glanced back as they stepped to the elevator. I really hate snakes. My brother used to catch them out in the woods and chase me with them. Always had a phobia. The ride up was smooth and fast, but it gave Eve enough time to detect yet another security camera in the small mirrored car. The doors opened into a spacious foyer with floors of black marble. Twin red velvet settees flanked an archway and boasted carved arms of snarling wolves. A floral arrangement speared out of a pot shaped like a boar's head. Wolfbane, Peabody said quietly. Belladonna, foxglove, skullcap, peyote. She shrugged at Eve's considering look. My mother's an amateur botanist. I can tell you that's not your usual flower arrangement. But the usual is so tedious, isn't it? They got their first face-to-face look at Selina Cross exactly as she wanted to be seen. Flanked by the archway in a snug black dress that brushed the floor, her feet bare with the toenails painted a violent red, she posed and smiled. Her skin was vampire white.
the slash of red over her full lips, glossy as fresh blood. Her eyes glittered green and feline in a narrow, undoubtedly witch-like face that wasn't beautiful, but was eerily compelling. Her hair fell black against black from that rigid center part to her waist. Lieutenant Dallas and Officer Peabody, isn't it? What interesting visitors on such a dull day. Will you come in? Are you alone, Miss Cross? It would simplify this if we could speak with Mr. Alban as well. Oh, what a shame. Alban's busy this morning. Sit down. She gestured. Every seat boasted the heads or claws or beaks of some predator. Can I offer you something? We'll skip the refreshments. What can I do for you? Alice Lingstrom was killed early this morning. Yes, I know. She continued to smile pleasantly, as though discussing the weather. I could tell you I witnessed the accident through my scrying mirror, but I doubt you'd believe that. Of course, I'm not one to disdain technology and often watch the news and other forms of entertainment on screen. The information's been public for hours. You knew her? Of course. She was a pupil of mine for a time. A dissatisfactory one, as it turned out. Alice complained to you about my tutelage. It wasn't framed as a question, but she waited, as if for an answer. If you mean she reported to me that she was drugged, sexually abused, and was a witness to an atrocity, then yes, she complained. Drugs, sex, and atrocities. Selina let out a laugh. What an imagination our little Alice had. A shame she couldn't use it to broaden her vision. How is your imagination, Lieutenant Dallas? She flicked a hand. In the small marble fireplace, flames burst to life. Peabody jolted, didn't manage to muffle a yelp, but neither woman acknowledged her. They continued to stare, unblinking, at each other. Or may I call you Eve? No, you can call me Lieutenant Dallas. It's a little warm for a fire, don't you think? And a bit early in the day for parlor tricks. I like it warm. You have excellent nerves, Lieutenant. I also have a low tolerance for grifters and dealers and child killers. Am I all of that? Prove it. I will. Where were you last night between the hours of 1 and 3 a.m.? I was here, in my ritual room, with Alban and a young initiate we call Lobar. We were engaged in a private sexual ceremony from midnight until nearly dawn. Lobar is young and enthusiastic. I'll want to talk to them both. You can contact Lobar any evening between 8 and 11 at our club. As for Alban, I don't keep his schedule, but he is generally here or at the club. Most nights. Unless you believe in magic, Lieutenant, you're wasting your time. I could hardly have been here, fucking 2 very entertaining men, and out luring poor Alice to her death. Is that what you consider yourself, a magician? Eve glanced toward the still-burning fire with a mild sneer. That's nothing more than trickery and distraction of the eye. You can be licensed to juggle on the streets for 2,000 credits a year. Selina's muscles quivered as she sat forward. Her eyes were burning now, as the fire did. I am a high priestess of the Dark Lord. Our numbers are legion, and I have powers that would make you weep. I don't cry easily, Ms. Cross. Ah, a temper, Eve thought with satisfaction, an easily ruffled pride. You're not dealing with an impressionable girl now, or her frightened grandfather. Which one of your legion called Alice last night and played a tape of chanting threats? I have no idea what you're talking about, and you're beginning to bore me. The black feather on the windowsill was a nice touch, or simulated feather, I should say, but she wouldn't have known that. Are you into droid pets, Ms. Cross? Idly, Selina lifted a hand, skimmed it through, then down her hair. I don't care for pets at all. No cats and ravens. How predictable that would be. Alice believed you were a shapeshifter. Care to give us a demonstration of that little talent? Selina's nails began to tap. Eve's tone was as insulting as a slap.
I'm not here to entertain you or to be mocked by your small mind. Is that what you call it? Were you entertaining Alice with cats and birds and threatening chance over her link? Was she such a threat to you? She was nothing to me but an unfortunate failure. You were seen selling illegals to Frank Wojcinski. The abrupt switch had Selina blinking. If that were true, we wouldn't be having this discussion in my home, but in interview. I'm an herbalist, again licensed, and I often sell or trade perfectly legal substances. Do you grow your herbs here? As a matter of fact, I do, and distill my potions and medications. I'd like to see them. Why don't you show me your work area? You'll need a warrant for that, and we both know you haven't cause for one. You're right. I guess that's why Frank didn't bother with a warrant. Eve rose slowly, spoke softly. You knew he was on to you. But did you suspect he might get in here inside? You didn't see that in your magic ball, did you? Eve said when Selina's breath shortened and thickened. What would you think if I told you he was in your house, and he documented what he saw and what he found? You have nothing. Nothing. Selina sprang to her feet. He was an aging man with slow wits and bad reflexes. I made him for a cop the first time he tried to tail me. He was never in my home. He told you nothing when he was alive, and he can't tell you anything now. No? Don't you believe in talking to the dead, Ms. Cross? I make my living at it. And do you think I don't recognize smoke and mirrors, Lieutenant? Her spectacular breasts strained against the material of her dress as she struggled to even her breathing. Alice was a foolish girl who believed she could flirt with dark forces, then run back to her pathetic white magic and tidy little family. She paid the price for her ignorance and her cowardice. But not at my hand. I have nothing more to say to you. That'll do for now. Peabody. She started toward the archway. Your fire's going out, Miss Cross, she said mildly. Pretty soon, you're going to have nothing but a mess of ashes. Selina stood where she was, shaking with rage. When the door closed and security engaged, she balled her hands into fists and screamed with temper. A panel on the wall slid open. The man who stepped out was tall and golden. His chest gleamed and rippled with muscle. The tattoo over his heart was of a horned goat. Alban! Selina ran to him, threw her arms around him. There, my love. His voice was deep, soothing. You mustn't unbalance your chakras. Fuck my chakras! She was weeping now. I hate her! I hate her! She has to be punished! With a sigh, he let her go, to storm the room, cursing, smashing crockery. He knew the temper would pass more quickly if he stood back and let it purge. I want her dead, Alban, dead! I want her to suffer agonies, to scream for mercy, to bleed and writhe and bleed. She insulted me. She challenged me. She all but laughed in my face. She doesn't believe, Selina. She has no vision. Exhausted as always after a fit of temper, she collapsed on the settee. Cops. I've hated them all my life. We'll have to be careful with her. She's very high profile. But we'll think of something, won't we? Of course we will. We'll make a believer out of her, won't we, Alban? She'll believe. We should perform a ceremony tonight. Call together the entire coven for a black mass. We need power, Alban. She isn't weak, and she wants to destroy us. She won't. With affection now, he stroked her cheek. She can't. After all, she's only a cop with no past and a limited future. But you're right, of course. We'll call the coven. We'll perform the rite. And, I think, we'll provide Lieutenant Dallas with a distraction or two. She won't have the time or inclination to worry over much about little Alice for long. Fresh arousal rippled through her, a dark wave that flooded into her eyes. Who dies? You have only to choose. You really pissed her off. Peabody struggled to ignore the light sweat of fear that dried on her skin as Eve drove away from the building. That was the idea. Now that I know control isn't her strong point, I'll be sure to piss her off again. She's all ego, Eve decided. Imagine, thinking we'd fall for a second-rate trick like that fire. Yeah, Peabody managed a sickly smile. Imagine. Eve tucked her tongue in her cheek and decided against ragging on her aide. Since we're into witches, let's swing by and check out this Isis at Spirit Quest. She slid her eyes right. Well, maybe she'd rag just a little. You can probably buy a talisman or some herbs, she said solemnly. You know, to ward off evil. Shopping wasn't something Eve considered one of the small pleasures in life. She avoided, whenever possible, the shops and boutiques in, above, and below Manhattan. She shuddered at the very thought of a trip to one of the sky malls. She imagined her outward resistance to the consumption of merchandise was the primary reason Isis pegged her as a cop the minute she stepped into Spirit Quest. If witches were what she was dealing with, Eve decided, Isis and Selina couldn't have been more dramatically opposed in appearance. Selina had been pale and slim and feline. Isis was an exotic Amazon of a female with gypsy curls of flaming red, round black eyes, and cheekbones that could have carved wood. Welcome. Her lips curved, but it was a smile of grieving rather than pleasure. Alice's cop. Eve lifted a brow as she took out her shield. You'd be Isis, then? I would. You'll wish to talk. Excuse me. She walked to the door and turned a hand-lettered sign to close. When she turned back, her eyes were intense, her mouth grim. You bring dark shadows into my light. She clings. Oh, such a stench. At Eve's narrowed look, she inclined her head. Selina. I came here to talk about Alice. Yes, I know. Will you sit? She gestured to a corner where two chairs flanked a round table etched with symbols. Eve took a seat. When did you last see or speak with Alice? On the night she died.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on side 1 of cassette number 2. This is cassette number 2.
Eve took a seat. When did you last see or speak with Alice? On the night she died. At what time? I believe it was about 2 a.m. She was already dead, Isis added, folding her large, beautiful hands. You saw her after she was dead. Her spirit came to me. You find this foolish, I understand, but I can only tell you what is and was. I was asleep, and I awoke. She was there, beside the bed. I knew we'd lost her. She feels she's failed. Herself, her family, me. Her spirit is restless and full of grief. Her body's dead, Isis. That's my concern. Yes. Isis picked up a smooth, rose-colored stone from the table, worried it in her hand. Even for me, with my beliefs, it's difficult to accept her death. So young, so bright. The huge dark eyes swam. I loved her very much, as you would a younger sister. But it wasn't meant for me to save her in this life. Her spirit will return, be reborn. I know we'll meet again. Fine. Let's concentrate on this life and this death. Isis blinked back the tears and managed a quick, genuine smile. How tedious you must find all of this. You have such a logical mind. I want to help you, Dallas. For Alice, for myself, perhaps for yourself as well. I recognize you. I gathered that. No, from another time, another place, another plane. She spread her hands. I last saw Alice alive on the day of her grandfather's memorial service. She blamed herself, was determined to make an atonement. She'd strayed for a time, been misled, but she had a strong and bright heart. Her family was dear to her, and she was afraid, desperately afraid of what Selina would do to her body and soul. You know Selina Cross? Yes, we've met. In this life? Eve asked dryly, and made Isis smile again. In this life, and others. She's no threat to me, but she is dangerous. She seduces the weak, the confused, and those who prefer her way. Her claims to be a witch, she is no witch. We who embrace the craft do so in the light and live by an unbreakable code. And it harm none. She used what pitiful power she has to call on the dark, to exploit its violence, its ugliness. We know what evil is, Dallas. We've both seen it. Whatever form it takes doesn't change its basic nature. We can agree on that. Why would she harm Alice? Because she could. Because she would enjoy it. There's no question that she's responsible for this death. You won't find it easy to prove it. You won't give up. Isis kept her eyes on Eve's. Selina will be surprised and infuriated by your tenacity, your strength. Death offends you, and the death of the young cuts small slices from your heart. You remember too well, but not all. You weren't born Eve Dallas, but you've become her, and she you. When you stand by the dead, stand for the dead, nothing moves you aside. His death was necessary for your life. Stop, Eve ordered. Why should it haunt you? Isis's breathing was slow and thick, her eyes dark and clear. The choice was made correctly. Innocence was lost, but strength took its place. For some, it must be so. Abruptly, she blinked. Her eyes clouded as she lifted a hand to press fingers to her temple. I'm sorry, I didn't intend... She let out a quiet moan, squeezed her eyes shut. Headache. Vicious. Excuse me 1 minute. She got shakily to her feet and hurried into the back. Jesus. Dallas, do you know what she was talking about? His death was necessary for your life. My father, Eve thought, fighting off a shudder. A cold room, a dark night, and blood on the knife clutched in a desperate child's hand. No, it's just gibberish. Her palms were damp, infuriating her. These people figure they have to pull out some magic tricks to keep us interested. I studied at the Kaczynski Institute in Prague, Isis said as she stepped back into the room, and was studied. She set a small cup aside, managed a smile as the headache eased. My psychic abilities are documented for those who need documentation. But I apologize, Dallas. I didn't intend to drift in that manner. It's very rare for it to happen without my consciously controlling it. She came back to sit as she spoke, spread the skirts of her robe gracefully. It would be sheer hell to be privy to thoughts and memories without some power to control and block. I don't like to pry into personal thoughts. And it hurts, she added, gently rubbing her temple again. I want to help you do what Alice wanted, so she can rest. I want, for personal and selfish reasons, to see Selina pay the proper price for what she's responsible for. I'll do whatever I can, whatever you'll allow me to do, to help you. Tell me what you know about Selina Cross. I know she's a woman without conscience or morals. I would think your term would be sociopath, but I find that too simple and too clean for what she is. I prefer the more direct term of evil. She's a clever woman with a skill for reading weaknesses. As for her power, what she can read or see or do, I can't say. What about Alban? About him I know next to nothing. She keeps him close. I assume he's her lover, and she finds him useful, or she would have dispatched him by now. This club of hers? Isis smiled thinly. I don't frequent such establishments. But you know of it. One hears gossip. She lifted her broad shoulders. Dark ceremonies, black masses, the drinking of blood, human sacrifices, rape, murder, infanticide, the calling up of demons. Then she sighed. But then you might hear such talk about Wiccans from those who have no understanding of the craft, and who see black-draped crones and eye of newt when they think of witches. Alice claimed to have seen a child murdered. Yes, I believe she did. She couldn't have invented such a thing. She was in shock and ill when she came to me. I did what I could for her, such as encouraging her to report the incident to the police. That was for her to decide. Isis lifted her chin. I was more concerned with the emotional and spiritual survival. The child was already lost. I had hoped to save Alice from the same fate. Eve angled her head. Selina treated us to a little demonstration of what she'd call power. It impressed Peabody. It caught me off guard, Peabody muttered. Isis threw back her head and laughed. Should I call up the wind, summon the dead, strike the cold fire? Really, Dallas, you believe in none of that, so it would be a waste of my time and energy. But perhaps you'd be interested in observing one of our gatherings. We have one at the end of next week. I can arrange it. I'll think about it. You will be welcome at the next gathering should you choose to attend. Rourke will also be welcome. She smiled at Peabody. And your aid. The Athame slicked a high-gloss sheen over depravity like the baby-kissing smile on a corrupt politician. One scan convinced Eve she'd have preferred to spend an evening in a low-level dive, smelling stale liquor and staler sweat. Dives don't bother with disguises. The central bar speared out in 5 points, and each was crowded with patrons perched on high stools fashioned to resemble optimistically exaggerated body parts. A couple of women decked out in microskirts sat spread-legged on a pair of bulging flesh-toned cocks and laughed uproariously. All the walls were mirrored, and they pulsed with cloudy red lights. Some of the tables flanking the dance floor were tubed for privacy. Some were smoked so that silhouettes of couples in various states of fornication wavered against the glass to entertain the crowd, and all were coated with a shiny black lacquer that made them resemble small, dark pools. On a raised platform, the band pumped out harsh and clever rock. Eve wondered what Mavis would think of their wildly painted faces, tattooed chests, and black leather studded with silver spikes. She decided her friend would probably have dubbed them Mag. Do we sit? Rourke murmured in her ear, or taste the joint? We go up, she decided, for the overview. What's that smell? He stepped onto the auto stairs with her. Cannabis? Incense? Sweat? She shook her head. There was something under that mix, something metallic. Blood. Fresh blood. He'd caught it as well. In a place like this, they put it in the air vents for mood enhancement. Charming. They stepped off onto the second level. There were a dozen privacy rooms on this level, all with heavy black doors. A woman in a sheer black gown glided up to them. Welcome to the master's level. Do you have a reservation? Enough was enough, Eve thought. She flipped out her badge. I'm not interested in what you're selling here. Fine food and wine, the hostess said, after only a quick hitch at the sight of police identification. You'll find we're completely within code here, Lieutenant. However, if you wish to speak with the owner, I've already done that. I want to see Lobar. Where do I find him? He doesn't work this level. With the subtlety and discretion that would have made the poshest maitre d' proud, the hostess steered Eve back toward the stairs. If you will go to the main level, you will be met, and a table provided. I'll contact Lobar and send him to you. Fine. Eve studied her, saw an attractive woman in her mid-20s. Why do you do this? She asked, and glanced at one of the screens where a woman screamed and struggled as she was strapped to a raised slab of marble. How can you do this? The hostess merely glanced down at Eve's badge, then smiled sweetly. How can you do that? She countered, and drifted away. I'm letting it get to me, Eve admitted as they headed down to the main level. I know better. Pigs, was all Eve had to say, then looked into gleaming red eyes. Your table is this way. The young man smiled, revealing gleaming teeth with incisors sharpened to vicious fangs. He turned. His hair streamed down his naked back, black, tipped with red like flames. He opened the rounded door on a privacy tube, stepped in ahead of them. I'm Lobar. He grinned again. I've been expecting you. He might have been pretty without the affectation of vampire fangs and demon eyes. As it was, Eve thought he looked like an overgrown child dressed up for Halloween. If he was of legal age, she deduced it couldn't have been by much. His chest was thin and hairless, his arms slim as a girl's, but she didn't think it was the red tint of his eyes that took away his innocence. It was the look in them. Sit down, Lobar. Sure. He dropped into a chair. I'll have a drink. You're buying, he told Eve. You want my time during work hours? You gotta pay. He punched out a selection on the electronic menu, adjusted his chair so that he could see the view screen. You got ID, Lobar? He peeled his lips back from his fangs, lifted his hands palm out. Not on me, unless you think I got secret pockets in my skin. What's your legal name? His smile disappeared, and his eyes were suddenly the sulky eyes of a child. It's Lobar. That's who I am. I don't have to answer your questions, you know. I'm cooperating. You're a real sterling citizen. Eve waited while his drink slid out of the serving slot. Alice Lingstrom. What do you know about her? Not much, except she was a dumb bitch. He sipped the drink. She hung around for a while, then went crying off. It was fine with me. The master doesn't need any weaklings. The master? He sipped again, smiled. Satan, he said, relishing it. You believe in Satan? Sure. He leaned forward, slid his hand with its long, black-painted nails toward Eve. And he believes in you. Careful, Rourke murmured. You're too young and stupid to lose a hand. Lobar snorted, but he slid his hand back again. You watchdog, he said to Eve. You rich watchdog. We know who you are, he added, fixing his red eyes on Rourke. Big fucking deal. You don't have any power here, and neither does your cop bitch. I'm not his cop bitch, Eve said mildly, shooting a warning glance at Rourke. I'm my own cop bitch. And as to power, she leaned back. Well, I've got the power to take you down to Cop Central and slap you into interview. She smiled, letting her gaze run over the naked chest and gleaming nipple rings. The guys would just love to get a load of you. Cute, isn't he, Rourke? In an apprentice demon sort of fashion, you must have a very interesting dentist. As it was a privacy booth, he took out a cigarette, lighted it. I could use one of those, Lobar said. Could you? With a shrug, Rourke slid another cigarette onto the table. When Lobar picked it up, looked at him expectantly. Rourke grinned. Sorry, you want a light? I assumed you'd shoot flame out of your fingertips. I don't do tricks for straights. Lobar leaned forward, sucking on the filter as Rourke flicked his lighter at the tip. Look, you want to know about Alice, and I can't help you. She wasn't my type. Too inhibited and always asking questions. Sure, I banged her a couple of times, but those were like community fucks, you know. Nothing personal. And on the night she was killed, he blew out smoke, sucked more in. He hadn't had real tobacco before, and the expensive drug made him lightheaded and relaxed. Never saw her. I was busy. I had a private ceremony with Selena and Alban. Sexual rites. After, we fucked most of the night. He took another deep drag, holding it in as he would a toke from a prime joint, then exhaling lustily through his nostrils. Selina likes double bangers, and when she's done, she likes to watch and get herself off. It was dawn, easy before she'd had enough. And the three of you were together the entire night. No one left, even for a few minutes. He moved his bony shoulders. That's the thing about three people. No waiting. He lowered his gaze suggestively to her breasts. Wanna try it? You don't want to solicit a cop, Lobar. And I like men, not skinny boys in silly costumes. Who called Alice and played the chant? He was sulky again, his ego pricked. If she'd come alone, he thought, he'd have shown her a few things. A bitch was a bitch as far as he was concerned, badge or no badge. I don't know what you're talking about. Alice was nothing. Nobody gave a shit about her. Her grandfather did. Heard he was dead, too. The red eyes gleamed. Old fart. Desk cop. Button pusher. Means nothing to me. Enough to know he was a cop, Eve put in. A cop who rode a desk. How'd you know that, Lobar? Realizing his mistake, he crushed out what was left of the cigarette in quick, vicious little jabs. Somebody must have mentioned it. He exposed his fangs in a wide grin. Probably Alice did, while I was banging her. Doesn't say much for your performance rating, does it? If she was talking about a grandfather when you were banging her? I heard it somewhere, all right. What's the big fucking deal where? He was old, anyway. Did you ever see him? In here? I see a lot of people in here. I don't remember any old cop. He waved a hand. Place rocks like this most every night. How the hell do I know who comes in? Selina hired me to keep the occasional asshole in line, not to remember faces. Selina's got quite the enterprise going here. Is she still dealing? She deal for you? His eyes went sly. I get power from my beliefs. I don't need illegals. Have you ever participated in human sacrifice? Ever sliced up a child for your master, Lobar? He polished off his drink. That's an outsider's hallucination. People like you like to make Satanists out to be monsters. People like us, Rourke murmured, skimming his gaze over Lobar from the fire-tipped hair to the nipple rings. Yes, obviously we're biased when anyone can see you're simply devout. Look, it's a religion, and we've got freedom of religion in this country. You want to push your God down our throats? Well, we reject him. We reject him and all his weak-kneed creeds, and we'll rule in hell. He shoved back from the table and stood. I've got nothing more to say. All right, Eve spoke quietly, looking up into his eyes. But you think about this, Lobar. People are dead. Somebody's going to be next. It might just be you. His lips trembled, then firmed. It might just be you, he shot back, and slammed out of the booth. What an attractive young man, Rourke commented. I do believe he'll be a delightful addition to hell. That may be where he's going. After a quick glance around, Eve nudged the empty glass into her bag. I want to find out where he came from. I can run his prints at home. Fine. He rose, took her arm. But I want a shower first. This place leaves something nasty coated on the skin. I can't argue with that. Robert Allen Matthias, Eve stated, reading data off her monitor, turned 18 6 months ago. Born in Kansas City, Kansas, son of Jonathan and Elaine Matthias, both of whom are Baptist deacons. A PK, Rourke put in. Preacher's kid. Some can rebel in extreme manners. Looks like little Bobby has. History of problems, Eve continued. I got his juvie file here. Petty theft, break-in, truancy, assault. Ran away from home 4 times before he hit 13. At 15, after a joyride that landed him a grand theft auto, his parents had him termed legally incorrigible. Did a year at state school, which ended with him being kicked to a state institution after an attempted rape on a teacher. Bobby's a sweetheart, Rourke murmured. I knew there was a reason I wanted to jab his little red eyes out. They kept latching onto your breasts. Yeah. Unconsciously,
Eve rubbed a hand over them as if to erase something vile. Psych profile's pretty much what you'd expect. Sociopath tendencies, lack of control, violent mood swings, harbors deep unresolved resentment toward parents and authority figures, particularly female, displays both fear and resentment toward females. Intelligence rating high, violence quotient high. Subject displays complete lack of conscience and an abnormal interest in the occult. Then what is he doing out on the street? Why isn't he in treatment? Because it's the law. You have to kick him out when he turns 18. Until you nail him as an adult, he's clear. Eve blew out air. He's a dangerous little bastard, but there's not much I can do about him. He corroborates Selina's statement for the night of Alice's death. He'd have been instructed to, Rourke pointed out. Still sticks unless I can break it. She pushed back. I've got his current address. I can check it out, knock on doors, see if his neighbors can give me something on him. If I can get him in on something, lay on some pressure, I think little Bobby would break. Otherwise we keep digging. She rubbed her eyes. Sooner or later, he'll revert to type, bust somebody's face, assault some woman, kick the wrong ass. Then we'll lock him in a cage. Your job is miserable. Most of the time, she agreed, then looked over her shoulder. Are you tired? Depends. He glanced at the screen where Lobar's data scrolled. He had an image of her diving deeper, spending the quiet hours of night wading through the muck. He didn't bother to sigh. What do you need? You. She could feel her color rise as he lifted a curious brow. I know it's late, and it's been a long day. I guess I was thinking of it kind of like the shower. Something to wash away the grime. Embarrassed, she turned back, stared hard at the screen. Stupid. It was always hard for her to ask, he mused, for anything. Not the most romantic proposal I've ever had. He laid his hands on her shoulders, massaged gently, but far from stupid. Disengage, he ordered, and the screen went dark. He turned her chair around, drew her to her feet. Come to bed. Rourke. She put her arms around him, held tight. She couldn't explain how or why the images she'd seen that night had left something inside her shaky. With him she didn't have to. I love you. Smiling a little, she lifted her head and looked into his eyes. It's getting easier to say. I think I'm starting to like it. With a short laugh, he pressed a kiss to her chin. Come to bed, he repeated, and say it again. The steady beep of an alarm had Eve rolling over and cursing. It can't be time to get up. We just went to bed. It's not. That's security. What? Now she sat up quickly. Our security? Rourke was already out of bed, already pulling on slacks, and answered with a grunt. Instinctively, Eve reached for her weapon first, clothes second. Someone's trying to break in? Apparently, someone has. His voice was very calm. As the lights were still off, she could see only his silhouette in the scattered light of the moon through the sky window. And joining that silhouette was the unmistakable outline of a gun in his hand. Where the hell did you get that? I thought they were all locked up. God damn it, Rourke, that's illegal. Put it away. No. Damn it. She snatched up her communicator, shoved it in the back pocket of her jeans out of habit. You can't use that thing. I'll check it out. That's my job. You call dispatch, report a possible intruder. No, he said again, and started for the door. She was on him in 2 steps. If someone's on the grounds or in the house, and if you shoot him with that, I'm going to have to arrest you. Fine. He opened the door, and there was Somerset. It appears there is someone on the grounds. Where's the breach? Section 15, southwest quadrant. Run a full video scan. Employ full house security when we're out. Even I will check the grounds. Absently, he ran a hand down her back. A good thing I live with a cop. She looked down at the gun in his hand. Attempting to disarm him would likely prove unsuccessful, and it would take too much time.
We're going to talk about this, she said between her teeth. I mean it. Of course you do. They went side by side down the stairs, through the now silent house. They haven't gotten in, he said, as he paused by a door leading onto a wide patio. The alarm for a breach of the house is different, but they're over the wall, which means they could be anywhere. The moon was waxing toward full, but the clouds were thick and shadowed its light. Eve scanned the dark, the sheltering trees, and the huge ornamental bushes. All provided excellent cover for observation, or ambush. She heard nothing but the air teasing leaves going brittle with age. We'll have to separate. For Christ's sake, don't use that weapon unless your life's threatened. Most B&E men aren't armed. And most B&E men, they both knew, didn't attempt to ply their trade on a man like Rourke. Be careful, he said quietly, and slipped like smoke into the shadows. He was good, Eve reassured herself. She could trust him to handle himself in the situation. Using the dim and shifting moonlight as a guide, she headed west, then began to circle. When she reached the wall, she scanned for any breach. It was 8 feet high, 3 feet thick, and wired to deliver a discouraging electric shock to anything over 20 pounds. Security cameras and lights were set every 12 feet. She whispered out an oath when she noted the narrow beams were blinking red rather than green. Disengaged, son of a bitch. Weapon drawn and ready, she circled to the south. Rourke did his own circuit in silence, using the trees. He'd bought this property 8 years before, had had it remodeled and rehabbed to his specifications. He'd supervised the design and implementation of the security system personally. It was, in a very real sense, his first home. Beneath the icy control, as he slipped from shadow to shadow, was a babbling, grinding fury that his home had been invaded. He wondered if he was up against a very ballsy thief. Or it could be someone much more dangerous. A pro hired by a business competitor. An enemy. And he hadn't fought his way to where he was without making them, particularly since many of his interests had been on the dark side of the law. Or the target could be Eve. She, too, had made enemies, dangerous enemies. He glanced over his shoulder, hesitated, then told himself not to second-guess his wife. He knew of no one better equipped to take care of herself. But it was that hesitation, that instinctive need to protect, that turned his luck. As he paused in the shadows, he caught the faint sound of movement. Rourke took a firmer grip on the gun, stepped back, and stepped to the side, and waited. The figure was moving slowly in a crouch. As the distance between them melted away, Rourke could hear the puff of nervous breathing. Though he couldn't make out features, he judged male, perhaps 5'10", and on the lean side. He could see no weapon, and thinking of the difficulty Eve might have explaining why her husband had held off an intruder with a banned handgun, tucked it into the back of his slacks. He braced, looking forward to a little hand-to-hand, then lunged when the figure slunk by. Rourke had an arm around a throat, a fist clenched and raised in anticipation of quiet, perhaps petty revenge, when he realized it wasn't a man, but a boy. "Hey, you son of a bitch, let go! I'll kill you!" A very rude and very frightened boy, Rourke decided. The struggle was short and all one-sided. It took seconds only for Rourke to pin the boy against the trunk of a tree. "How the hell did you get inside?" Rourke demanded. The kid's breath was coming in whistles, and his face was pale as a ghost. Rourke could hear the audible click in his throat as he swallowed. "You're Rourke." He stopped struggling and tried to smirk. "You've got pretty good security." "I like to think so." Not a thief, Rourke decided, but ballsy, certainly. "How did you get past it?" He broke off, eyes going huge as they shot over Rourke's shoulder. "Behind you!" With a smoothness the boy would later appreciate, Rourke pivoted, keeping his grip unbreakable. "We have our intruder, Lieutenant." "So I see." She lowered her weapon. "Jesus, Rourke, it's just a kid. She stopped, narrowed her eyes. "I know this kid." "Then perhaps you'd introduce us." "It's Jamie, right? Jamie Lingstrom. Alice's brother." Good eye, Lieutenant. Now you want to tell him to stop choking me?
I don't think so. What the hell are you doing breaking into private property in the middle of the night? You're a cop's grandson, for Christ's sake. You want to end up in juvie? I'm not your big problem right now, Lieutenant Dallas. You've got a dead body outside the wall. Really dead, he added, and began to shake. Did you kill someone, Jamie? Rourke asked mildly. No, man, no way! He was there when I came by! Terrified his stomach would revolt and humiliate him, Jamie swallowed hard again. I'll show you. If it was a trick, Eve considered it a fine one. She couldn't take a chance. All right, let's go. And if you try to run, pal, I'll zap you. Wouldn't make any sense to run, would it, when I went to all this trouble to get in? This way. I'd like to know how you got in, Rourke said as they headed for the main gate. How you bypass security. I fool around with electronics. A hobby. You've got a really high-grade system, the best. So I thought. I guess I didn't disengage all the alarms. You knew I was here. You got in, Rourke repeated. How? This. Jamie pulled a small palm-sized unit out of his pocket. It's a jammer I've been working on for a couple of years. It'll read most systems, he began, frowning when Rourke plucked it out of his hand. When you engage this, he continued, leaning over to point, it'll scan the chips, run a cloning program. Then it's just a matter of backing out of the program step by step. Takes some time, but it's pretty efficient. Rourke stared at the mechanism. It was no bigger than one of the games one of his companies manufactured. Indeed, the casing looked distressingly familiar. You adapted a game unit into a jammer. Yourself. One that read and cloned and breached my security. Well, most of it. Jamie's eyes clouded in annoyance. I must have missed something. One of the backups, maybe. Your system must be ultra-mag. I'd like to see it. Not in this lifetime, Rourke muttered, and shoved the unit into his pocket. When they reached the gates, he disengaged and opened them manually, sliding a narrow look at Jamie as the boy craned over his shoulder to see. Way impressive, Jamie commented. I didn't figure I could get through this way. That's why I had to come over the wall. Needed a ladder. Rourke simply closed his eyes. A ladder, he said to no one in particular. He climbed up a ladder. Lovely. And the cameras? Oh, I blanked them from across the street. The unit's got a range of 10 yards. Lieutenant, Rourke snagged Jamie by the collar. I want him punished. Later. Now where's this body you're supposed to have seen? The cocky smile fell away from his face. To the left, he told her, paling again. Keep a hold of him, Rourke. Stay here. I've got him, Rourke replied, but he'd be damned if he'd stay back. He tugged Jamie through the gate, met Eve's annoyed stare blandly. Our home, our problem. She said something nasty under her breath and turned left. She didn't have to go far. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't subtle. The body was naked and strapped to a wooden form in the shape of a star. No, she realized, a pentagram, inverted so that the head with its dead doll eyes and gaping throat hung over the bloody sidewalk. The arms were outstretched, the legs parted in a wide V. The center of his chest was a mass of black blood and gore, the whole hacked out of it, bigger than a man's fist. She doubted the M.E. would find a heart inside when he opened the body for autopsy. She heard the choked sound behind her and turned to see Rourke shift his grip on Jamie and step over to shield the boy from the view. Lobar, was all he said. Yeah. She stepped closer. Whoever had taken his heart had also plunged a knife through a sheet of paper and through his groin. It said, Devil Worshipper, Baby Killer, Burn in Hell. Take the boy inside, will you, Rourke? She glanced at the collapsible ladder tilted against the wall. And get rid of that. Pass the kid off to Somerset for now. I can't leave the scene. Will you bring me my field kit? Yes. Come on, Jamie. I know who he is.
tears swam in Jamie's eyes and were viciously blinked away. "He's one of the bastards who killed my sister. I hope he rots." Because his voice had broken at the end, Rourke slipped an arm around his shoulder. "He will. Come inside. Let the lieutenant do her job." With her gaze still fixed on the body, Eve pulled out her communicator. "Dispatch. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve."
Dispatch acknowledged.
"Reporting homicide. Requesting assistance." She gave the necessary data, then replaced her communicator. Turning, she stared across the wide, quiet street into the dark, shifting shadows of the great park. In the east, the sky was stripping off the first layers of night, and the stars, such as they were blinking out. Murder had come into her life before, and would again, but someone would pay for bringing it into her home. She turned as Rourke approached, not only with her field kit, but her battered leather jacket. "It gets chilly this close to dawn," he said, and handed it to her. "Thanks. Jamie all right?" He and Somerset are eyeing each other with mutual dislike and distrust. "I knew I liked that kid. You can go inside and referee," she told him as she took out Seal-It and clear-coated her hands, her boots. "I've called it in. I'm staying." Since she'd already figured he would, she didn't argue. "Then make yourself useful and record the scene." She took her recorder out of the kit, passed it to him, and then covered his hand with hers. "I'm sorry." "You're too smart to be sorry for something that isn't your responsibility." "He wasn't killed here, was he?" "No." Confident that Rourke could function as her aide until Peabody arrived, Eve approached the body again. "Not nearly enough blood. He'd have gushed from the jugular. That was likely the cause of death. We'll find the other wounds are post-mortem. In any case, there'd be splatters all over hell and back. We'd be wading in it." "Record on?" "Yes." "Victim identified as Robert Matthias, also known as Lobar. White male, 18 years of age. Preliminary visual exam indicates death was caused by a sharp-bladed instrument that severed the throat." She took out a pencil light, examined the chest wound. Additional insults include a wound in the chest, probably inflicted by the same weapon. The victim's heart has been removed. The organ is not on scene. I need close-ups here, she said to Rourke. She took instruments out of her kit to calibrate. The throat wound is 6 1/4 inches across, approximately 2 inches deep. Quickly, competently, she measured and recorded the other wounds. A knife, black-handled with carving, was left in the body in the groin area to anchor what appears to be a computer-generated note on created paper. She heard the shrill sound of sirens coming closer. "Uniforms," she told Rourke. "They'll secure the scene. Not much traffic out this way at this time of night. Fortunately. The body has been strapped by leather strips to a wooden structure, pentagram shape. The small amount of blood and blood patterns indicate victim was killed and mutilated elsewhere and transported to scene. Perimeter security to be scanned. Possibility of breach onto private property beyond security gate and wall. Body discovered at approximately 4:30 a.m. by Lieutenant Eve Dallas and Rourke, residents." She turned and walked over as the first black and white screeched up to the curb. "I want a privacy screen employed. Now. Block off the street in a 20-foot perimeter. I don't want gawkers here, got it?" "Sir." The two uniforms hustled out of the car into the trunk. They wrestled out the privacy screen. "I'm going to be a while," she told Rourke. "You should go inside. Keep an eye on the kid." Wearily, she watched the cruiser cops erect the screen. "He should call his mother or something. But I don't want him to leave until I talk to him again." "I'll take care of it. I'll cancel my appointments for the day. I'll be available." "That would be best." She started to touch him, wanted to badly, then realized her sealed hands were smeared with blood and dropped them again. "It would help if you kept him occupied, kept his mind off it for now." "Oh, God damn it, Rourke, this bites." "A ritual killing," he murmured, and, understanding, laid a hand on her cheek. "But which side did it?" "I guess I'm going to be spending a lot of time interviewing witches." Rourke watched her march off and figured she was finished with him. Inside the house, he found Jamie, guarded by a visibly irritated Somerset. "You will not be allowed free range of this house," Somerset snapped out. "You will touch nothing. If you break one piece of crockery, soil 1 centimeter of fabric, I will resort to violence." Jamie continued to pace. "Well, now I'm shaking. You really put the fear of God in me, old man." "Your manners continue to disintegrate," Rourke commented as he stepped into the room. "Someone should have taught you how to show some respect for your elders." "Yeah, well, someone should have taught your guard dog to be polite to guests." "Guests don't tamper with security systems, climb over walls, and skulk around private property. You are not a guest." "I wanted to see the lieutenant. I didn't want anyone to know." "Next time, try the link," Rourke suggested. "It's all right, Somerset. I'll deal with this." "As you wish." "Where'd you find Count Boredom?" Jamie asked, and slumped into a chair. "The morgue?" Rourke sat on the arm of a sofa, took out a cigarette. "Somerset can eat runts like you for breakfast," he said mildly. "Right." Still, Jamie sent a cautious look toward the doorway. "You got anything to eat around here? It's been like hours since I had anything." Rourke blew out smoke. "You want me to feed you now?" "Well, you know, we gotta hang anyway. Might as well eat." Cheeky little bastard, Rourke thought, not without admiration. Only youth, he supposed, could have an appetite after seeing what was outside the wall. "And what did you have in mind? Crepes? An omelet?" "I was thinking more of pizza, maybe a burger." He fixed on a winning smile. "My mom's a real nutrition fanatic. We only get health shit at home." "It's 5 a.m. and you want pizza?" "Pizza goes down smooth any time." You may be right. And he thought he could use something himself, after all. "Let's go, then." Rourke swung through a door into a huge kitchen. "Wow! Ultimate! You got people who, cook things by hand and stuff?" "It's been known to happen." Rourke watched the boy prowl, toy with controls on the CompuRange, the Sub-Zero refrigerator. "It's not going to happen this morning." He walked to a large auto chef. "What is it then, pizza or burger?" Jamie grinned. "Both? I could probably drink a gallon of Pepsi." "We'll start with a tube." Rourke programmed the auto chef. "Sit down, Jamie." Frigid. But he kept his eye on Rourke as he slid onto the padded bench of a breakfast nook. "You'll want to contact your mother," he said. "You can use the link there." "No, she's zoned. She can't handle it." "Alice. She's tranked out. The viewing's tonight." "I see." And because he did, Rourke let it drop. He took a large bubbling pizza from the auto chef. He set it, then the burger that followed, on the table. Rockin' A! With the appetite of the young, Jamie grabbed the burger and bit in. "Man, it's meat!" he said with his mouth full. "It's meat!" It took a master not to let his mouth twitch. "You'd prefer soy?" Rourke asked politely. "Veggie?" "No way!" Jamie grinned. "Really decent, thanks." Without shame, Jamie transferred pizza to his plate. "Mom's real worried about junk intake, so I've got to sneak real food in. You know how moms are." "No, actually, I don't. I'll take your word." Jamie shrugged. "Mom's okay, really. She's just..." He trailed off, stared down at his plate as if he wondered how food had gotten there. "She doesn't deserve this. She does the best she can. She doesn't deserve this. She loved Grandpa. They were really tight, and now Alice. Alice was really weird, but she was your sister," Rourke said quietly. "You loved her." "It shouldn't have happened to her." He lifted his gaze slowly, met Rourke's with a kind of terrifying fury. "When I find them, the one who hurt her, I'm going to kill them." "You want to be careful what you say, Jamie." Eve stepped in. Her eyes were shadowed, her face pale with fatigue.
and you want to put away any thoughts of revenge and leave investigation to the cops. They killed my sister. It hasn't been determined that your sister was a victim of homicide. Eve headed to the auto chef, programmed coffee. And you're in enough trouble, she added before he could speak, without hassling me. Be smart, Rourke said when Jamie opened his mouth again. Be quiet. Peabody stepped into the humming silence. She studied the boy, felt a little tug. She had a brother his age. With this in mind, she slapped on a smile. Pizza for breakfast? She said with determined cheer. Got more? Help yourself, Rourke invited, and patted the bench beside him in invitation. Jamie, this is Officer Peabody. My grandfather knew you. Jamie studied her with cautious, appraising eyes. Did he? Peabody picked up a slice. I don't think I ever met him. I knew about him, though. Everybody at Central was sorry when he died. He knew about you. He told me Dallas was molding you. Peabody's a cop, Eve broke in, not a lump of clay. Annoyed, she picked up the last slice of pizza, bit in. This is cold. It's great cold. Peabody winked at Jamie. Nothing better than cold pizza for breakfast. Eat while you can. Respecting her own advice, Eve took another bite. It's going to be a long day. She pinned Jamie with a glance. Starting now. Until you have a guardian or representative present, I can't record your statement or officially question you. Do you understand? I'm not an idiot, and I'm not a child. You can be quiet, Eve interrupted. With or without representation, I can toss you into juvenile lockup for trespassing if Rourke chooses to press charges. Eve, really? You be quiet, too. She rounded on him, all frustration and fatigue. This isn't a game. It's murder.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
Eve rounded on Rourke, all frustration and fatigue. This isn't a game. It's murder. And the media is outside already, sniffing blood. You're not going to be able to step outside your own house without having them jump you. Do you think that disturbs me? It disturbs me. It damn well disturbs the hell out of me. My job doesn't come here. It doesn't come here. She stopped herself, turned away. This, she realized abruptly, was what ate at her insides, chewed at her control. There was blood on her home, and she had brought it there. Steadier, she turned back. That's all beside the point for now. You have some explaining to do, she said to Jamie. Do you want to do it here or down at Central after I contact your mother? I know who the dead guy is. His name is Lobar, and he's one of the bastards who killed my sister. I saw him. Jamie's eyes were fierce, furious. Eve kept hers on his as she laid her palms on the table and leaned forward. Are you telling me that you saw Lobar kill your sister? No, but I know. I know he was one of them. I saw him with her. I saw all of them. His chin wobbled and his voice cracked, reminding her he was only 16, but his eyes stayed ageless. I got in one night, in that apartment, downtown. What apartment? Spooky Selena and asshole Alban. He shrugged a shoulder, but the movement was more nervous than cocky. I watched one of their devil shows. His hand wasn't quite steady as he picked up his drink and sucked down the last of the Pepsi. They let you observe a ceremony? They didn't let me do anything. They didn't know I was there. You could say, I let myself in. He glanced at Rourke. Their security isn't nearly as jazzy as yours. There's good news. You've been a busy boy, Jamie, Eve said evenly. Planning on cat burglary as a career? No. He didn't smile. I'm going to be a cop like you. Cops who make a habit of illegal entry end up on the wrong side of a cage. They had my sister. Were they holding her against her will? They messed with her mind. That's the same thing. Touchy area, Eve mused. She couldn't go back and stop the kid from breaking into private property. His grandfather had been a solid cop, she remembered, and had tried to do the same. The boy had simply succeeded. I'm going to do you a favor because I liked your grandfather. We're going to keep this off the record. As far as the record goes, you were never there. Never inside that place. You got that? Sure. He jerked a shoulder. Whatever. Tell me what you saw. Don't exaggerate. Don't speculate. Jamie's lips curved a little. Grandpa always said that. That's right. You want to be a cop? Give me a report. Okay. Cool. Alice was in Weird City, right? She'd been cutting classes, making noises about dropping out. Mom was really wrecked over it. She thought it was a guy, but I knew it wasn't. Not that she was talking to me. She'd stopped talking to me. He broke off then, his eyes dark and miserable. Then he shook his head, sighed once, and continued. But I knew her. Alice would get all moony over a guy, dreamy-eyed and spastic, but with this, she was different. I figured she'd started experimenting, illegals. I know my mom had talked to my grandfather, and he'd talked to Alice, but nobody was getting anywhere. So I figured I'd check it out. I followed her a couple of times. I thought it would be good practice. Surveillance. She never tagged me. None of them did. A lot of people don't see kids, or if they do, they think they're harmless idiots. Eve kept her eyes hard on his face. I don't think you're harmless, Jamie. His lips twisted in a smirk. He recognized that Eve's statement wasn't exactly flattering. So I tailed her to that club, the Athami. First time I had to wait outside. I wasn't prepared for it. She went in about 10, came out about 12 with the ghoul patrol. He smirked again when Eve lifted a brow. Okay, subject exited premises in the company of 3 individuals, 2 male, 1 female. You already got their descriptions, so I'll say they were later identified by investigator as Selina Cross, Alban, and Lobar. They proceeded east on foot, then entered multi-unit housing structure owned by Selina Cross. Investigator observed light go on in top window. After weighing the options, investigator decided to enter building. Security was bypassed with minimal to average effort. Can I have another Pepsi? Saying nothing, Rourke took the empty tube, slipped it into the recycling slot, and fetched the boy another. It was really quiet inside, Jamie continued as he broke the seal. Like dead. Dark. I had a mini light, but I didn't use it. I got upstairs, bypassed the palm plate and the cameras. The locks weren't that tricky. I figured they didn't think anybody'd have the nerve to come that far without an invite, you know. I got inside and the place was empty. I couldn't figure it. I'd seen them go in. I'd seen the light, but the place was empty. So I poked around. They've got some screwy stuff in there, and it smelled off. I was in one of the bedrooms. There's this wild statue in there. This guy with a pig head and a man's body with a really monster cock at full alert. He stopped, flushed a little as he remembered he was talking to females as well as cops. Sorry. I've seen cocks at full alert before, Eve said mildly. Go on. Okay. So I was just sort of looking at it, and this guy comes in, but he didn't see me. He got something out of a drawer, turned around, and walked out. Never even looked my way. Jamie shook his head, sipped deeply as he re-experienced the bowel liquefying fear. I got to the doorway just as he was going through the wall. Secret panel, he explained with a quick grin. I thought they were only in old videos. I gave it a couple of minutes and went in after him. You went in after him? Yeah, my luck was holding pretty good. There's this stairway, narrow. I think it was stone. I could hear music. Not really music. More like voices, sort of humming. And that off smell was stronger. The stairway turns, and there's this room, about half the size of this one, with mirrored walls, lots of candles, and more horny statues. It's smoky. Something's in the smoke, because it makes me lightheaded. I try to be careful not to breathe too much in. He stared down at the drink in his hand. This part was hard, he realized. Harder than he'd thought it would be. There's this raised platform, all this carving, some sort of words, I think, but I can't make it out. Alice is lying on it. She's naked. The three of them are standing over her saying something. Singing it, I guess, but I can't understand them. They're doing things to her, to each other. He had to swallow again. His face was bone white with high red blotches on the cheeks. They've got like sex toys and she's letting them. Both of them. And she lets them do her while that cross bitch watches. Alice just lets them. Without realizing it, Eve reached out, took his hand, let him grip her fingers hard enough to rub bone. I couldn't stay there. I was sick seeing that and the smoke, the sounds. I had to get out. His eyes were wet now as he looked up. She wouldn't have let them do that if they hadn't messed with her mind. She wasn't a slut. She wasn't. I know. Did you tell anyone? I couldn't. He swiped the back of one hand over his face. It would have killed my mom. I wanted to hit Alice with it, hit her hard with it. I was so pissed off. But I couldn't. I was embarrassed I'd seen her like that. I guess my sister... It's all right. I went back to the club a couple nights later and got in. They let you inside. I got fake ID. Places like that, they don't care if you look 12 if you got ID that says different. Security's tighter there. They've got scanners, electronic and human, every damn where. I spotted Alice with that Lobar creep. They went upstairs, all the way up to the fancy level. I couldn't get in, but I got close enough to see they'd disappeared again. So I figured there must be a room up there, too, like the one in the apartment. I was working out a way to get in after hours. Then Alice ditched them. She moved in with that ISIS character for a while, got her own place and that job, and she didn't go to the club anymore or back to the apartment. He let out a sigh. I thought she'd straightened herself out, that it had gotten through to her what creeps they were. She talked to me a little. Did she tell you about the people she'd been involved with? Not really. She just said she'd made a mistake, a terrible one, that she was like atoning, cleansing, that zip brain stuff of hers. I knew she was scared, but she talked to my grandfather, so I figured things would be mellow again. Did they kill him too? There's no evidence of that. I'm not going to discuss it with you, she added, when he lifted his haunted eyes to hers. And you're not to discuss this with anyone. You're not to go near that club or that apartment again. If you do and I find out, and I will find out, I'll slap a security bracelet on you and you won't be able to burp without a scanner picking it up. It's my family. Yes, it is. And if you want to be a cop, you'd better learn that if you can't be objective, you can't do the job. My grandfather wouldn't have been objective, Jamie said quietly. And now he's dead. She had no answer for that, so she rose. Now the problem is getting you out of here and keeping your involvement out of the media. They'll be watching the gate. There's always an alternative, Rourke commented. I'll arrange it. She had no doubt he could, and nodded. I've got to change, go down to Central. Peabody? She flicked a meaningful look in Jamie's direction. Stand by. Yes, sir. She means guard dog me, Jamie muttered as Eve and Rourke left the kitchen. Yeah. But Peabody flashed a companionable smile. Want another Pepsi? I'll take 'em out by air, Rourke told her, as he and Eve cleaned up and changed in the bedroom. By air? I've been meaning to take the mini chopper out for a spin anyway. This area isn't zoned for personal choppers. Wisely, he disguised a laugh with a cough. Say that again when you're wearing your badge. She muttered to herself and pulled on a clean shirt. Take him home, will you? I appreciate it. The kid's lucky to be alive. He's resourceful, bright, focused. Rourke smiled as he picked up the jammer, admired it. Now, if I'd had one of these at his age, oh, the possibilities. You do well enough with your magic fingers. True. He tucked the jammer in his pocket. He was going to have one of his engineers analyze and very possibly reproduce it. I'm afraid youth today doesn't appreciate the satisfaction of hands-on. If young Jamie changes his mind about law enforcement, I think I could find a nice slot for him in my little world. From my prelim, Lobar was killed at 03:30. That would be about an hour after we left the club. Hard to tell how long he'd been propped outside the gate, but at a guess, no more than 15 minutes or so before Jamie happened on him. It's not likely that whoever left Lobar hanging, let's say, stuck around, but if they did and spotted Jamie, he could be a target. I want the kid under surveillance, and until Whitney uncuffs me, I can't use a cop. Would you like me to put one of my trusted employees on him? No, but that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm bringing this home. Too many angles of it. I'm sorry. He walked to her, turned her around, caught her face in his hands. You can't separate what you do from who you are. I don't expect or want you to. What touches you touches me. That's what I expect and what I want. The last case that touched me almost killed you. She wrapped her hands around his wrist, squeezed. I need you too much. It's your own fault. Exactly. He bent down, kissed her. That's what I want as well. Go to work, Lieutenant. I'm going. She strode to the door, paused, glanced back. I don't want to hear from traffic that my husband was hot-dogging the skyways in his mini-chopper. You won't. I bribed too well. It made her laugh as she headed back down to fetch Peabody and face the first media onslaught. I don't see Nadine, Peabody murmured. She's around. Eve hit the remote for the gates. First wouldn't miss this one. Reporters streamed forward, engulfing the car, aiming their cameras, shouting their questions. Eve switched the volume on her outside speakers to blast. The investigation is ongoing. There will be an official statement at noon. Any media representative who trespasses on this property will not only be prosecuted, but will be blocked from all data. She all but slammed the gates on scrambling feet. Eve wanted to see Whitney first, but wasn't surprised to find Nadine waiting in ambush at the first-level interior glide at Central. Busy night, Dallas. That's right, and I'm still busy. There'll be a press release by noon. You can give me something now. Nadine elbowed her way onto the glide. Just a nibble, Dallas. Something I can take to the public for my 10 o'clock bumper. Dead guy, Eve said shortly. Identification withheld until next of kin are notified. So you know who he was. Got any leads on who opened his throat? My professional opinion would be someone with a sharp implement, Eve said dryly. Nadine's eyes narrowed. There's a rumor rolling around that there was a message left at the scene and that it was a ritual killing. Goddamn leaks, she thought. I can't comment on that. Nadine took Eve's arm. You want me to hold something? You know I'll hold it. Give me something and let me work. Trusting the media was a dicey business, but she'd trusted Nadine before, to their mutual benefit. If it was a ritual killing, which is not substantiated and not for broadcast, my next step would be to gather all pertinent data on established cults and their members, registered and otherwise, in the city. There are all kinds of cults, Dallas. Then you'd better get busy. She shook her arm free before dropping one more crumb. Funny. Cult must be the root word for a cult. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe it is. Nadine swung to the downward glide. I'll let you know. That was tidy, Peabody decided. Let's hope it stays that way. I'm going to fill in Commander Whitney. I want you to find out the names of every uniform that was on scene this morning. I want to have a talk about internal security with every one of them. Ouch. Damn right, Eve muttered, and stalked to the elevator. Whitney wouldn't allow her to clear Feeney and bring him in on the investigation yet. With feelings of guilt, she grabbed her bag, beeped Peabody, and headed out. She didn't miss Peabody's wary expression as they pulled up in front of Selina's apartment, but she ignored it. It was starting to rain, a nasty, surprisingly cold drip out of suddenly leaden skies. Perfect day to pay a visit to Satan's handmaid. Peabody strained for false cheer and surreptitiously fingered a bit of St. John's wort she'd stuck in her pocket, her mother's advice for protection against black magic. The stalwart Peabody had discovered she believed in witches after all. They went through the same routine with security, only the wait was longer and more unpleasant as the rain began to stream down in earnest. It was Alban who greeted them. Lieutenant Dallas. He offered a beautifully sculptured hand graced with a single ring of thick brushed silver. I'm Alban, Selina's companion. I'm afraid she's meditating at the moment. I hesitate to disturb her. Let her meditate. You'll do for now. Well then, come in and sit down, please. His manner was sophisticated, faintly formal, and at odds with the bare-chested black leather unisuit he wore. Can I get you something? Some tea, perhaps, to ward off the chill. Such an interesting change in the weather. Nothing. Eve thought she'd have preferred a quick hit of Zeus to anything brewed in that place. I'd like your whereabouts for last night between 300 and 500 hours. 3 and 5 a.m.? He blinked as if translating the military time. Last night, or this morning, rather. Why, here, I think we got back from the club at a bit before 2. We haven't been out yet today. We? Selina and myself. We had a coven meeting, which concluded around 3. We cut it a little short, as Selina wasn't feeling herself. Normally, we might entertain afterwards, or continue with a smaller, more private rite. But you didn't do so last night. No, as I said, Selina wasn't feeling well, so we went to bed early. Early for us, he explained with a smile. We are night people. Who attended the coven meeting? Lieutenant, religion is a private matter. Our membership prefers discretion. One of your membership was indiscreetly murdered last night. No. He rose slowly, keeping his hand braced on the arm of his chair as if unsteady. I knew it was something horrible. She was so disturbed. Who? Lobar. Selina said the name as she stepped through a narrow archway. She was deathly pale, her cat's eyes shadowed. It was Lobar, she repeated. I saw it just now in the smoke. Alba. She pressed a hand to her head, swayed. Quite a show, Eve murmured, as Alban rushed across the room to catch her, to hold her against him. You saw it in the smoke. Eve cocked her head. That's handy. Maybe I should take a look at the smoke myself and see who cut his throat. There's nothing in the smoke for you but your own ignorance. Leaning on Alban, Selina walked slowly to the sofa. She sat with a rustle of her robes, lifted a hand to Alban. I'm all right. My love. He brought her hand to his lips. I'll get you a soother. Yes, thank you. She bowed her head while he went quietly out. Oh, it was hard to keep a cat grin off her face, to stop the glorious images from playing back in her brain of the rite, the sacrifice, the blood. Imagining the shock, the fury Eve must have felt when she'd found Lobar so carefully positioned at the entrance to her own sanctuary, Selina nearly snickered. She pressed her fingers to her lips a moment, as if holding back a sob. Alban was a genius, she thought, for truly only a genius would have created such beautiful irony. Visions can be a blessing or a curse, she continued in a voice strained with weariness. I prefer to think of them as blessings, even when they cause me sorrow. Lobar is a heavy loss. Laying it on thick, aren't you? Selina's head shot up, and her eyes glimmered with something more of hate than grief. Don't mock my feelings, Dallas. Do you think power such as mine means I don't have them? I feel, experience, I bleed, she added, and with a lightning movement raked one of her long lethal nails over her own palm. Blood welled dark and red. A demonstration wasn't necessary, Eve said easily. I know you bleed. Lobar certainly did. His throat. Yes, that's what I saw in the smoke. She reached out for Alban when he came in carrying a shallow silver bowl. But there was more, something else. She took the bowl, tipped it up to her lips. Mutilation. Oh, how they despise us. They, the weak and the white. She took a black swatch of cloth from the pocket of her robe, passed it to Alban. He lifted her injured hand, raised it to his lips. With quick efficiency, he bound up her wounded palm. Selina never spared him a glance. Those who view our master with hate, she continued, and more, those who practice the magic of the foolish. So in your opinion, this was a religious murder? Of course, I have no doubts. She finished the soother, set the bowl aside. Do you? Quite a number of them. But then, I have to investigate the old-fashioned way. I can't call up the devil and ask for a consult. Lobar was here last night. Yes, until nearly 3. He would have taken the mark soon. Selina sighed, idly running her red-tipped nails up and down Alban's arm. One of his last acts was to join his body with mine. You had sex with him last night. Yes, sex is an important part of our rituals. I chose him last night. She shuddered again because the choice had been hers, and the deed. Something must have told me. A bird, maybe. A big black bird. Lifting a brow, Eve studied Alban. So it's no problem with you to watch while other men have sex with your companion? Most men are a little territorial. They might harbor unhealthy resentments. We don't believe in monogamy. We find it limiting and foolish. Sex is pleasure, and we don't put restrictions on our pleasures. Consensual sex in a private home or licensed club isn't against your laws, Lieutenant. He smiled. I'm sure you engage in it yourself. You like to watch, Alban? His brows lifted. Is that an invitation? At Selina's quick chuckle, he shifted and took her hand. There, you're feeling better now. Grief passes, doesn't it, Selina? It must, she agreed, nodding at Eve. Life is to be lived. You'll look for who did this, and perhaps you'll find them. But the punishment of our master is greater and more terrible than any you could invent. Your master isn't my concern. Murder is. Since you have an interest in the deceased, maybe you'll let me take a look around. Get a warrant and you're welcome. The trank had clouded her eyes, but her voice was strong enough when she stood. You're more a fool than I originally thought if you believe I had anything to do with this. He was one of ours. He was loyal. It is against the law to harm a loyal member of the cult. And he talked to me last night in a privacy booth. Did the smoke tell you what he told me, Selina? Her eyes shifted, darkened. You'll have to find other waters to fish in, Dallas. I'm tired, Alban. Show them out. She glided away, back through the arch. There's nothing we can do for you, Lieutenant. Selina needs to rest. He glanced toward the arch, worry in his eyes. I need to tend her. Got you trained, does she? Eve rose. Do you do tricks, too? Sadly, he shook his head. My devotion to Selina is personal. She has powers, and the powerful have needs. I meet hers gratefully. He walked back into the foyer, opened the door. We would like to take Lobar's body when it's possible. We have our death ceremony. So does his family, and they come ahead of you. What do we have on this Alban? Eve demanded the moment they were outside in the now drenching rain. Next to nothing. Peabody ducked into the car. No priors, next to no background. If he was born with a name other than Alban, it doesn't pop. There's more. There's always more. Not so, Eve thought, drumming her fingers against the wheel. She'd once investigated another suspicious character and had found little to nothing. His only name was Rourke. Look again, she ordered, and pulled away from the curb. Dallas, your car unit isn't cooperating here. I should be able to transfer data to... She broke off as Eve leaned over, smacked the dash above the car screen. An image popped on, wobbling drunkenly. That's better, Peabody decided, and requested a run on Alban. Alban, no known alternate name, born 3/22/2020, Omaha, Nebraska. Funny, Eve interrupted. He didn't look corn-fed. ID number 31666-LRT-99. Parents unknown. Marital status single. No known means of support. No financial data available. Interesting. Sounds like he's leeching off Selena. Criminal records. All arrests. No criminal record. Education? Unknown. Our boy's wiped, or had somebody wipe records, Eve told Peabody. You don't get to be nearly 40 years old without generating more data than this. He's got connections somewhere. She needed Feeney, she thought grumpily. Feeney could tickle the computer and trick additional data. Instead, she was going to have to go to Rourke and add another layer to his involvement. Eve made the tail end of the viewing, grateful that Rourke had come with her. It was too familiar. The same memorial parlor, the same scents, many of the same people. I hate this, she murmured. Sanitized death. It comforts. Eve looked over to where Brenda was supported by her mother and her son while tears ran slowly down her cheeks. She had the glazed and delicate look of the heavily medicated. Does it? It closes, he corrected, and took her cold hand in his. For some. When it's my turn, don't do this. Recycle the parts, burn the rest, get it done. He felt the fist clutch around his heart and gave her hand a hard squeeze. Don't. Sorry. I tend to have morbid thoughts in places like this. Well, her room scan stopped when she spotted Isis. There's my witch. Rourke followed her gaze and studied the imposing woman with flame-colored hair and wearing a simple robe of pure white. She stood by the viewing box beside a man a full head shorter than she was. He wore a plain, almost conservative suit, also in white. Their fingers were linked. The man with her? I don't know him. Might be a member of her sect or whatever. Let's check it out. They moved across the room. She's not here, Isis spoke quietly. Her spirit still searches for peace. I'd hoped to find her here. She stepped back to introduce the man beside her. This is Chaz, my mate. Training kept Eve's eyes bland, but she was surprised. He was as ordinary as Isis was spectacular. His hair was a washed-out blonde, thin in texture. His body was almost fragile, narrow in the shoulders, short in the leg. His square, unremarkable face was stopped just short of homely by a pair of surprisingly lovely deep gray eyes. When he smiled, it was with a sweetness that demanded a smile in return. I'm sorry to meet you under such sad circumstances. Isis told me you were a very strong and purposeful soul. I see she was right as always. I need to talk to you both as soon as possible. She glanced around, wished for a discreet way to slip out and conduct an interview. It would have to wait. This is Rourke. Yes, I know. Isis offered a hand. We've met before. Have we? His smile was politely curious. I can't imagine forgetting meeting a beautiful woman. Another time, another place. Her eyes stayed on his. Another life. You saved mine once. That was wise of me.
Yes, it was, and kind. Perhaps someday you'll revisit the county of Cork and see a small stone dance alone in a fallow field, and you'll remember. She slipped the silver cross she wore off her neck, handed it to him. You gave me a talisman then, similar to this Celtic cross. I suppose that's why I wore it tonight, to close a circle. The metal was warmer against his hand than it should have been, and it stirred something in cloudy memory he didn't care to explore. Thank you. He slipped it into his pocket. One day I may return the favor you did me. She turned to Eve then. I'll speak with you whenever you like. Chaz. Of course, whenever it's convenient for you, Lieutenant Dallas. In his midtown office, high above the city, Rourke finished his last meeting of the morning. He moved through the side door and into his office. Before going to the desk, he engaged locks. The work he intended to do couldn't go on his log. He would have preferred to handle it at home, but he was squeezed for time, and so he thought was Eve. At his desk unit, he engaged the jamming field that would block any scan by CompuGuard. The law frowned on unauthorized hacking, and the penalties were stiff. Computer. Membership data. Church of Satan, New York City branch, under direction of Selena Cross. Working. That data is protected under Religious Privacy Act. Request denied. Rourke only smiled. He'd always preferred a challenge. Oh, well, I think we can change your mind about that. Prepared to enjoy himself, he slipped off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. Eve passed Peabody in the bullpen as she swung through. My vehicle, 15 minutes. I want to check my messages, make a couple of calls. Yes, sir. Lieutenant, later, Eve said shortly, running by and missing Peabody's wince. The reason for it was waiting in her office. Feeney? She tugged her jacket off, tossed it on a chair. She broke off when Feeney stood up, walked over, and shut her door. It had taken only one look at his face to know. You lied to me. There was a quaver in his voice that came as much from hurt as anger, but his eyes were flat and cold. You fucking lied to me. I trusted you. You've been investigating Frank behind my back, over his own dead body. There was no point in denying, less in asking how he'd found out. She'd known he would. There was going to be an internal investigation. Whitney wanted me to clear him, and that's what I've done. Internal investigation, my ass. Nobody was cleaner than Frank. I know that, Feeney. But you investigated. You went through his records, and you did it around me. That's the way it had to be. Bullshit. I goddamn trained you. You'd still be in uniform if I hadn't put you here, and you backstabbed me. He stepped closer, fists clenched at his sides. She preferred him to use them. You've got Alice's file open. Suspected homicide. She was my goddaughter. And you don't tell me you think some son of a bitch killed her? You blocked me out of the investigation. You lied to me. You looked right in my face and lied to me. Her stomach had gone to ice. Yes. You think she'd been drugged and raped and murdered, and you don't take me in? He'd gotten into the records, the reports, she realized. They'd been sealed and coded, but that wouldn't have stopped him if he'd gotten a whiff. I couldn't, she said in a flat voice. Even if I hadn't been under orders, I couldn't. You were too close. You can't objectively assist on an investigation involving family. What the hell do you know about family? He exploded and made her jerk. Yes, she'd have preferred his fists. Orders, he continued, bitterness spewing out and scalding her. Fucking orders? Is that your line, Dallas? Is that your reason for treating me like some lame rookie? His lips peeled back in a sneer. Get me out of your way. Shuffle me off and out from underfoot because I'm useless to you on this one. No, God, Feeney, I've gone through doors with you. His voice was abruptly quiet and made her throat burn. I trusted you. I'd have put my back up against yours any time, any place. But no more. You're good, Dallas. but you're cold. The hell with you." She said nothing when he walked out, leaving her door swinging open. Could say nothing. He'd nailed it, she decided, and he'd nailed her. She was in a pisser of a mood by the time she got home. Feeney's angry face and bitter words played back in her head, and frustration slammed up hard against misery. She'd more than let him down, she knew. She'd betrayed him by doing precisely what he had helped train her to do. She'd followed orders, and she'd been a cop. She'd done her job. But she hadn't been a friend, she thought, and her temples throbbed with stress. She'd weighed her loyalties, and in the end had chosen the job over the heart. Cold, he'd called her. She remembered and squeezed her eyes shut. And cold she had been. The cat patted to her the moment Eve stepped in the door, winding around her legs as she stepped into the foyer. She kept walking, cursing lightly when he tripped her. Somerset slipped out of a doorway. "Rourke has been trying to reach you." "Yeah, well, I've been busy." She nudged Galahad away impatiently with her foot. "Is he here?" "Not as yet. You might reach him at his office." "I'll talk to him when he gets home." She wanted a drink, something strong and mind-misting. Recognizing the danger and the weakness of that crutch, she turned away from the parlor and walked in the opposite direction. "I'm not here to anybody else, get it?" "Certainly," Somerset said stiffly. As she strode away, Somerset bent and picked up the cat to stroke, something he would never have done had anyone been around to observe. "The lieutenant is very unhappy," Somerset murmured. "Perhaps we should make a call." Galahad purred, stretched his neck in appreciation of Somerset's long, bony fingers. Their mutual affection was their little secret. It would have surprised Eve, though she wasn't thinking of either of them. She took the stairs, moved through the indoor pool and garden area, and into the gym. Physical exertion, she knew, blocked emotional distress. Keeping her mind blank, she changed into a black skin suit and high tops. She programmed the full body unit, ordering the machine to take her through a brutal series of reps and resistance exercises, gritting her teeth as the clipped computer voice demanded that she squat, lift, stretch, hold, repeat. She'd worked up a satisfactory sweat by the time she switched machines for aerobics. The combo unit took her on a punishing run, up inclines, down them, a race up endless flights of stairs. She'd set it for variety and found the change of texture on her running surface from simulated asphalt to sand to grass to dirt interesting, but it wasn't doing anything to ease the ache in her belly. You could run, she thought with dull fury, but you couldn't hide. Her heart was pumping hard, her skin suit soaked with sweat, but her emotions were still fragile as glass. What she needed, Eve decided as she tugged on soft protective gloves, was to pound on something. She'd never tried out the sparring droid. The unit was 6 feet, 190 and firmly muscled. Good reach, Eve decided with her hands on her hips as she sized him up. She punched in the code on his storage tube. The unit opened dark, light brown eyes. "You wish a match?" "Yeah, pal, I wish a match." "Boxing, karate, Korean or Japanese, taekwondo, kung fu, street style. Self-defense programs are also available. Contact is optional." "Straight hand-to-hand," she said, backing up and gesturing. "Full contact." "Timed rounds?" "Hell no. We go till one of us is down, pal, and out." She curled her fingers in a come-ahead gesture. "Acknowledged." When Rourke walked in 10 minutes later, he watched his wife fly through the air and go skidding across the mat. Lifting a brow, he leaned back against the door and settled down to watch. She didn't have time to gain her feet before the droid was on her, so she grabbed one of his ankles, twisted, hauled, and thrusted. She went at her opponent like a hailstorm, cold and relentless. Each jab, each blow, each kick given or received sang through her body with icy, primitive rage. Her eyes were flat with violence now, her fists merciless, as she concentrated on the head, working the droid back. Frowning, Rourke straightened. Her breath was wheezing out now, all but sobbing, yet still she didn't stop. When the droid staggered, went down on its knees, she crouched for the kill. "End program," Rourke ordered, and caught his wife's rigid arm before she could kick the droid's lolling head. "They're going to damage the unit," he said mildly. "It isn't designed for to the death." She bent over, resting her hands on her knees to catch her breath. "Sorry. I guess I got carried away." She eyed the droid, who remained slumped on his knees, mouth slack, eyes blank as a doll's. I'll run a diagnostic on it. Don't worry about it." He started to turn her to face him, but she broke away, moved across the room for a towel. "In the mood for a fight? I guess I wanted to pound something. Should I suit up?" He was smiling a little, until she lowered the towel. The rage had drained from her face. All that was left in her eyes was misery. "What is it, Eve? What happened?" "Feeney found out I've been holding back on it." "He was hard on you?" "Why shouldn't he be?" Her voice rose as she whirled and searched for temper to cover the hurt. "He should have been able to trust me. I lied to him, right to his face." "What choice did you have?" "There's always a choice. I knew how he felt about Frank, about Alice, but I blocked him out. I followed orders. I walked the line. He was right. Everything he said to me, everything. I could have gone to him on the side. Is that what you were trained to do? Is that what he trained you to do?" "He made me," she said fiercely. "I owe him. I should have told him how it was going down." "No." He stepped to her, took her by the shoulders. "No, you couldn't." "I could have," she shouted it. "I should have. I wish to God I had." And broke. Covered her face with her hands and broke. "Oh, my God. What am I going to do?" Rourke gathered her close. She cried rarely. A last resort, and always, when the tears finally came, they were vicious. "He needs time. He's a cop, Eve. Part of him already understands. The rest just needs to catch up." "No." Her hands fisted in his shirt, held on. "The way he looked at me. I've lost him, Rourke. I've lost him. I swear I'd rather lose my badge." He waited while the tears stormed out, while her body shook with them. There were such strong emotions in her, he thought, rocking as her hands clenched and unclenched against his back. Emotions she'd spent a lifetime bottling up, so they were only more potent when they broke free. "Damn it!" She let out a breath, long and shaky. Her head felt achy, muffled, her throat raw. "I hate doing that. It doesn't help." "More than you think." He stroked a hand over her hair, then tipped it under her chin to lift her face. "You need food and a decent night's sleep, so you can do what you need to do." "What I need to do?" "Close the case. Once you have, you can put all this behind you." "Yeah." She pushed her hands over her hot, wet cheeks. "Close the case. That's the bottom line." She hissed out a breath. "That's the goddamn job. That's justice." He brushed a thumb over the dent in her chin. "Isn't it?" She looked up at him, her eyes reddened, swollen, exhausted. "I don't know anymore." She didn't eat, and he didn't press her. There had been grief in his life, and he knew food wasn't the answer. He'd considered browbeating her into taking a sedative. That, he knew, would have been an ugly business, so he was grateful when she went to bed early. He made some excuse about a conference call. From his office, he watched on the monitor until her restless twists and turns stopped, and she slept. What he had to do would take no more than an hour or two. He doubted she'd surface before then and miss him. He'd never been to Feeney's. The apartment building was comfortably shabby, well-secured, and unpretentious. Rourke thought it suited the man. Because he didn't want to risk being refused entrance, he bypassed the security buzzer and entrance locks. That suited him. He rang the bell at Feeney's door and waited. His eyes stared soberly at the peep screen, continued to stare when Feeney's irritated voice came through the intercom.
What the hell do you want? You slumming?
I don't think this building qualifies as a slum.
Anything does, compared to that palace you live in.
Do you want to discuss the difference in our living arrangements through the door, or are you going to ask me in?
I asked what you want.
You know why I'm here. He quirked a brow, making sure it was just insulting enough. You've got guts enough to face me, don't you, Feeney? It had, as Rourke had expected, the right effect. The door swung open. Feeney stood braced for war, his rumpled face bright with fury. It's none of your fucking business. On the contrary, Rourke stood where he was, kept his voice even. It's very much my fucking business. But I don't believe it's any of your neighbors. Teeth clenched, Feeney stepped back. Come in and say what you have to say and then get the hell out. Is your wife at home? Rourke asked when Feeney slammed the door at his back. She's got a girls' thing tonight. Feeney inclined his head, much like a bull, Rourke thought, preparing to charge. You want to take a shot at me? You go ahead. I wouldn't mind pounding that pretty face of yours. Jesus Christ, she's just like you. Shaking his head, Rourke wandered the living room.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on side 1 of cassette number 3. This is cassette number 3.
Christ, Feeney, she's just like you. Shaking his head, Rourke wandered the living room. Eve told you, didn't she? Filled you in right from the get-go. She wasn't under orders not to, and she thought I could help. He could help, Feeney thought, and tasted bitterness. Her rich, fancy husband could help, but not her former trainer, not her former partner, not the man who had worked side by side with her with pride and, goddammit, affection for 10 years. Doesn't make you less of a civilian. His tired eyes went broody. You didn't even know Frank. No, I didn't. But Eve did. She cared. We'd been partners, me and Frank. We were friends, family. She had no business dumping me out of it. That's how I feel. That's what I told her. I'm sure you did. Rourke turned away from the view screen, looked Feeney dead in the eye. And however you told her, it broke her heart. Dented her feelings some. She'll get over it. She'll do her job. She just won't do it with me anymore. I said you broke her heart. I meant it. How long have you known her, Feeney? Rourke's voice hardened, demanding attention. 10 years? 11? How many times have you seen her fall apart? I imagine you could count them on the fingers of one hand. Well, I watched her fall apart tonight. He took a careful breath. Temper wasn't the answer here, not for any of them. If you wanted to crush her, you succeeded. I told her how things were, that's all. Guilt was already seeping in. Cops back each other. They trust each other or they've got nothing. She was digging on Frank, she should have come to me. Is that what you'd have told her to do? Rourke countered. Is that the kind of cop you helped her become? It wasn't you in Whitney's office taking the orders, doing the job, he went on, without giving Feeney time to answer, and suffering for it. No. A fresh wave of bitterness passed through him. It wasn't me. You did me a favor once, Rourke began. When I was first involved with Eve, and I hurt her because I misunderstood a situation, you straightened me out on that. So I'm going to do you a similar favor. I don't want your favors. You'll have it anyway. What do you know about her father? What? Baffled now, Feeney turned his head and stared. What the hell does that have to do with anything? It has everything to do with her. Do you know he beat her, tortured her, raped her repeatedly until she was 8 years old? A muscle worked in Feeney's jaw as he turned away. He'd known that she'd been found in an alley at 8, beaten, broken, sexually abused. That was on record. And he never worked with anyone without knowing their official data. But he hadn't known it was her father who'd done it. He'd suspected as much, but he hadn't known. His stomach twisted, his hands clenched. I'm sorry for that. She never brought it up. She didn't always remember. Or more likely she did and refused to remember. She still has nightmares, flashbacks. You got no business telling me this. She'd likely say the same, but I'm telling you anyway. She made herself what she is, and you helped. She'd go to the wall for you. You know that. Cops back up cops. That's the job. I'm not talking about the job. She loves you, and she doesn't love easily. It's difficult for her to feel it and to show it. Part of her may always be braced for betrayal, for a blow. You've been her father for 10 years, Feeney. She didn't deserve to be broken again. Rourke stood, and saying nothing more, walked out. Alone, Feeney raked his hands up over his face, into his wiry red hair, then let them drop on his lap. The next morning, Eve watched Rourke as he was slipping into a shirt, his gaze focused on the table monitor where he could view the headlines and financial reports. She walked past him to her closet, chose plain gray trousers. I'm sorry I lost it last night. He lifted his gaze, noted she kept her back to him as she pawed out a shirt. You were upset. You had a right to be. Anyway, I appreciate you not making me feel like an idiot. How do you feel now? She jerked a shoulder. I've got a job to do. She'd come to that end while she'd tossed her way into sleep. I'm going to do it. Maybe if I do it right, Feeney won't hate me so much when it's over. He doesn't hate you, Eve. When she didn't answer, he let it drop. He'd already programmed their breakfast in the auto chef. I thought ham and eggs would do the trick this morning. He got the coffee first, brought it to the table in the sitting area. It'll do the trick any morning. She pasted on a determined smile, went over to get the food herself. He ordered the viewing screen on Channel 75 while she shoveled in eggs. She scowled as the on-air reporter, glossy as a china doll at 7:30 in the morning, recited the data on the recent homicides.
Though Lieutenant Eve Dallas, assigned to the Homicide Division of NYPSD, was on the scene only yards away from the murder site, the police have no solid leads. The investigation continues. Dallas refused to comment. She had been eating on automatic and now shoved the plate aside. That cross bitch is sitting in her hell house laughing. Springing up, she began to pace. Rourke took it as a good sign. If she was angry, she wasn't feeling sorry for herself. He chose some fresh strawberry jam for his croissant. I am going to nail her. I swear to God, I'm going to nail her. I can harass her some more. Maybe not enough to get me a warrant to toss her place, but I can keep on her ass. Well then, Rourke wiped his fingers with the pale blue linen cloth, set it aside. I should be able to help you with that. As she continued to pace and mutter, he rose, walked to a dresser, took a sealed disc from a drawer. Lieutenant? What? I'm thinking. Then I won't interrupt your train of thought with the list of membership from Cross's cult. With a half-smile on his face, he tapped the disc against his palm and waited for her eyes to clear and shoot to him. The list? You got the membership roster? How? He cocked his head. You don't really want to know how, do you? No, she said it immediately. No, I guess I don't. Her grin flashed quick and fever-bright. I love you. Rourke handed her the disc.
I know you do.
Feeney wanted to see Whitney first. So he made it early, and he made it personal. They, too, went back together a long way, Feeney thought, as he pulled up in front of the neat two-level home in the burbs. He'd been here socially over the years. The commander's wife loved to throw parties. His mood wasn't sociable now as he strode up the pebbled walk toward the quiet house in the wakening neighborhood. A few yards down, a dog was barking in high, monotonous yips. The bark had none of the faintly metallic ring that said droid, that held a vibrancy of flesh and blood. The kind of dog that shit in the yard, Feeney thought with a shake of his head, and scratched at fleas. Anna Whitney answered his knock. Her lips curved in welcome. Her eyes may have flickered with surprise and curiosity, but she was too much the cop's wife to ask questions. "Feeney, how nice to see you. Come in, please. Have some coffee. Jack's just having his second cup in the kitchen." "Sorry to disturb you at home, Anna. I need a few minutes of the commander's time." "Of course. And how's Sheila?" she asked as she led the way down the hall toward the kitchen. "She's fine. She looked just wonderful the last time I saw her. Her new stylist is terrific. Jack, you've got company for coffee." She breezed into the kitchen, caught the surprise, then the speculation in her husband's eyes. She knew enough to make a quick exit. "I'll let you two chat. I've got a million things to do this morning. Feeney, you give Sheila my best now." "I will. Thanks." He waited until the door swung closed, never taking his eyes off Whitney's. "God damn it, Jack." "This should be discussed in my office, Feeney. I'm talking to you." Feeney jabbed a finger. "To someone I've known 25 years. To someone who knew Frank. Why'd you cut me out of this? Why did you order Dallas to lie to me?" "That was my decision, Feeney. The investigation had to be on a need-to-know basis. And I didn't need to know." "No." Whitney folded his big hands. "You didn't need to know. Frank and I raised some of our kids together. Alice was my godchild. Frank and I rode as partners for 5 fucking years. Our wives are like sisters. Who the hell are you to decide I don't need to know he's being investigated?" "Your commander," Whitney said shortly, and pushed his still steaming coffee aside. "And the reasons you just stated are the very reasons I made the decision." "You pushed me aside. You know damn well my division should have been involved. You needed records." "Records were part of the problem," Whitney said evenly. "There was no record of a heart defect in his medical files. No record of a connection, personal or professional, between him and a known chemidealer. Frank had nothing to do with illegals." "No records," Whitney continued, "and his closest friend is the best e-detective in the city." Feeney's eyes went wide and his color rose hot. "You think I wiped records? You had Dallas looking at me?" "No, I didn't think you wiped records, but it wasn't something I could ignore with IAD breathing down my neck." "Who would you have picked to do the work, Feeney?" Whitney demanded with an impatient gesture. "I knew that Lieutenant Dallas would be thorough and careful, and that she'd bust her ass to clear both you and Frank. I knew she had contacts that could access those records." "You put her in a bad spot. You ordered her into a lousy position, Jack. Is that what happens when you command? You put your troops' backs to the wall?" "Yeah, that's what happens." Whitney ran a hand over his dark, grizzled hair. "You do what needs to be done, and you live with it. I had IAD drooling. My priority was to clear Frank and shield his family from any more hardship. Dallas was my best shot. You trained her, Feeney. You know she was my best shot." "I trained her," Feeney agreed, sick inside. "What would you have done?" Whitney demanded. "Straight, Feeney. You've got a dead cop who's been tagged buying illegals from a suspected dealer who's under surveillance. There were drugs in his system when he died. Your gut tells you no way he was dirty. And maybe your heart's telling you too, but IAD's got no gut, no heart. What would you have done?" And because he'd had a sleepless night to think on it,
To worry the steps? Feeney shook his head. I don't know. But I know I don't want your job, Commander. You've got to be crazy to want this job. Whitney's wide face relaxed slightly. Dallas has gone a long way to clearing Frank, and she took you out of it within the first 24 hours. She'd hardly had more than a week on this, and she's already cleared a path. With her reports, I've been able to back IAD off. They're not happy about Frank setting up his own sting, but they've eased the pressure. That's good. Feeney dug his hands into his pockets as he turned back. She's good. Christ, Jack. I hit her hard. Whitney's brows knit. You should have come to me. Going after her was off, Feeney. I gave the orders. I took it personal, I made it personal. He remembered how she'd looked at him, her face pale, her eyes blank. He'd seen people with that look before. Victims, he thought now, who were used to taking a fist in the face. I gotta fix it with her. She called in a couple minutes before you showed up. She's doing a follow-through on a new lead. At home. Feeney jerked his head in a nod. I'd like a couple hours personal time. You've got it. And I want in on this. Whitney sat back, considered. That'll be up to Dallas. She's primary. If we're opening this up, she chooses her own team. Answer the link, will you, Peabody? Eve continued to scan the data on screen as her link beeped insistently. It was a wonder to her how many names she recognized from the social, political, and professional registers. It was doubtful she'd have recognized quite so many a year before, but connecting with Rourke had broadened her horizons. Doctors, lawyers, she muttered. Christ, this guy's been to dinner here. And I think Rourke used to sleep with this woman, this dancer. She's got a hit on Broadway and a mile of leg. It's Nadine, Peabody announced, and wondered if Eve was talking to herself or really wanted to share that particular information. First, perfect. Eve cleared the screen, just in case, and turned to the link. So, Nadine, what's the story?
You're the story, Dallas. I thought you might be interested in some data that's come my way. We can do a trade.
Show me yours, maybe I'll show you mine.
Exclusive, one-on-one, in your home for the noon broadcast.
Eve didn't bother to snort. One-on-one reporting the status of my investigation in my office for the evening broadcast. Nadine huffed out a breath. The pout was for her own benefit. She knew better than to think it would budge Eve.
I want the noon.
Eve checked her watch, calculated, considered. I'll clear you into my office. Arrival time 11:45. If I can make it, I'll be there. If not...
Damn it, we need setup time. 15 minutes isn't...
It's enough, Nadine, for someone as good as you are. Be sure your data makes this worth my while.
Make sure you don't look like a rag picker. Do something with your hair, for God's sake.
Rather than respond, Eve ended transmission. What is this obsession people have with my hair and wardrobe? She raked a hand through the hair in question. Mavis told me you're overdue for a style session. Leonardo's bummed about it. You hanging with Mavis? I've gone down to catch her act a couple times. I like watching her. I haven't had time for a style session, Eve muttered. I trimmed it myself a couple days ago. Yeah, I could tell. At Eve's narrow look, Peabody smiled blandly. It looks just lovely, sir. Kiss ass. Eve switched her screen back on. And if you've finished with your critique of my personal appearance, maybe you'd like to run a few of these names. I recognize some of them. Peabody bent over Eve's shoulder. Louis Trevane, big shot celebrity lawyer, gets the stars out of legal jams. Mariana Bingsley, department store heiress and professional manhunter. Carlo Mancini, cosmetic enhancement guru. You have to be way rich to have him even consider doing body sculpting on you.
I know the names, Peabody. I want background, personal data, financial data, medical data, any arrests. I want to know the names of their spouses and kids and pets. I want to know when and how they connected with Cross and why they decided Satan was a cool guy. It'll take days, Peabody said it mournfully, and reminded Eve painfully of Feeney. Even shooting them into the IRCCA. Eve said nothing. The International Resource Center on Criminal Activity was one of Feeney's prides and joys. If I could tag someone in the E division for help, we could cut the time in half, maybe less. Peabody jerked a shoulder. So, where do you want me to start? Lobar, Robert Matthias. Then start at the top and work down. I'll start at the bottom and work up. Look for withdrawals of large amounts at regular intervals. We damn well better have what we need when we meet in the middle. She narrowed her eyes, thinking. The financial data on Selena's cult would be protected by the Privacy Act and its status as a registered religion. Still, there was a chance, a slim one, that she'd been cocky enough to make deposits in her personal account. That was a simple matter to check on. For the other, she would have to decide if the data would hold solid if she was able to access it, and to access it, she needed Rourke. She'd wait, she decided, a day or two. Once they ascertained how much money the membership list was suspected of feeding into Selena's pockets, she'd reassess. It would be tough to sell the PA on religious contributions as extortion, but it might be a start. I can pull her into interview. I think we'll make it, say, around 11:30. You've got the spot with Nadine at 11:45. Yeah. Eve's smile spread. That'll work. Oh. It's not my fault if some big-nosed reporter finds out I'm questioning Selena Cross, knows I'm primary on the homicide, then puts two and two together, and goes on air with it. Might shake up some of these fine upstanding Satanists. Some people get real chatty when they're shook. Get me that data, and I can shake them harder. I bow to you. Save it until we see if it works. You use this unit. I can use one of Rourke's to make the first pass. Computer, copy disk, print out hard copy. She glanced up at the movement in the doorway. Went very still. Abort, she murmured, and braced to take the next hit from Feeney. Peabody. He sent her a quiet look. I need a moment with your lieutenant. Sir? Though she rose, Peabody waited for Eve's signal. Take a break, Peabody. Get yourself some coffee. Yes, sir. She headed out, feeling the needles of edgy tension prickling the air. Eve didn't speak, simply stood. Her body was set, he noted, not to defend, but to absorb the next blow. Her eyes were carefully empty, but the hand that she braced on the desk shook. He stared at it a moment, amazed and ashamed that he'd caused that. Your, Somerset said I should just come up. It was warm in the room, but he didn't remove his rumpled overcoat. Instead, he shoved his hands in the pockets. I was off yesterday. Coming down on you was off. You were doing your job. He saw her lip tremble, as if she would speak or make some sound. Then she firmed it again and said nothing. She looked, he realized, whipped. He was remembering what Rourke said to him. You broke her heart. Her father beat her, tortured her, raped her. You've been her father for 10 years. How the hell was he supposed to deal with that? And how could he possibly ignore it? The things I said, I shouldn't have. He pulled his hands free to scrub them hard over his face. Jesus, Dallas. I'm sorry. Did you mean them? It was out before she could stop it. She held up a hand, turned away, stared blindly out of the window. I wanted to mean them. I was pissed.
He crossed to her, his hands flapping uselessly. "I got no excuse," he began. He touched her, then snatched his fingers away from her shoulder when she cringed. "I got no excuse," he said again after a steadying breath. "And you got a right to step back from me. I jumped hard where I shouldn't have jumped." "You don't trust me now." She skimmed the back of her hand over her cheek, ashamed the single tear had gotten past her guard. "That's bullshit, Dallas. There's nobody I'd trust more. Look, goddammit, it takes a laser hit to get me to apologize to my own wife. I'm telling you, I'm sorry." Impatient now, he grabbed her arm, pulled her around. She froze. Her eyes were bright, tears sheening them, but not, thank Christ, falling. "Don't go female on me, Dallas. I can't kick myself in the ass much harder than I already am." He jerked up his chin, tapped a finger on it. "Go ahead. Free shot. We won't say anything about you punching out a superior officer." "I don't want to hit you." "God damn it, I outrank you. I said take your shot." A ghost of a smile flitted around her mouth. He looked so fierce, she thought, those drooping camel eyes sparkling with temper and frustration. "Maybe after you shave. That stubble'd skin my knuckles." Relief flooded through him at the slight curve of her lips. "You're going soft. Living the high life with that rich Irish son of a bitch. I beat hell out of a sparring droid last night, one of Rourke's finest." "Yeah?" Pride swelled in him ridiculously. She tucked her tongue in her cheek. "I pretended it was you." He grinned, took out the bag of candied almonds from his pocket, offered it. "E-detectives don't have to use their fists. They use their brains." "You taught me to use both." "And to follow orders," he added, his eyes resting on hers again. "I'd have been ashamed of you if you'd forgotten that. You did right, Dallas. For Frank, for the department. For me," he said, and watched her eyes swim again. "Don't do that." His voice shook with the plea. "Don't start that shit. That's an order." She swiped the back of her hand under her nose. "I'm not doing anything." He waited a moment, just to be sure she wasn't going to lose it and embarrass them both. When her eyes cleared, he nodded in both relief and approval. "Good." He jiggled the bag in his hand. "Now, are you going to let me in?" She opened her mouth. "Shut it." "I've seen Whitney," he told her. Feeney found he wanted to smile. This was the cop he'd trained, solid, sturdy, and straight. Chewed him out in his own kitchen. "Did you?" She lifted her brows. "I'd have liked to have seen it. Trouble was, once it was over, I had to agree with him. He'd picked the best cop for the job. I know you've been busting ass to push IAD out of the picture, clear Frank. Me," he added. "And I know you've been working on finding out who did him and Alice." He had to take a breath because it hurt. Still hurt. "I want in, Dallas. I'm going to tell you straight, I need in to clear this out of my gut. Whitney said it was up to you." The tension seeped out of her. She could give him this, give both of them this. "Let's get to work." Eve was so pleased to have Selina Cross an interview, she'd missed anticipating the obvious bonus of having her represented by Louis Trevane. She flashed grins at both of them as she secured the door to interview room A. "Miss Cross, I appreciate your cooperation." "Mr. Trevane?" "Eve." "Lieutenant Dallas," she corrected, snapping off the grin. "We're not socializing here." "You know each other?" Selina's eyes went icy, pinned her lawyer. "Your representative knows my husband on a social level. I'm acquainted with a number of attorneys in the city, Ms. Cross. This doesn't affect my or their job performance. We'll go on record." Eve engaged the recorder, recited the pertinent data. After reading the revised Miranda, she sat. "You've exercised your right to an attorney, Miss Cross." "I certainly have. I've already been harassed by you twice, Lieutenant Dallas. I prefer that this continued harassment go on record." "Me too," Eve smiled. "You are acquainted with Robert Matthias, also known as Lobar." "He was Lobar," Selina corrected. "It was his chosen name." "Was is the operative word, seeing as he's in a refrigerated unit at the morgue. Were you worried about how much he told me? Is that why you arranged for him to die? Were you having him followed?" She slanted her gaze toward Trevane briefly. "Maybe you have all your faithful followed. I see whatever I need to see in the smoke." "Yeah, in the smoke. The psychic's version of the peeping Tom." "And Alice?" "Alice was an initiate, a willing one. She was a child, a confused one. You like luring the young, don't you? With their firm bodies, their malleable minds. People like the distinguished counsel here. They're just for the money and the cachet, but those like Alice, they're so tender, so tasty." Selina looked up smugly through her thick, dark lashes. She was. She enjoyed and was enjoyed. She didn't have to be lured, Dallas. She came to me. Now she's dead. 2 deaths. Your members must be getting nervous. Eve smiled thinly at Trevane. "I would be. Martyrdom isn't new, Dallas. People have been killed because of their faith for centuries. And still the faith survives, will survive, will triumph." Eve took out a still, slapped it on the table. "He didn't." It was Lobar, his mutilated body caught in the garish lights of the crime scene. The wound on his throat gaped open like a scream. It was Trevane who Eve watched. His eyes blinked rapidly, horror flickering through. His skin went pasty and his chest rose and fell in jerks. "He didn't survive," Eve said softly. "Did he, Selina?" "His death is a symbol. He will not be forgotten. Do you own an Athami?" "I own several, naturally." "Like this?" She took out another photo. This one a close-up of the weapon left pinned into Lobar. Blood crusted the blade. "I have several," Selina repeated. "Some similar to this, as one might expect. But I don't recognize this particular one." "Hallucinogens were found in Lobar's system. You use drugs during rituals?" "Herbals and some chemicals. All legal." "Not everything found in Lobar's system was on the legal list. I can't be responsible for the choices other people make." "He was with you the night he died. Was he using?" "He had taken the ritual wine. If he took something otherwise, it was without my knowledge. You have priors as a chemi-dealer, and paid my debts to so-called society. You have nothing on me, Lieutenant. I have 2 bodies, and they're yours. I've got a dead cop, and he's on you, too. I'm closing in on you, Selina, step by step. Keep out of my face. Or... Do you know pain, Dallas? Selina's voice went low and thick. Do you know the pain that eats at the stomach like drops of acid spreading? You beg for relief, but none comes. The pain becomes agony, and agony almost pleasure. The pain becomes so intense, so unspeakable, that if a knife came to your hand, you would gladly slice through your own guts to cut out the source of it. Would I? Eve said coolly. Would I really? I can offer you that. I can offer you pain. Eve smiled, and her smile was slow and humorless. That slips into the area of threatening a police officer, and that'll get you some time in a cage until your lawyer finesses you out again. You bitch! Furious that she'd been trapped so neatly and with so little effort, Selina sprang to her feet. You can't hold me for that. Sure I can. Selina Cross, you're under arrest for verbal threat to physically harm a police officer. She was fast, but Eve's reflexes were sharp. She blocked the first blow as Selina flew at her, but the second rapid swipe caught her along the throat with those lethal dark nails. She smelled her own blood and indulged herself by bringing her elbow up to ram Selina's chin. The dark eyes rolled back, went glassy. Looks like we're adding resisting arrest. You're going to have your hands full for the next couple hours, counselor. He hadn't moved, not a muscle. Trevane continued to sit, staring at the photos of the dead. When Feeney opened the door, a uniform behind him, Eve nodded. Booker, she ordered. Verbal threat and resisting. Selina staggered as Eve passed her to the uniform, but her eyes cleared and fixed on Eve's face with bubbling malice. She began to speak softly, in a chant that rose and fell almost musically. She swiveled her head, looking over her shoulder as the uniform took her out. Eve dabbed fingers on her throat, disgusted when they came away smeared with blood. Did you catch what she was saying there? Feeney took out a handkerchief, handed it to her. Sounded like Latin, bastardized some. My mother made me learn when I was a kid. Had delusions about me becoming a priest. See if you can make out any of it from the record. We may be able to add to the charges. Shit, this burns. Interview is concluded, she added, and logged the time and date. Trevane, you want to talk to me? What? He looked over, swallowed, shook his head. I'll see my client, Lieutenant, as soon as she's booked. These charges won't hold. Eve held out her bloody fingers. Oh, I think they will. Take a good look, Louis. She stepped closer, jammed her fingers under his nose. It could be yours next time. I'll see my client, he repeated, and his face was still white as death as he hurried from the room. She hates your guts, Feeney said pleasantly. But you knew that. Put the hoodoo on you. Huh? Cursed you. He winked at her. Let me know if you start getting stomach cramps. You're starting to get to her. Not enough, Eve murmured. But my money's on the lawyer. Let's keep a man on him, Feeney. I don't want him ending up dead before he breaks. It was the way he looked at the shot of Lobar. Shock, then something like recognition. She shook her head. Let's not lose him. She glanced at her watch, hummed with satisfaction. Just in time to make my nooner with Nadine. You want to have that neck looked after. Nasty. Later. She headed out, moving fast. Nadine wouldn't miss the injury, nor, Eve thought, would the all-seeing eye of the camera. What the hell happened to you? Nadine demanded. She stopped pacing, stopped looking at her watch. Little problem in interview. You cut it close, Dallas. We've got 2 minutes before air. You don't have time to clean up. Fine. We'll go like we are. Get a voice and light level, Nadine told her camera operator. She took out a mirrored compact, polishing up her face when she sat. Looks like female, she added. Long, nasty nails, 4 separate grooves. Yeah. Eve patted the already stained handkerchief against the wound. Somebody was curious. They could check booking, get the data. Nadine's eyes went sharp. I imagine someone could, she purred. You didn't do anything with your hair. I cut it. Susanna? The operator made a circle of forefinger and thumb. The fresh blood shows up real good. Nice touch. Gee, thanks. Eve settled back, hooked one booted foot over her knee. Let's keep this short, Nadine. I haven't seen yours yet. Here's a preview, then. What local white witch is the son of infamous mass murderer David Baines Conroy, who is currently doing 5 separate life stretches, no parole options, in maximum lockup on Penal Station Omega? Who? In 5? Nadine said sweetly, delighted to have snagged Eve's full attention. 4, 3... She signaled the last of the countdown with her fingers below camera level. On cue, she stared into the camera with sober eyes. Good afternoon. This is Nadine First, leading off the noon hour with an exclusive interview with Homicide Lieutenant Eve Dallas in her office in Cop Central. Eve was prepared for the questions. She answered briefly, carefully, and knew she was bumping up Channel 75's and Nadine's rating points with every second. Annoyed that her director indicated her time was up through her earpiece, Nadine wound the interview to a close. And we're clear. Susanna? Nadine simply gestured to the door and sent her operator out. Off the record, she began. Nope. Gimme. All right, then. Nadine sat back, crossed her pretty legs. Charles Fort took his mother's maiden name legally 12 years ago after his father was convicted of the ritual slayings of 5 people. It's believed he killed countless others, but it's never been proved. The bodies have never been found. I know the story behind Conroy. I didn't know he had a kid. That was kept locked. Privacy Act. The family was already out of it. The mother had divorced and relocated a few years before Conroy was caught. The kid was 16 when she took him and left, 21 when his father was tried and convicted. My sources claim the son attended court every day. Eve thought of the small, unassuming man she'd met at Alice's viewing. Son of a monster. How much of that came through the blood? She thought of her own father, nearly shuddered. I appreciate it. If it comes to anything, I'll owe you. Yeah, you will. Should I assume you have a suspect? Eve studied her nails. She supposed some would have said she was overdue for a manicure. I can't comment on that. You know, Nadine, cameras aren't allowed down in booking. Damn shame. Thanks for the spot, Dallas. I'll be in touch. Do that. Eve watched her stroll out, had no doubt Nadine was making tracks to booking, and that Selena Cross was going to have her name broadcast by the end of the noon report. All in all, she decided, not a bad morning. Wincing, she dragged through her drawers, hoping for a first aid kit. I won't make it home. Eve juggled the call to Rourke while her computer searched for all data on David Bain's Conroy. Can you swing by here about 6? We can drive upstate for the witch party. Rourke lifted an elegant brow. As long as it's not in your vehicle. Come a little closer to the screen. What now? He asked. What do you mean, what now? I'm busy. No, your neck. Oh, that. She touched her fingers to the still raw scratches. She'd never found that first aid kit. A difference of opinion. I won. Naturally. Put something on it, Lieutenant. I should be able to make it there by 6:30. We can eat on the way. Fine. Eat on the way? Wait a minute. Don't bring the limo. He only smiled. 6:30. I mean it, Rourke. Don't... She hissed when the screen blanked. Damn. With a sigh, she swiveled back to the computer. The IRCCA was a fount of data on this one, she thought. She skimmed through, pausing over pertinent facts on David Bain's Conroy. Divorced, 1 child, male, Charles, born January 22nd, 2025, custody awarded to mother, Ellen Fort. Big surprise, Eve thought. Mass murderers weren't generally given custody of minor children. Let's get down to it, she murmured. Charges and convictions. Charged and convicted. Murder in the first, torture killing, posthumous rape and dismemberment of Doreen Harden, mixed-race female, age 23. Sentenced to life, maximum facility, no parole option. Charged and convicted, murder in the first, rape, torture, killing, and dismemberment of Emma Tangent, black female, age 25,
Sentenced to life, maximum facility, no parole option. Charged and convicted, murder in the first, sodomy, rape, torture, killing, and dismemberment of Lowell McBride, white male, age 18. Sentenced to life, maximum facility, no parole option. Charged and convicted, murder in the first, rape, torture, killing, and dismemberment of Darla Fitz, mixed-race female, age 23. Sentenced to life, maximum facility, no parole options. Charged and convicted, murder in the first, sodomy, posthumous rape, torture, killing, and dismemberment of Martin Savoy, mixed-race male, age 20. Sentenced to life, maximum facility, no parole options. Currently serving term on Penal Station Omega. Suspected of 12 additional murders, cases open. Insufficient evidence to charge. Primary investigators available on request. List primaries, Eve ordered, and watched as names and data scrolled. Moved around, did you, Conroy? She muttered, noting that the detectives in charge were scattered all over the country. She'd still been a teenager when Conroy had dominated the news. She remembered snatches, weeping family members begging Conroy to tell them where to find the remains of loved ones, grim-faced cops giving statements, and Conroy himself, a quiet face slashed with vicious dark eyes. They'd called him evil, she remembered, the Antichrist. That was the term used over and over again to describe him, to try, perhaps, to separate him from the human. But he'd been human enough to conceive a child, a son, and that son was on her current list of suspects. Maybe, just maybe, she'd been focused too relentlessly on Selena Cross. The son was drawn to power, she mused. Witchcraft was about power, wasn't it? He'd known at least one of the victims, and 2 had been killed with a knife. Conroy had been very handy with a knife. He'd also claimed to have been the instrument of God, she recalled, scanning data. Yes, there in one of his rambling statements. She highlighted, "Give me audio on this." "Working." "I am a force beyond you," Conroy's voice crooned out. "I am the instrument of the God of vengeance and pain. What I do in his name is grand. Tremble before me, for I will never be vanquished. I am Legion." "You are garbage," Eve corrected. Just how much, she wondered, did Charles Fort know about his father's work? And how did he feel about it? "Computer, run Charles Fort of this city, formerly Charles Conroy, son of David Baines Conroy. All data." "Working." As the information beeped on, she tapped her fingers on the desk and considered. The mother had taken her son to New York, which meant, Eve mused, that the boy had traveled back to attend the trial. He'd made the effort, likely over his mother's objections. Dropped out of college, second term. Studied pharmaceuticals, very interesting. Licensed as a chemical drone. Worked on drug cloning and manufacture. Moved around quite a bit, she noted, like his dear old dad. Then settled back in New York, co-owner of Spirit Quest. She leaned back, unconsciously rubbing her wounded throat. No marriages, no children, no arrests. She played a hunch. Medical data. Charles Fort, age 6, broken hand. Age 6, minor concussion, abdominal bruising. Age 7, second-degree burns, forearms. Age 7, concussion and fractured tibia. The list went on through childhood in a pattern that made Eve's stomach clench. Hold. Probability of child abuse? Probability 98%. Why the hell wasn't it picked up? Medical records indicate treatment was issued at varying hospitals in varying cities over course of 10 years. No record of requested search through National Child Abuse Prevention Agency. Idiots. Idiots. She rubbed her hands over her face, pressing hard on the headache now brewing in the center of her forehead. It was too close to home.
List any psychiatric treatment or available psychological profiles. Subject entered Miller Clinic voluntarily as outpatient. Doctor of record, Ernest Renfrew, from February 2045 to September 2047. Files sealed. No other data. Okay, that's enough to chew on. Save data. File Fort Charles, case number 34299H, cross-reference Conroy. Disengage when complete. She glanced up as Feeney stuck his head in her doorway. Cross just got sprung. Well, it was too good to last. You have anybody look at those cat scratches? I will. Got a minute? Sure. David Baines Conroy. Feeney whistled, made himself comfortable on the corner of her desk. That's going back. Sick bastard. Cut his victims up when he was done with them. Kept the parts in a portable cold box. Had a trailer. Traveled around. Preaching. Preaching? Well, that's not exactly the term. Set himself up as a sort of antichrist. Lots of shit about anarchy, freedom to pursue carnal pleasures, opening the gates of hell, that sort of thing. Figures he plucked most of his victims off the road. Itinerant LCs. At least 3 they pinned on him were licensed companions. Hookers have always been easy marks for psychos. He was found competent to stand trial. Passed the tests. Legally, he was sane. In reality, a real wacko. He had a family. Yeah, that's right. Feeney closed his eyes to try to bring it back. I was still working homicide then, and there wasn't a cop on planet who wasn't personally caught up by the case. Never did any of his work here, that we know of, but I remember he had a wife. Pale, jumpy little woman. Left him before he got snagged, seems to me. And there was a kid. A boy. Spooky. Why? He had his old man's eyes. Except they were dead, you know? I remember thinking we might be tracking him one day, in his father's footsteps. Then they ducked under the Privacy Act, and nobody ever heard of him again. Until now. Eve kept her eyes level. I'm seeing Conroy's son tonight, at a witch's coven. Rourke brought the limo. She'd been certain he would, just to annoy her. She'd have stayed annoyed if she hadn't seen that the auto chef was stocked Italian style. Eve was wolfing down manicotti before they crossed the Jacqueline Onassis Bridge, but she shook her head at the burgundy he poured. I'm on duty, she said with her mouth full. I'm not. He sipped, studied her. Why haven't you taken care of that? He asked, brushing gentle fingers over her throat. I got tied up. I caught the replay of your little tete-a-tete with Nadine on the way over to Central. I'm surprised you agreed to it. It was a trade. I got my share. She leaned forward, engaged the privacy shield between them and the driver. And I'd better fill you in before we join in tonight's festivities. She detailed the new line she was pursuing, then sampled one of the sweet fat olives on the antipasto tray. It bumps him up a few notches on the list, she concluded. The sins of the father? Sometimes it works that way. He looked remarkably unhomicidal to me. She poked through the antipasto, selecting a marinated pepper. I once took down this little old lady, looked like everybody's favorite granny. She took in stray cats and baked cookies for the neighborhood kids, grew geraniums on her windowsill. Enjoying the bite, Eve chose another pepper. She'd lured half a dozen kids into her apartment and had fed their internal organs to the kiddies before we nailed her. Charming story. Rourke slipped his plate into the holding slot. Point taken. Your driver knows where he's going? The directions from ISIS are programmed in. He checked his watch. By my calculations, we should be nearly there.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
The directions from ISIS are programmed in. Rourke checked his watch. By my calculations, we should be nearly there. She stared out the window. Nothing but dark, trees, and more dark. I'd rather be on my own turf. Hard to believe there's this much nothing, less than 2 hours' drive from New York. You're such an urbanite. She caught the glimmer of lights through the trees as the car turned up a steep, rutted incline. Thank Christ. Looks like the party's already underway. Try not to sneer. Rourke patted her knee. It would offend our hosts. I'm not going to sneer. She already was. I want impressions, not just a fort of everybody. And if you happen to recognize a face, let me know. She took a small device out of her bag, slipped it into her pocket. Micro-recorder? Rourke clucked his tongue. I believe that's illegal, not to mention rude. I don't know what you're talking about. He smiled as the car stopped at the edge of a small clearing. I believe we've arrived. Eve spotted Isis first. Blessed be, she said, and disconcerted Eve by kissing both her cheeks. She greeted Rourke the same way, then turned back to Eve. You're injured. Before Eve could respond, she laid fingers against the scratches. Poison. Poison? Eve had visions of vicious nails dipped into a slow-acting brew that crept through the bloodstream. Not of the physical, but of the spiritual kind. I feel Selina here. Her eyes stayed on Eve's as she lowered her hand to Eve's shoulder. This won't do. Miriam, please welcome our other guests. She spoke to a small, dark-skinned woman as Feeney's rattletrap of a car bumped up the road. Chaz will see to your wound. It's fine. I'll see an MT in the morning. I don't think that will be necessary. Please come this way. It's unhealthy to have even this much of her here. She led the way around the clearing. Eve could see a wide circle formed by a ring of white candles. People stood outside it, chatting, she mused, as they might at a midtown cocktail party. Dress varied. Robes, suits, long and short skirts. 20 in all, by her count, ranging in age from 18 to 80, with a mixture of race and gender. Chaz turned from a folding table as they approached. He wore a simple blue unisuit and soft shoes in the same tone. He smiled, noting Eve's suspicious scan of the table. Witches' tools, he told her. Red cords, a white-handled knife, anathema, she thought. She saw more candles, a small brass gong, a whip, a gleaming silver sword, colored bottles, bowls, and cups. Interesting. It's an old ritual, requiring old tools. But you're hurt. He took a step toward her, his hand lifting, then pausing when she aimed a cool, warning look. I beg your pardon. It looks painful. Chaz is a healer. Isis curved her lips in challenge. Consider this a demonstration. After all, you did come to observe, didn't you? Okay. Demonstrate. She tilted her head, inviting Chaz to examine the scratches. His fingers were surprisingly cool, surprisingly soothing as they played over her abraded skin. She kept her eyes on him. The result didn't equal the intent. Will you relax your mind? His gaze lifted from his hand, met hers. The mind and body are one, he said quietly. One guides the other. One heals the other. Let me ease this. She thought she felt warmth move through her, from the point where his fingers lay, into her head, down through her body, until a drowsiness seeped through. She jerked herself alert, saw him smile quietly. I won't hurt you. He turned, picked up an amber bottle, uncorked the stopper, and dabbed clear floral-scented liquid on his hands. This is a balm, an old recipe with modern additions. He spread it gently, his fingers following the path Selena's nails had raked. It will heal clean, and there will be no more discomfort. You know your chemicals, don't you? This is an herbal base. He took a cloth from his pocket, wiped his fingers. But yes, I do. I'd like to talk to you about that. She waited a beat, her eyes keen. And about your father. She saw the demand hit home in the way his pupils dilated, then contracted. Then Isis was stepping between them, fury glorious on her face. You have been invited here. This place is sacred. You have no right... Isis. Chaz touched her arm. She has a mission. We all do. He looked at Eve, seemed to gather himself. Yes, I'll speak with you when you wish. But this isn't the place to bring despair. The ceremony's about to begin. We won't stop you. Will tomorrow, 9 o'clock at Spirit Quest, be suitable? That's fine. Excuse me. Do you always repay kindness with pain? Isis demanded in a furious undertone as Chaz stepped away. You are welcome to observe, and we hope you and your companions will show the proper respect for our rite tonight. You aren't permitted within the magic circle. As she swept away, Eve slipped her hands into her pockets. Well now, I've got 2 witches pissed off at me. She looked over as Peabody hurried to her side. It's an initiation, Peabody whispered. I got it from the big gorgeous witch in the Italian suit. She smiled across the clearing at a man with burnished bronze hair and a 1,000,000-watt smile. Jesus, makes a woman consider converting. Get a grip on yourself, Peabody. Eve nodded at Feeney. My sainted mother would be saying 6 rosaries tonight if she knew where I was. He pushed a grin to cover nerves. Damn spooky place. Nothing out here but a lot of nothing. Rourke sighed, slipped an arm around Eve's waist. Cut from the same cloth, he murmured, and turned as the rite began. The young woman Isis had called Miriam stood outside the circle of candles and was bound and blindfolded by 2 men. Everyone, but for the observers, was now naked. The red cords were used for the binding of the initiate, leaving a kind of tether. As the ankle cord was attached, Chaz spoke. Feet neither bound nor free. And there was unmistakable joy and reverence in his voice. Curious, Eve watched the casting of the circle, the opening ritual. The mood was, she had to admit, happy. Overhead, the moon swam, sprinkling light, silvering the trees. Nudity seemed to be ignored. There was none of the surreptitious groping or sly glances she knew she'd have seen at any city sex club. Chaz took up the athame, making Eve's hand close on her weapon as he held it to the postulant's heart. He spoke, his words rising and falling on the smoky breeze. I have 2 passwords, Miriam answered. Perfect love and perfect trust. He smiled. All who have such are doubly welcome. I give you a 3rd to pass you through this dread door. He handed the knife to the man beside him, then kissed Miriam. As a father might kiss a child, Eve thought, frowning. Chaz walked around the postulant, embraced her, then gently nudged her forward into the circle. Behind them, the 2nd man traced the tip of the athame over the empty space, as if to close them in. There was chanting now as Chaz led Miriam around the circle, as she was turned by hands after hands in a playful child's game of dizziness and disorientation. A bell rang 3 times. It was Chaz who knelt, speaking, then kissing the postulant's feet, her knees, her belly just above the pubis, her breasts, then her lips. She'd thought it would be sexual, Eve mused, but it had been more loving than that. Impressions, she murmured to Rourke. Charming and powerful. Religious. He slid his hand up and covered the one that still curled around her weapon, gently tugging it away. And harmless. Sexual, certainly, but in a very balanced and respectful sense. And yes, I see one or two people I recognize. I'll want names. As the rite continued, she reached up absently to rub her throat. She found the skin smooth, unbroken, and free of pain. As she dropped her hand, Chaz met her eyes and smiled again. Spirit Quest wasn't open for business when Eve arrived with Peabody, but Chaz was there, waiting on the sidewalk, sipping something that steamed out of a recycle cup. Good morning. The air was just chilled enough to have slapped color into his cheeks. I wonder if we could talk upstairs in our apartment rather than in the shop. Cops bad for business? Eve asked. Well, we could say that the early customers might be disconcerted. And we do open in half an hour. I assume you don't need ISIS. Not at the moment. I appreciate it. If you could, give me just a moment. He shot her a sheepish look. Isis prefers not to have caffeine in the house. I'm weak, he said, taking another sip. She knows I sneak off every morning to feed my addiction and pretends not to. It's foolish, but it makes us happy. Take your time. Did you enjoy the ceremony last night? It was interesting. Since the morning air was sharp, she tucked her ungloved hands in her pockets. Getting a little brisk to run around naked in the woods, isn't it? Yes. We probably won't hold any more outdoor ceremonies this year. Certainly not skyclad. But Miriam had her heart set on being initiated to first-degree witch before Samhain. Samhain? Halloween, he and Peabody said together. She shuffled her feet as he smiled at her. Free ager, she muttered. Ah, there are some basic similarities. He finished off his coffee, stepped over to a recycling bin, and neatly slipped the cup in the slot. Lieutenant, how's your neck? Good as new. I see it's healed cleanly. Yeah, and quickly. What was in that stuff you put on it? Humor flickered in his eyes, surprising her. Oh, just some tongue of bat, a little eye of newt. He opened the door to a musical chime of bells. Please be comfortable. I'll get you some tea to warm you up since I kept you standing. You don't have to bother. It's no bother at all. Just be a moment. He slipped through a doorway, and Eve took the time to study his living quarters. She wouldn't call them simple. Obviously, a lot of the stock from the shelves downstairs made its way up here. Large hunks of crystals decorated an oval table and circled a copper urn filled with fall flowers. An intricate tapestry hung on the wall over a curved blue sofa. Men and women, suns and moons, a castle with flames spewing from the arrow slits. The major arcana, Peabody told her, as Eve stepped up for a closer look. She sneezed once, violently, and dug out a tissue. The tarot. It looks old, hand-worked. Expensive, Eve decided. Art such as this didn't come cheaply. Business must be good for them to be able to afford the antiquities, the metalwork, the art. The business does well enough, Chaz said, as he came back with a tray laden with a flower-patterned ceramic pot and cups. And I had some resources of my own before we opened. Inheritance? No. He set the tray down on a circular coffee table. Savings, investments. Chemical engineers are well paid. But you gave it all up to work retail. I gave it up, he said simply. I was unhappy in my work. I was unhappy in my life. Therapy didn't help. He met her eyes again, though it seemed to cost him. It didn't hurt. Please sit down. I'll answer your questions. She can't make you go through this, Chaz. Isis slipped into the room like smoke. You're entitled to your privacy under any law. I can insist that he answer my questions, Eve corrected. I'm investigating murder here. He is, of course, entitled to counsel. It isn't a lawyer he needs, but peace. Isis whirled, her eyes alive with emotion, and Chaz took her hands, lifted them to his lips, pressed his face to them. I have peace, he said quietly. I have you. Don't worry so. You have to go down and open, and I have to do this. Let me stay. He shook his head, and the look they exchanged had Eve staring in surprise. It was baffling enough to speculate on their physical relationship, but what she saw pass between them wasn't sex. It was love. It was devotion. You only have to call, she told him, only to wish for me. I know. He gave her hand a quick, intimate pat to send her off. She shot Eve one last look of barely controlled rage and swept out. I doubt I would have survived without her, Chaz said as he stared at the door. You're a strong woman, Lieutenant. It would be difficult for you to understand that kind of need, that kind of dependence. Once she would have agreed. Now she wasn't so sure. I'd like to record this conversation, Mr. Fort. Yes, of course. He sat, and as Peabody engaged her recorder, mechanically poured the tea. He listened without glancing up as Eve recited the traditional caution. Do you understand your rights and obligations? Yes. Would you care for sweetener? She looked down at her tea with some impatience. It smelled suspiciously like what the police psychologist, Dr. Mira, insisted on serving her. No. I've added a bit of honey to yours, officer. He sent Peabody a sweet smile. And a bit of something else. I think you'll find it soothing. Smells pretty good. Cautious, Peabody sipped, tasted home, and smiled back. Thanks. When's the last time you saw your father? Caught off guard by the abruptness of Eve's question, Chaz looked up quickly. The hand holding his cup shook once, violently. The day he was sentenced. I went to the hearing, and I watched them take him away. They kept him in full restraints, and they closed and locked the door on his life. And how did you feel about that? Ashamed? Relieved? Desperately unhappy. Or perhaps just desperate. He was my father. Chaz took a deep gulp of tea, as some men might take a gulp of whiskey. I hated him with all of my heart, all of my soul. Because he killed? Because he was my father. I hurt my mother deeply by insisting on attending his trial, but she was too battered emotionally to stop me from doing as I chose. She could never stop him either, though she did leave him eventually. She took me and left him, which was, I think, a surprise to all of us. He stared down into his cup, as if contemplating the pattern of the leaves skimming the bottom. I hated her, too, for a very, very long time. Hate can define a person, can't it, Lieutenant? It can twist them into an ugly shape. Is that what happened to you? Nearly. Ours was not a happy home. You wouldn't expect that it could be with a man like my father dominating it. You suspect I could be like him. Chaz's sensual voice remained calm, but his eyes were swirling with emotions. It was the eyes you watched during interview, Eve thought. The words often meant nothing. Are you? Blood will tell. Is that Shakespeare? He shook his head a little. I'm not quite sure. But isn't that what all children live with and fear no matter what their parents, that blood will tell? She lived with it. She feared it, but she couldn't allow herself to be swayed by it. How strong an influence was he on your life? There couldn't have been a stronger one. You're an efficient investigator, Lieutenant. I'm sure you've studied the records by now, run the discs, watched them. You would have seen a charismatic man, terrifyingly so. A man who considered himself above the law, any and all laws. That kind of steely arrogance is in itself compelling. Evil can be compelling to some. Yes. His lips curved without humor. You'd know that, in your line of work. He wasn't a man you could fight on a physical or emotional level. He's strong. Very strong. Chaz closed his eyes a moment, reliving what he was constantly struggling to put to death. I was afraid I could be like him, considered giving back the most precious gift I'd been given. Life. You attempted self-termination? I never got as far as the attempt, just the plan. The first time, I was 10. He sipped tea again, determined to soothe himself. Can you imagine a child of 10 pondering suicide? Yes, she could, all too well. She'd been younger yet when she had pondered it. He abused you. Abuse is such a weak term, don't you think? He beat me. He never seemed to be in a rage when he did. He just struck out at unexpected moments, snapping a bone, raising a fist, with the absent calm another man might display while flicking away a fly. His fist was clenched on his knee. Deliberately, Chaz opened his hand, spread his fingers. He struck like a shark, fast and in utter silence. There was never a warning, never a gauge. My life, my pain, was totally dependent on his whim. I've had my time in hell, he said softly, almost as a prayer. No one helped you? Eve asked, attempted to intervene? We never stayed in one place very long, and were allowed to form no attachments or friendships. He claimed he needed to spread the word, and he would snap a bone, raise a fist, then take me into a treatment center himself, a concerned father. You told no one? He was my father. It was my life. Chaz lifted his hands, let them fall. Who was I to tell? Neither had she told anyone, Eve thought. Neither had she had anyone to tell. And for quite a while I believed him when he said it was just. Chaz's eyes flickered. And I certainly believed him when he told me there would be terrible pain and terrible punishment if I said anything. I was 13 when he sodomized me for the first time. It was a ritual, he told me, when he bound my hands and I wept. A rite of passage. Sex was life. It was necessary to take it. He would take me on the journey as was his duty and his right. He picked up the teapot, poured, set it neatly aside. I don't know if it was rape. I didn't struggle. I didn't beg him to stop. I simply cried without sound and submitted. It was rape, Peabody said, and her voice was very quiet. Well. He found he couldn't drink the tea he'd just poured, but lifted the cup, held it. I told no one. Even years later, when they had him in a cage, I didn't tell the police. I didn't believe they would hold him. I simply didn't believe they could. He was too strong, too powerful, and all the blood on his hands seemed to add to it. Oddly enough, it was the sex that pushed my mother to run and take me, not the violence, not the little boy with broken bones or even the deaths I think she knew he'd caused. It was the sight of him kneeling over me on his altar with the black candles lit. He didn't see her, but I did. I saw her face when she stepped into the room. She left me there, let him finish with me, and that night when he went out, we ran. And still she didn't go to the police. No. He looked at Eve. I know you believe if she had, lives might have been saved.
But fear is a very personal emotion. Survival was her only goal. When they arrested him, I went to the trial every day. I was sure he would stop it somehow. Even when they said they would lock him away, I still didn't believe. I erased his name, and I tried to slip into normality. I took a job that interested me, that I had some talent for, and I allowed myself to get close to no one. There was a rage in me. I would look at a face and hate it because it was happy, or it was sad. I hated them all for their unshadowed existence. And like my father, I didn't stay in one place very long. And when I found myself considering suicide again, with great calm and great seriousness, I was frightened enough to seek help. He was able to smile again. It was, though I didn't realize it at the time, the beginning for me taking that step, allowing myself to speak the unspeakable. I learned to accept my own innocence and to forgive my mother. But the rage was still there, this hard, secret knot inside me. Then I met Isis. Through your interest in the occult, Eve prompted. Through my study of it as part of my therapy. He drank his tea now, and his lips were curved. I was angry and rude. Religion of any kind was an abomination to me, and I detested what she stood for. She was so beautiful, so full of light. When we were alone, she told me that she had recognized me. I panicked. I tried so hard to bury all of that, all of him. She said she hadn't meant from this life, though I could see in her eyes that she knew. She knew who I was, what I'd come from. She told me I had a great capacity for healing, and I would discover it once I had healed myself. Then she seduced me. He gave a short laugh, and in it was great warmth. Imagine my surprise when this beautiful woman led me to her bed. I went along like a puppy, half eager, half terrified. She was the first woman I'd had, and the only one I've been with. And on the night of the spring equinox, that hard, secret knot inside me began to dissolve. She loves me, and the miracle of that made me believe in other miracles. I became Wiccan. I embraced and was embraced by the craft. I learned to heal myself and others. The only person I've ever harmed in my life has been myself. But I understand better than Isis, with all her insights, the lure of violence, of selfishness, of bowing to another master. She believed him, yet too much of his past mirrored her own for her to trust her instincts. You've gone to a great deal of effort to hide your connection with your father. Wouldn't you? Did Alice know? Alice was innocence. She was youth. There were no David Baines Conroys in her life. Until Selina Cross. And Cross is an intelligent and vindictive woman. If she'd discovered your secret, she might have used Alice and others to blackmail you. Would the members of your cult trust you if they knew your history? Since that's never been tested, I don't have the answer. I'd prefer, certainly, to keep my privacy. And on the night Alice was killed, you were here, alone with Isis. Yes, and we were here alone on the night Lobar was killed, and yes. He smiled slightly. I have no doubt she would lie for me. But while she would live with the murderer's son, she would never live with the murderer. It's against everything she is. She loves you. Yes. And you love her. Yes. He blinked, and horror filled his eyes. You can't believe she'd have a part in any of this, beyond the fact that she loved Alice, cared for her as a mother would a sick child. She's incapable of hurting anyone. Mr. Fort, everyone is capable. You don't think he's involved,
Peabody said later, as they started down the outside stairs. There's a history of aberrant behavior in his family. He has an expert knowledge of chemicals, including hallucinogens and herbals. He has no alibi for any of the incidents. He was associated with Alice closely enough that she may have stumbled across the secret he's been hiding for years, and that exposed could destroy his cult. She paused, tapping her fingers against the rail as she ticked off her mental list. He has good reason to hate Selena Cross and her membership, to want to punish them as he couldn't punish his father. That gives him motive and opportunity, and with his background, the potential for violent behavior. He's made himself a decent life after a nightmare childhood, Peabody protested. You can't condemn him for what his father did. Eve stared out at the street and fought her own demons. I'm not condemning him, Peabody. I'm investigating every possibility. Consider this. She turned. If Alice knew and told Frank, his reaction might very well have been to demand she break off the connection. It's likely, following this line of speculation, that he confronted Ford himself, even threatened him with exposure if he didn't break off his influence. He was in homicide when Conroy was taken in, and he'd have known and remembered every filthy detail. Yes, but... And Alice moved into her own place. She continued to work part-time for ISIS, but she no longer lived there. Why did she move out, away from here, when she was afraid? I don't know, Peabody admitted, and we can't ask her. Eve turned back, started down the stairs again, then swore when she saw the boy leaning on her vehicle. Well, hell. She strode down, straight over to Jamie. Get your butt off my hood. This is an official vehicle. An official piece of shit, he corrected with a quick, sassy grin. The city puts you cops into recycled garbage heaps. A high-profile detective like you ought to have better. I'll tell the chief you said so next time I'm in the tower. What are you doing here? Just hanging. His grin flashed again. And I ditched the shadow you put on me. He's good. Jamie tucked his thumbs into his pockets. I'm better. Why aren't you in school? Don't bother to call the truant brigade, Lieutenant. It's Saturday. Then why aren't you terrorizing one of the Sky Malls like a normal delinquent? His grin spread. I hate Sky Malls. They're so yesterday. Caught you on Channel 75. Did you drop by for my autograph? You scrawl it on a credit slip. I could outfit this heap of yours and make it rock. He looked past her toward the shop. I got a load of the witch through the glass. She's doing some heavy retail today. Eve glanced back, noticed the customers browsing inside. You've seen her before. Yeah, a couple times when I tailed Alice. Ever see anything interesting? Nope. Everybody's always wearing clothes in there. He wiggled his brows. A guy has to hope. I studied up on Wicca. They like to be naked a lot. Did see the head witch kick a guy out of the shop once. Really? It was Eve's turn to lean on the hood. Why? Couldn't say, but she was maximum pissed. I could see they were having words, and I thought she was going to belt him, especially when he shoved her. He shoved her. Yeah. I thought about going in then, though she was a hell of a lot bigger than he was. Still, guys got no business pushing women around. But whatever she said to him had him backing off, backing way off until he was backing right out of the door, and he went off in a big hurry. What did he look like? Skinny dude, 5'10", maybe 125, couple of years older than me. Long black hair, red tips, long face with his incisors fanged. Red eyes, light complexion. Turned out in tight black leather, no shirt, couple of tattoos, but I was too far away to make them out. He shot her a smile, grim around the edges. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Last time I saw him, he wasn't looking so jazzy. Lobar, Eve thought, exchanging a glance with Peabody. The kid had given a solid and nearly professional description. And when was this? When did you see the incident?
The day... His voice cracked a little, so he cleared his throat. The day before Alice died.
And what did Isis do after Lobar left? She made a call. Couple minutes later, the dude she lives with came on the run. They talked for a couple minutes, real intense. Then she put up the close sign, and they went into the back room. Ticked me off, he added. I could have followed the leather guy. You want to stop tailing people, Jamie? They make you, they tend to get annoyed. People I tail don't make me. I'm too good. You thought you were good at B&E, too, she reminded him dryly, and watched as his color rose. That was different. Look, it has to be connected to Alice, to that Lobar creep, and I got a right to know. She straightened. Are you requesting the status of my investigation? Yeah, right. He rolled his eyes skyward. What's the status of your investigation? Ongoing, she said shortly, then jerked a thumb. Now scram. I got a right to know, he insisted. Survivors of victims and all that? You're the grandson of a cop, she reminded him. You know I'm not going to tell you anything. And you're a minor. I don't have to tell you anything. Now, go play somewhere else, kid, before I have Peabody here roust you for loitering. The muscles of his jaw tightened and jumped. I'm not a kid. And if you don't deal with Alice's killer, I will. Eve snagged his arm by the jacket before he could storm away. Don't cross the line, she said very quietly. She kept her face close to his, forcing him to look directly into her eyes. You want justice? You'll get it. I'll, by God, get it for you. You want revenge? I'll slap you in a cage. You remember what Frank stood for and what your sister was, and then you think it all through again. Now get out of here. I loved them. He jerked his arm free, but not before she saw tears rush into his eyes. Fuck your justice, and fuck you! She let him walk because, though the language had been an adult's, the tears had been a child's. That kid's hurting, Peabody murmured. I know. So was she now. Tail him, will you? Just to be sure he doesn't get into any trouble. Give it 30 minutes until he calms down, then beep your location. I'll pick you up. You going to talk to Isis? Yeah. Let's see what she and Lobar had to say to each other. Oh, and Peabody, watch your step. Jamie's a clever kid. If he made one of Rourke's men, he's likely to make you. Peabody flashed a smile. I think I can manage to tail a kid for a few blocks. Trusting her aide to keep Jamie out of trouble, Eve walked into Spirit Quest. The look Isis sent her held no welcome. You finished with Chaz, Lieutenant? For now. I'd like a few minutes. Isis turned to answer a question from a customer on a blend of herbs to enhance memory. Steep it for 5 minutes, Isis told her, then strain it. You'll need to drink it daily for at least a week. If it doesn't help, let me know. She turned her head back to Eve. As you can see, this is a bad time. I'll be quick. I'm just curious about the visit you had from Lobar here, a few days before he ended up with his throat slashed. She'd kept her voice down, but left her intention clear. They would talk, in private or in public. The location was up to Isis. I don't think I misjudged you, Isis said quietly, but you make me doubt myself. She signaled to a young woman Eve recognized from the initiation rite. Jane will handle the customers, Isis said as she started toward the back room. But I don't want to leave her long. She's very new at shop work. Alice's replacement. Isis's eyes burned. No one could replace Alice. She entered what appeared to be a combination of office and storeroom. On the reinforced plastic shelves were gargoyles, candles, sealed bins of dried herbs, clear stoppered bottles filled with liquids of varying hues. On the small desk was a very modern and efficient computer and communication system.
Jazzy equipment, Eve commented. Very now. We don't eschew technology, Lieutenant. We adapt and we use what is available to us. It's always been so. She gestured to a chair with a high carved back, took another for herself, one with armrests shaped like wings. You said you would be quick, but first I need to know if you intend to leave Chaz in peace. My priority is closing a case, not the peace of mind of a suspect. How could you suspect him? Her hands curled around the armrests as she leaned forward. You, of all people, know what he's overcome. If his past is relevant, is yours, Isis demanded, is the fact that you survived a nightmare to your credit or to your detriment? My past is my business, Eve said evenly, and you know nothing about it. What comes to me comes in flashes and impressions, stronger in some cases than others. I know you suffered and were innocent, just as Chaz is. I know you carry scars and harbor doubts, as he does. I know you struggled to make your own peace. And I see a room. Her voice changed, deepened, as her eyes did. A small, cold room, washed with dirty red light. And a child, battered and bleeding, huddled in a corner. The pain is unspeakable, beyond endurance. And I see a man. He's covered with blood. His face is... Stop it. Eve's heart was hammering, choking off her air. For a moment, she'd been back there, back in that child who'd crawled whimpering like an animal into the corner with blood staining her hands. Damn you. I'm sorry. Isis lifted a hand to press it to her own heart, and it trembled. I'm so very sorry. That is not my way. I let anger take over. She shut her eyes tight. I'm so very sorry. Eve lurched out of the chair. There was no room to pace, to prowl, to steam off the dregs of memory. I'm aware, she began coldly, that you have what is commonly called heightened psychic skill. HPS is still being studied. I have a report on my desk right now. So you've got a talent, Isis. Congratulations. Now stay the hell out of my head. I will. Pity swam in her eyes and couldn't be blinked away. She'd seen much more than she'd expected or intended. I can only apologize again. Part of me wanted to hurt you. I didn't control it. It must be hard to control it when you're angry, when you're threatened, when you see a weakness and can exploit it. Isis took a careful breath. It isn't my way. It's against the foundation of my faith. I will cause no harm. She lifted her hands, rubbing her fingertips under her eyes to dry them. I'll answer your questions. You wanted to know about Lobar. You were seen arguing with him here in the store the day before Alice died. Was I? She drew her composure back, cloaked it over her. It's always a mistake to believe yourself alone. Yes, he was here. Yes, we had words. About Alice, most specifically. He was a misguided young man filled with a dangerous self-importance. He thought himself powerful. He was not. Alice wasn't here. She wasn't working that day? No. I'd hoped she'd spend time with her family, connect with them again through her grandfather's death. That was the primary reason I'd encouraged her to move out of here and into a place of her own. I'd asked her not to come in for a few days. Lobar expected her to be here. I don't believe he was sent, but came on his own, maybe to prove himself. And you argued? Yes. He said that I couldn't hide her, that she'd never get away. She'd broken the law that Cross and those who belonged to her subscribed to. He said her punishment would be torture and pain and death. He threatened her life, and you didn't tell me. I was here before, and I questioned you. No, I didn't tell you. I considered it no more than a clash of wills, his against mine. He was no more than a pawn. I didn't require HPS to intuit that. He only wanted to upset me, to prove his superiority. His way of doing so was to describe, graphically, what he had done to Alice sexually. She drew another breath. And he told me that I had been promised to him. That when I was taken in, when my power was crushed, he would be the first to lay hands on me. Then he told me what he intended to do and how much I would enjoy it. He invited me to sample some of his many talents then and there, so that I would see how much more of a man he was than Chaz. I laughed at him. Did he assault you? He pushed me. He was angry. I deliberately baited him into it. Then I used it. An old spell, she said with a flick of her hand. What you might call a mirror or boomerang spell, so that what he was sending toward me, all the darkness, the violence, the hate, was reflected back at him, and when reflected, enlarged. She smiled a little. He left quickly and very frightened. He didn't come back. And you were frightened? Yes, on a physical level I was. You called Fort. He's my mate. Isis lifted her chin. I have no secrets from him, and I depend on him. He'd have been angry. No. Eyes level, she shook her head. Concerned, yes. We cast a circle, performed a rite for protection and for purification. We were content. I should have seen, she continued, with regret shimmering in her voice. I should have seen that Alice was their goal. Pride made me believe they would turn on me, that they wouldn't dare touch her while she was under my protection. Maybe I wasn't as honest with you as I might have been, Dallas, because without my pride blinding me, I know Alice might still be alive. Guilt was there, Eve decided as she drove off to pick up Peabody, and guilt could lead to retribution. Frank and Alice had been killed by a different method than Lobar. The deaths were connected, she was certain, but the connection didn't mean they'd all been committed by the same hand. Peabody hopped in when Eve swung to the curb at 7th and 47th. Across the sidewalk, the rowdy noise and computerized warfare of a VR den spilled out of the open doorway. It nicked the ordinance on noise pollution, but Eve figured the proprietors were willing to risk a fine or two in order to lure in tourists and the board. He in there? Yes, sir. Peabody looked hopefully at the rising steam from a glider grill. She could smell fresh soy burgers and oil fries. Do you mind if I grab something from this cart? Yeah, make it quick and eat it on the way. Do you want anything? Peabody asked over her shoulder as she pushed out of the car. No, snap it up and let's roll. Drugs, sex, Satan, and power, Eve mused. A religious war? Hadn't humans fought and died for beliefs since the dawn of time? Animals fought for territory. People fought for territory as well, and for gain, for passion, for beliefs, for the hell of it. They killed, she thought, very much for the same reasons. Got 2 of everything, Peabody announced, and set the thin cardboard filled with food on the seat between them, just in case. She bit into the loaded burger while Eve waited for a break in traffic. The kid led me on quite a route. Walked off as mad for 10 blocks, caught an uptown tram, got off, headed west, and talk about appetite. He hit a cart on 6th and downed 2 real pig dogs and a mega scoop of fries. Hit another a block down for an orange freezy, which happens to be a personal favorite of mine. Before he went into the VR den, he tagged this guy for 3 candy bars. Growing boy, Eve commented, and shot out like a bullet when she saw a slim gap in traffic. Horns bellowed in protest. As long as he's eating junk and playing VR, he should stay out of trouble. Inside the whoops and whistles of the arcade, Jamie sneered at the holograms battling on his personal screen. He listened to the exchange in Eve's car, courtesy of his earpiece and the micro-recorder and location device he'd planted. Yeah, it had been worth the risk, he decided, diddling with the VR controls with his mind wandering. Of course, it hadn't been that much of a challenge. Not only was the cop car a rolling heap of refuse, but its security system was rinky, at least when it came up against the skills of the master of electronics. Dallas wouldn't tell him what was going on, he thought grimly. He'd just keep tabs on things his own way. And he'd deal with things his own way. Whoever had killed his sister had better prepare to die. Eve ran the probability program with mixed results. The computer agreed, by a 96th percentile, that the cases were connected. The numbers dropped 10 points when it came to tagging different perpetrators. Charles Fort scored high on the index, as did Selena Cross. For Alban, she continued to run up against insufficient data. Frustrated, she buzzed Feeney. I've got some data I want to download on you for a probability scan. Can you see what you can do with the numbers? He wiggled his brows.
You want them higher or lower?
She laughed, shook her head. I want them higher, but I want it solid. Could be I'm missing something.
Shoot it over. I'll take a look.
Appreciate it. And there's something else. I'm running into blanks every time I try to access data on this Alban character. The guy's in his 30s. There has to be more on him. I'm not getting education, medical, family history. There's no criminal record, not even an illegal zone stop. My take is he had it wiped.
Takes a lot of talent and a lot of money to wipe it clean. Something's always somewhere.
She thought of Rourke and the suspiciously limited data on record. Well, he had a lot of talent, she reminded herself, and a lot of money. I figured if anybody could find anything...
Yeah, flatter me, kid. I'll get back to you.
Thanks, Feeney. Was that Feeney? Mavis bounced in, literally, on new air pump stack-heeled neon yellow sneakers.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on side 1 of cassette number 4. This is cassette number 4.
Was that Feeney? Mavis bounced in, literally, on new air pump stack-heeled neon yellow sneakers. Shoot, you zipped off. I wanted to talk to him. Eve ran her tongue around her teeth. Mavis was decked out in classic Mavis style. Her hair matched her sneakers and made the eyes burn. She wore it in a spiral mass of curls that exploded up as much as down. Her slacks were glossy, simulated rubber, dipped well below the glinting red stone in her navel, and hugged every curve. Her blouse, if it could be called that, was a snug band of material that matched the slacks and almost covered her breasts. Anybody try to arrest you on the way in? No, but I think the desk sergeant had an orgasm. Mavis fluttered emerald green lashes and dropped into a chair. Great outfit, huh? Just off Leonardo's drawing board. So, are you ready? Ready? For what? We've got a salon date. Trina shuffled you in. I left the message on your unit. Twice. She narrowed her eyes at Eve. Don't tell me you didn't get it, because I know you did. You logged it out. Logged it out. Eve remembered and ignored it. Mavis, I don't have time to play hare. You haven't taken lunch today. I checked with the desk sarge, Mavis said smugly, before his orgasm. You can eat while Trina whips you into shape. I don't want to be whipped into shape. It wouldn't be so bad if you hadn't hacked it again yourself. Mavis rose, picked up Eve's jacket. You might as well come quietly. I'm just going to keep hounding you. Log out for lunch. Take an hour. You'll be back and making our city safe by 1:30. Because it was easier than arguing, Eve snatched the jacket, shrugged it on. Just the hair. I'm not having her put all the gunk on my face. Dallas, relax. Mavis began to tug her out. Enjoy being a girl. Eve snapped out her logbook to mark time, scanning Mavis's rubber-clad butt bouncing along. I don't think that means the same thing to you as it does to me. Maybe it was the fumes, the potions and lotions, the oils and dyes and lacquers so typical in salons, but Eve found inspiration striking as she tipped back in her treatment chair. She wasn't sure how they'd gotten her to take off her clothes, submit to the indignity of the body smoother, the facial, the poking and prodding. She had managed to put her foot down, her bare, now toenail-painted foot, when the discussion had veered toward temporary tattoos and body piercing. Been too long, Trina lectured. I told you, you need regular treatments. You got the basics, but you don't enhance. You lose the edge. If you came in regular, it wouldn't take so long to bring you back. She didn't want to be brought back, Eve thought. She wanted to be left alone. She suppressed a shudder as she felt something buzzing around her eyes. Brow shaping, she reminded herself, and struggled to calm. Trina was not tattooing a smiley face on her forehead. I've got to get back. I've got work. Don't rush me. Magic takes time. Magic, Eve thought, and rolled her eyes, causing Trina to hiss at her. Everybody was obsessed with magic, it seemed. She frowned, listening to Mavis chirp happily about a new body polish that gave the skin a gold glow. This is mag, Trina. I've got to try it full body. Leonardo would lap it up. You can get it temp and edible. 6 flavors on the market now. Apricot's real popular. Eve opened her eyes to slits, saw Mavis and Trina huddled over a vial of gold liquid. Mavis with her neon hair, she thought, with odd affection. Trina with her pink frizz. Weird sisters. Weird sisters, she thought again, and sat up. Trina let out another hiss. Back down, Dallas. You got 2 minutes left. Mavis, you said you used to run a psychic con. Sure. Mavis fluttered her newly painted neon nails. Madame Electra sees all, knows all. Or Ariel, the sad-eyed sprite. She dipped her head, managed to look delicate and forlorn. I guess I had about 6 grifts on that theme. You could spot somebody pulling the same grift? Shit, are you kidding? From 3 blocks with sunshades on. You were good, Eve considered. I never saw you in that gig, but you were good in the others. You busted me. I'm better. Eve flashed a smile and felt the glop on her face ooze. Listen, there's this place you could check out for me, she began, as Trina marched over and shoved her back into the horizontal. Both of you, she added, eyeing Trina. Hey, is this a cop deal? Maybe. Frigid, Trina said, and pushed Eve's head back toward the rinsing bowl. You could scope it out. Eve squeezed her eyes shut as water flooded. See if you can get the clerk, her name's Jane, to talk. Give me a rundown. They don't come clean with cops. Who does? Trina wanted to know. I want impressions, Eve continued. You're interested in herbs, in mind expansion, love potions, sex enhancers, soothers. Illegals? You think they might be dealing? It's a possibility I need to confirm or eliminate. You could spot it every bit as quick as an undercover, and you could spot a grift. If they're hosing customers, if they're playing any cons, the money's coming from somewhere. This could rock, Mavis, Trina grinned. You and me, a couple of detectives, like Sherlock and Dr. Jekyll. Decent. I thought it was Dr. Holmes, though. Eve closed her eyes again. Must be the fumes, she decided. When she arrived home, Mavis and Trina were there, entertaining Rourke with their exploits. Eve scooped up the cat and followed the laughter. Dallas, it was so decent. Mavis popped up, waving her glass of wine. I can't wait to get home and tell Leonardo. But Trina and I, we wanted to grab some nutrition, and come right over and report. You should see all the stuff I bought. She started to dive into one of several shopping bags with the Spirit Quest logo. Eve resisted groaning and tugged Mavis's arm. Talk now, show later. I must have lost my mind, sending the two of you in there. I tell you, she said, whirling to Rourke, it's the fumes in those places. That's what makes people sit there and let themselves be shaved and painted and pierced. His eyes clouded briefly. Pierced? Where exactly? Oh, she wouldn't go for the nipple job. Trina waved a hand. Said she'd zap me if I came near her with a jabber. Good girl, Rourke murmured. I'm proud of your restraint. Because her head was starting to ache, Eve poured herself a glass of wine. Did the two of you do anything in there but spend your credits? We had readings, Mavis told her, genuinely iced. I've got an adventurous soul, and my narcissism is balanced by a generous heart. Eve couldn't help it. She laughed. You don't have to be psychic to read that one, Mavis. You just have to have eyes. You did go in dressed like that, right? Mavis dangled her neon sneaker. Sure. Jane, the clerk, was real helpful, seemed to know her herbs. We judged her sincere, right, Trina? Jane was sincere, Trina agreed soberly. Kinda dull. I could fix her up with a couple of sessions. A little highlighter, some body work. Now, the goddess. Hard to improve on that one. Isis, Eve sat up. She was there? She came out of the back while we were doing the herb thing. Mavis put in. I was saying how I wanted something to improve my performance level, boost my stage energy. See, when you're working a grift, you hang better if you believe the con. So, if you can do true, it's mag. I was looking for sex stuff. Trina smiled sinuously. Stuff to attract men, lift sexual performance. And I said how I had this stressful job, kept me tense and edgy. Over-the-counters just weren't cutting it for me. So I thought they might have something more potent, and I didn't mind the cost. They had a lot of blends. Mavis took up the story. I didn't see anything off. Fact is, she said how drugs weren't the answer. What we wanted was the natural way, like holistic. Holistic, Trina agreed. We nudged her, flashed credits and stuff, but she wasn't buying. Or I guess that would be selling. The Amazon Queen went into the back. Mavis picked up the story. Came back with this mix. Hair flying, Mavis dug into her shopping bag, tossed the smaller, clear bag to Eve. Said I should sample it, and she wouldn't charge me. She wants me to let her know if it worked for me. You can test it out, but I'd say it's clean. I like the stuff, Mavis grinned. Then AQ, Amazon Queen, she started to get into it. I had my sights on this crystal ball, a green one. What did she call it, Trina? Something. Tourmaline, Rourke provided. Yeah, right, tourmaline. She steered me away, said it was for relaxing, for soothing, and if I wanted energy, I should go for the orange one for, vitality. More expensive, Eve assumed. No, cheaper, way cheaper. She said how the green one wasn't for me. She thought I had a friend who could use it, someone close to me who carried too much stress, but she should choose it for herself when she was ready. Eve grunted, frowned. Then she gave us a reading. Mega. She said how she was glad we'd come in. She'd needed the positive energy. She wouldn't charge us for the readings. I liked her, Dallas. She hasn't got the eyes of a grifter. Okay, thanks. I'll check out the package. Mavis was up again, gathering her bags. I bought this candle for romance. I want to see if it works. See you Tuesday night. Tuesday? Mavis tapped her platform sneaker. Our Halloween party, Dallas. You said you'd come. I must have been drunk. No, you weren't. 9 o'clock, our place. Everybody's coming. I even tagged Feeney. See you. Loosen up, Trina advised as she strolled out. Wear a costume. Not in this lifetime, Eve muttered. Well, she bounced the small bag of leaves and seeds in her hand. That was probably a monumental waste of time. They enjoyed themselves, and you'll feel better once you analyze that mix, I suppose. I'm not getting anywhere. Eve set the bag on the table. I keep taking wrong turns. I can feel it. Enough wrong turns, and you usually end up in the right place after all. He leaned forward, set his hands on her shoulders, and began to rub. Mavis has a close friend who carries around too much stress. He worked on the knots. I wonder who that could be. Shut up. He chuckled, kissed the nape of her neck. You smell wonderful. It's that goop Trina poured all over me. She mentioned it. She said I'd enjoy it. He sniffed her neck again, made her chuckle. And I am. She also said she managed to hold you down for a full body treatment. I'm to pay particular attention to your butt. She certainly did. She tried to talk me into a temp tattoo of a rosebud on my right cheek. She started to sigh, then bolted up, grabbing her ass. Jesus Christ, she had me on the table for 10 minutes. You don't think she snuck one on? Rourke lifted a brow, then smiled slowly as he rose. I'll have to make it my job to find out. She had a rosebud on her ass and wasn't happy about it. Standing naked in the bathroom the next morning, Eve adjusted the trifold mirror until she could get a good look. I think I could bust her for this, she muttered. Decorating a cup's posterior without a license, Rourke suggested as he strolled in. Felonious reproduction of floral imagery. You're getting a big charge out of this, aren't you? Miffed, Eve snagged a robe off the hook. Darling Eve, I thought I made it perfectly clear last night I was on your side of the issue. Didn't I do my best to chew it off? She would not laugh, she ordered herself as she bit down hard on her tongue. There was nothing funny about it. I've got to get some solution or something, whatever they make to get it off. What's your hurry? It's rather sweet. What if I have to go in for a disinfect, or need to shower or change at the station? Do you know what kind of grief a butt tattoo's going to get me? He slid his arms around her, clever enough to get them under rather than over the robe. You're not working today. I'm going in. I've got to check my unit, see if Feeney shot back some data. And it won't make any difference if you do it Monday morning. We've got the day off. To do what? He merely smiled, slid his hands lower to stroke her rosebud. Didn't we just do that? It bears repeating, he mused, but it could wait a bit. Why don't we spend the day lazing around the pool? Lazing around the pool? It had a certain appeal. Well, maybe in Martinique. Don't bother to pack, he told her, planting a quick kiss on her mouth. You won't need anything but what you're wearing. She spent the day in Martinique, wearing nothing but a smile and a rosebud. That might have been why she was dragging a bit more than usual on Monday morning. You look tanned, Lieutenant. Peabody dug a bag out from her field kit, set 2 fresh cream donuts on the desk. You get a flash? No, just got some sun yesterday, that's all. It rained all day. Not where I was, Eve muttered, and filled her mouth with pastry. We've got to run the name of every member of both cults. Over 200 people. Say we eliminate half on data and profile, then we've still got 100 to tag, check alibis. Days of work, Peabody agreed. The commander would probably spring for a couple of uniforms to knock on doors, sweep out the obvious non-involved. I'm not sure there are any obvious non-involved. Eve pushed away from her desk. It took more than one person to transport Lobar's body, strap him onto that form, and it took a vehicle. None of the primes owns a vehicle large enough to have carried and concealed the body in the pentagram. Maybe one of the membership does. We run names through vehicle licensing. Failing that, we start checking on rentals. Vehicles reported stolen on the night of the murder. And it's just as likely whoever dumped him jumped a vehicle from one of the long-term lots and nobody ever noticed. Do we check anyway? Yeah, we check anyway. She punched her link when it beeped. Dallas, homicide.
I need to talk to you.
Lewis? Eve cocked a brow. You want to talk about the charges against your client regarding resisting? You talk to the PA.
I need to talk to you. Alone. Privately. As soon as possible.
What about?
I can't talk about it on the link. I need you to meet me.
Come here.
No, they may be following me. I don't know. I can't be sure. I'm being careful.
Had he made the shadow Feeney'd put on him, Eve wondered? Or was he just being paranoid? Who might be following you?
You've got to meet me. At my club. The Luxury on Park, level 5. I'll leave your name at the desk.
Give me some incentive, Lewis. I've got a full plate here.
I think I saw a murder. Just you, Eve. I won't talk to anyone else. Make sure you're not followed. Hurry.
Eve pursed her lips at the blank screen. Well, that's incentive. I think we've caught a break, Peabody. You're not going to meet him alone, Peabody protested as Eve grabbed her bag. I can handle one scared lawyer. We've got a man outside the club in any case, and I'm leaving my communicator on. Monitor. Yes, sir. Watch your back. Lewis paced, drinking scotch in quick, jerky gulps, the sweat on his brow that refused to be wiped away. His stomach roiled, his heart rabbited in his chest. He'd seen murder. He was nearly sure of it. It was all so hazy, all so surreal. The secret room, the smoke, voices, his own among them, lifted in chant. The taste, lingering on the tongue of warm, tainted wine. Those were all so familiar, a part of his life now for 3 years. He joined the cult because he believed in its basic principles of pleasure, and he'd enjoyed the rituals, the robes, the masks, the words repeated and repeated while candles guttered into pools of black wax. And the sex had been incredible. But something was happening. He found himself obsessing about meetings, desperately craving that first deep gulp of ceremonial wine. And then there were the blackouts, holes in his memory. He'd be logy and slow to focus. Recently, he'd found blood dried under his nails and couldn't remember how it had gotten there. But he was starting to. The crime scene photos Eve had shown him had clicked something open in his mind and had filled that opening with shock and horror. Images swirled behind his eyes. Selina with her feral, feline smile, the knife dripping in her hand, Lobar, God, it had been Lobar, sliding from the altar, his throat gaping wide like a screaming mouth. Murder. Nervously, he twitched the heavy drapes open a fraction, let his frightened eyes search the street below. He'd seen a blood sacrifice, and not of a goat, of a man. My God, dear God, had there been others? Other nights, other sacrifices? Could he have witnessed and blanked it from his mind? Lewis stumbled across the suite into the master bath and, collapsing, vomited up scotch and terror. When the cramps passed, he pulled himself up. He wept a moment, shoulders trembling, sobs echoing off the shining tiles. Then he lifted his head, forced himself to look in the mirror. He had seen what he had seen. It was time to face it. He would tell Eve everything and shift his burden into her hands. He felt a moment of relief, sweet in its intensity. A movement reflected in the glass had him whirling, had his heart bounding into his throat. How did you get in here? Housekeeping, sir. The dark woman in the trim maid's uniform held a stack of fluffy towels. She smiled. I don't want housekeeping. He passed a shaking hand over his face. I'm expecting someone shortly. Just leave the towels and... His hand slid slowly to his side. I know you. I know you. Through the smoke, he thought, through the cracked ice of fresh terror, one of the faces in the smoke. Of course you do, Louis. Her smile never wavered as she dropped the towels and revealed the afami she held. We fucked just last week. He had time to draw breath for a scream before she plunged the knife into his throat. Eve strode out of the elevator. She turned toward 5C, started to punch the buzzer under the peep screen. Her gaze flickered over the security light. It beeped green for disengaged. She drew her weapon. Peabody?
Here, sir.
Though her voice was muffled against Eve's shirt pocket. The door's unlocked here. I'm going in.
Do you want backup, Lieutenant?
Not yet. Stay on me. She slipped inside, soundlessly, shut the door at her back. She kept to her defensive crouch, sweeping her weapon and her gaze through the room. Drapes drawn, quiet. No one hid behind the furniture, behind the drapes. The small kitchen was empty and apparently unused. She stepped to the doorway of the bedroom, again sweeping her weapon. The bed was made, the closet firmly shut. She sidestepped toward it, then heard the sounds from the bathroom. Quick, heavy breathing, grunts of effort, a distinctly female chuckle. It passed through her mind that Louis might be having a quick roll with the LC of his choice, and she gritted her teeth in annoyance. But she didn't relax her guard. She stepped left, shifted her weight, and swung to the doorway. The smell hit her an instant before she saw it. Jesus Christ.
Lieutenant?
Peabody's voice, rising with concern, piped out of her pocket. Back off. Eve leveled her weapon at the woman. Drop the knife and back off.
Sending backup now. Give me your situation, Lieutenant.
I've got a homicide. Really fresh. I said back the hell off. The woman only smiled. She straddled Louis, or what was left of him. Blood pooled on the floor, splattered the white tiles, coated her hands and face. The stench of it and the gore was thick as smoke. Louis, Eve noted, was well beyond hope. He'd been gutted and disemboweled, and he was busily being eviscerated. He's already dead, the woman said pleasantly. I can see that. Put down the knife. Eve took a step closer, gesturing with the weapon. Put it down and move away from him. Slow. Face down on the floor, hands behind your back. It had to be done. Don't you recognize me? Yeah. Even through the mask of blood, Eve had made the face, and she'd remembered the voice, the sweetness of it. Miriam, right? First-degree witch. Now drop the fucking knife and kiss the floor, hands behind you. All right. Obligingly, Miriam set the knife aside, barely glancing at it when Eve trapped it under her heel, sent it skidding across the room well out of reach. He told me to be quick, in and out. I lost track of time. Eve tugged her restraints from her rear pocket, snapped them into place over Miriam's wrists. He? Chaz. He said I could do this one all by myself, but to be fast. She let out a sigh. I guess I wasn't fast enough. With her mouth thin, Eve looked down at Louis Trevane. No, she thought, I wasn't fast enough. You copy that, Peabody?
Yes, sir.
Pick up Charles Fort for questioning. Do it personally and take 2 uniforms for backup. Don't approach him alone.
Affirmative. Do you have the situation under control there, Lieutenant?
Eve stepped back from the blood running in a rivulet toward her boots. Yeah, she said. I've got it. She showered and changed before the interviews. The 10 minutes it took was necessary. She'd all but bathed in Louis Trevane's blood before she'd released his body to the M.E. If anyone in the lockers noticed the elegant little flower on her ass, there was no comment. I'm taking Miriam first, Eve told Feeney. Okay. Duet or solo? Solo. She's going to talk. She's on something. Eve shook her head. Maybe she's just plain crazy, but I think she's using. I'm going to get her to sign for a chemiscan. The PA doesn't like confessions given under the influence. I'll order one up. Thanks. She moved past him, walked into the room. Miriam's face had been washed clean of blood. She wore a baggy, disposable shift in police station beige and still managed to look like a young, eager fairy. Eve set the recorder, then sat. You know I've got you tagged, Miriam, so we don't have to take that dance. You murdered Louis Trevane. Yes. What are you on? On? Doesn't look like straight Zeus. You're too mellow. Will you agree to a drug scan? I don't want to. Her pretty mouth pouted, her dark eyes sulked. Maybe later I'll change my mind. She pursed her lips. Can I get some of my own clothes? This thing's itchy and it offends the eye. Yeah, we're real worried about that right now. Why did you kill Louis Trevane? He was evil. Chaz said so. By Chaz, you're referring to Charles Fort. Yes, but no one calls him Charles. It's just Chaz. And Chaz told you Louis was evil. Did he ask you to kill Louis? He said I could. Other times, I just got to watch. But this time I got to do it myself. There was lots of blood. She lifted a hand, studied it carefully. Gone now. What other times, Miriam? Oh, other times. She moved her shoulders. Blood purifies. Did you assist or witness other murders? Sure. Death is a transition. I got to do this one. It was a very powerful act. I cut the demon out of him. Demons exist and we fight them. By killing the people they inhabit. Yes. He said you were smart. Miriam beamed at her. But you'll never touch him. He's too far removed from your law. Let's go back to Louis. Tell me about it. Well, I have a friend on staff at the luxury. All I had to do was screw him, and that was okay. I like to screw. Then I slipped one of the master codes in my pocket. You can get in almost anywhere with the master. I put on one of the maid's dresses so no one would bother me, and I went right on into Louis's suite. I took him towels. He was in the bathroom. He'd been sick. I could smell it. Then I stabbed him. I went for the throat just like I was supposed to. Then I guess I got into it. She moved her shoulders again, sent Eve a mischievous smile. It's kind of like punching a knife through a pillow, you know, and it makes the sucky noise. Then I cut the demon out of him, and you came. I guess I'd finished anyway. Yeah, I guess you had. How long have you known Chaz? Oh, a couple of years. We like to make it in the park, in the daytime, because you never know if somebody's going to come along and see. How does Isis feel about that? Oh, she doesn't know. Miriam rolled her eyes. She wouldn't like it. How does she feel about the murders? The murders? She doesn't know. Does she? No, we wouldn't tell her about that. So it's just between you and Chaz. Between me and Chaz. Her eyes fluttered, stayed blank. I guess. Sure. Have you told anyone else in the coven? The coven? She laid her fingers on her lips, tapped them. No, it's our little secret. Our little secret. What about Lobar? Lobar. Her fingers kept tapping. No, that was different. Wasn't it? I can't remember. I'm getting a headache. Her voice turned petulant. I don't want to talk any more now. I'm tired. She laid her hands down on her folded arms and closed her eyes. Eve watched her for a moment. There wasn't any point in pushing now, she decided. She had enough. Eve signaled a uniform. Miriam murmured sulkily as Eve slipped the restraints back into place. Take her down to psych. Get Mira to do the evaluation. If possible, make a note to request permission for a drug scan. Yes, sir. Eve stepped to the door behind them, pushed a call button. Have Fort brought into interview room C. It occurred to her that she would like to lay her head on pillowed arms herself. Instead, she turned down the corridor into the observation area. Peabody stood beside Feeney. I want you in on this, Peabody. What did you think of her, Feeney? She's whacked. He held out his bag of nuts. Whether it's psych or induced, I don't know. Looks like a mix of both to me. That was my take. How come she seemed so damn normal the other night? Then she pulled her hands through her hair and laughed. I can't believe I'm saying that. She was standing naked in the woods, letting Fort kiss her crotch. She lowered her hands, pressed them to her eyes, then dropped them. His father never used a partner. That was never hinted at. He worked alone. So, he's got a different style, Feeney said. Whacked or not, the girl pinned Fort. It doesn't feel right to me, Peabody murmured, and Eve turned to her with a mildly interested glance. What doesn't feel right, officer? Detecting the light trace of sarcasm, Peabody lifted her jaw. Wiccans don't kill. People kill, Eve reminded her, and not everybody takes their religion seriously. Had any red meat lately? The flush worked up from under Peabody's starched uniform collar. Free-agers were strict vegan and used no animal byproducts. That's different. I walked in on a murder, Eve said shortly. The woman with the knife in her hand identified Charles Fort as her accomplice. That's fact. I don't want you to take anything but fact into that interview room. Understand? Yes, sir. Peabody stiffened her shoulders. Perfectly. But she stood in place a moment longer when Eve strode off. She's had a rough morning, Feeney said sympathetically. I got a quick scan of the first crime scene shots. It doesn't get any rougher. I know. But she shook her head, watching as Charles Fort was led into the room behind the glass. But it just doesn't feel right. She turned away, headed around the corner, and stepped into the interview room just as Eve was reading Fort his rights. I don't understand. You don't understand your rights and obligations? No, I understand them. I don't understand why I'm here. There was puzzlement and a vague sense of disappointment as he turned his gaze toward Peabody. If you'd wanted to speak with me again, you only had to ask. I would have met you or come involuntarily. It wasn't necessary to send 3 uniformed officers to my home. I thought it was necessary, Eve answered shortly. Do you want counsel or representation at this time, Mr. Fort? No. He shifted in agitation, tried to ignore the fact that he was inside a police facility, like his father. Just tell me what you want to know. I'll try to help you. Tell me about Louis Trevane. I'm sorry, he shook his head. I don't know anyone by that name. Do you usually send your handmaids out to murder strangers? What? His face went white as he pushed himself to his feet. What are you talking about? Sit down. Eve snapped the order out. Louis Trevane was murdered 2 hours ago by Miriam Hopkins. Miriam? That's ridiculous. That's impossible. It's very possible. I walked in while she was cutting out his liver. Chaz swayed, then sank into his chair. There's a mistake. It couldn't be. I think the mistake was yours. Eve rose, wandered over, then leaned over his shoulder. You should pick your weapons more carefully. When you use defective ones, they can turn on you. I don't know what you mean. May I have some water? I don't understand this. Eve jerked the thumb to Peabody, signaling her to pour a glass. Miriam told me everything, Chaz. She told me that you were lovers and that you'd allowed her to execute Trevane herself. Blood purifies.
No. He lifted the glass in both hands and still slopped water over the edge as he tried to drink. No. Your father liked to slice people up. Did he show you how it was done? How many other defective tools have you used? Did you dispose of them after you'd finished with them? Keep any souvenirs? She continued to hammer at him while he just sat, shaking his head slowly from side to side. Was this your version of a religious war, Chaz? Eliminate the enemy? Cut out the demons? Your father was a self-styled Satanist, and he'd made your life a misery. You couldn't kill him. You can't get to him now, but there are others. Are they substitutes? When you kill them, are you killing him, hacking him into pieces because of what he did to you? He squeezed his eyes tight, began to rock. God, my God, oh God. You can help yourself here. Tell me why. Tell me how. Explain it to me, Chaz. I may be able to cut you a break. Tell me about Alice. About Lobar. No. No. When he lifted his head, his eyes were streaming. I'm not my father. Eve didn't flinch, didn't look away from the desperate plea in his eyes. Aren't you? Then she stepped back and let him sob. She worked him for an hour, relentlessly pushing, then backtracking, then shifting directions. She kept the death photos on the table, dealt out like grisly playing cards. How many more, she demanded, how many more images of the dead should there be? Through it all, he wept and denied, wept and was silent. When she turned him over to Holding, his eyes stayed on hers until he was led around the corner and away. But it was the look in Peabody's eyes that caught her and had her waiting until they were alone. Problem, officer? Peabody drew a breath, braced. Yes, sir. I didn't like your interview technique. Didn't you? It seemed overly harsh, cruel, using his father over and over again, directing him to look at the stills. Eve's stomach was raw, her nerves scraped clean, but her voice was cool, her hands steady as she gathered up the stills. Maybe I should have asked him politely to please confess so we could all go home and get back to our comfy lives. Don't know why I didn't think of it. I'll make a note to try it the next time I have a murder suspect in interview. Peabody wanted to wince, managed not to. It just seemed to me, Lieutenant, particularly since the suspect had no representation. Did I read him his rights, officer? Yes, sir. But did he verify that he understood those rights? Peabody pulled back, nodded slowly. Yes, sir. Can you estimate, Officer Peabody, how many interviews you've conducted on homicide cases? Sir, I can't, Eve snapped, and her eyes went from cool to hot. I can't, because there's been too fucking many of them. You want to take a look at the stills again? You want to see this guy with his guts spilled out all over the tiles? Maybe it'll toughen you up a little, because if my interview techniques upset you, Peabody, you're in the wrong career. Eve strode to the door, then whirled back while Peabody stood where she was at rigid attention. And I expect my aide to back me up, not question me because she happens to have a soft spot for witches. If you can't handle that, Officer Peabody, I'll approve your request for transfer. Understood? Yes, sir. Peabody let out a shaky breath as Eve's boots clicked down the corridor. Understood, she said to herself, and shut her eyes. A little rough on her, Feeney commented when he caught up. Don't you start on me. He only held up a hand. Isis came in voluntarily. I put her in room B. With a jerk of the head, Eve changed directions and pulled open the door of room B. Isis stopped her restless pacing and spun around. How could you do this to him? How could you bring him here? He's terrified of places like this. Charles Fort is being held for questioning in the stabbing death of Louis Trevane, among others. In contrast to Isis's raised and furious voice, Eve's was cold and flat. He has not yet been charged. Charged? Her golden skin paled. You can't believe Chaz had anything to do with the murder. Trevane? We don't know any Louis Trevane. And you know everyone Fort knows, Isis. Eve set the file on the table, kept her hand on it as if to remind herself what was inside. You know everything he does and thinks and plans. We are as close as it's possible for human bodies and minds and souls to be. There is no harm in him. The temper drained out of her. Now her voice trembled. Let me take him home, please. Eve met the pleading eyes straight on, forced herself not to feel. Did you know, being as close as it's possible, that he'd decided to get equally close, bodily speaking, with Miriam? Miriam? Isis blinked once, then nearly laughed. That's ridiculous. She told me herself. She smiled when she told me. Remembering that, bringing that image back, dried up any sympathy. She smiled as she straddled what was left of Louis Trevane, while his blood was smeared all over her hands and her face and the knife she held. As her legs went weak, Isis reached out blindly to brace a hand on the back of a chair. Miriam killed someone? That's impossible. I thought all things were possible in your sphere. I walked in on her little ceremony myself. Eve's fingers curled on the file, but she didn't open it. There was still pity, after all, for the woman who loved and believed. She was very cooperative, happily told me that Fort had allowed her to kill Trevane herself, unlike the others, where she only observed. Using her hand to keep her balance, Isis stepped unsteadily around the chair, eased herself into it. She's lying. There was a lance in her heart, quivering there. Chaz has nothing to do with this. How could I have missed this part of her? Closing her eyes, Isis rocked herself gently. How could I not have seen? We initiated her. We took her in. We made her one of us. Can't see everything, can you? Eve angled her head. I think you should be more worried about your vision as it applies to Charles Fort. No. She opened her eyes again. There was misery in them, but behind it was a steel Eve recognized. There's no one I see more clearly than Chaz. She's lying. She'll be tested. In the meantime, you may want to rethink allowing yourself to be used as his alibi. He's betrayed your trust, Eve said, stepping closer. It could have been you, Isis, at any time. If you care for him so much, then cooperate with me. It's the only way to stop him and to get him help. Help? Isis's mouth twisted. You don't want to help him. You want him to be guilty. You want him to be punished because of where he came from, because of his father. You're wrong. Eve spoke quietly now, almost to herself. I wanted him to be innocent, because of his father. The warrant will have come through by now. We'll search your shop and your apartment. Whatever we find can be used against you as well. It won't matter. Isis forced herself to stand. You won't find anything to help you. You're entitled to be present during the search. No, I'll stay here. I want to see Chaz. You're not related or legally married. Dallas, Isis interrupted quietly. You have a heart. Please listen to it and let me see him. Yes, she had a heart, and it ached to see the plea in the eyes of a strong woman. I can give you 5 minutes through security glass. As she wrenched the door open, she set her teeth. Tell him to get a lawyer, for God's sake. In the storeroom of Spirit Quest and in a workroom in the apartment above were dozens of bottles and containers and boxes. They were filled with liquid and powder and leaves and seeds. She found organized records detailing the contents and their uses. Eve ordered everything sent to the lab for analysis. She found knives, carved handles, and plain, long-bladed and short. She tagged a sweeper, ordered him to scan for traces of blood. Ceremonial robes and street clothes were scanned as well. And there, under a neatly folded stack of robes kept fresh in a chest smelling of rosemary and cedar, she found the balled-up and bloody black robe. "Here," she signaled to the sweeper. "Scan it." "Nice sample." The sweeper snapped her gum, ran the nozzle of her shoulder unit over the cloth. "Mostly on the sleeves." Behind her protective goggles, the sweeper's eyes were mildly bored. "Human," she confirmed. "A-neg. Can't get you more without a portable." "That's enough." Eve slid the robe into a bag, sealed and labeled it for evidence. Lobar was A-negative. She looked at Peabody as she handed the bag to her. "Careless of him, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir." Dutifully, Peabody stored the bag in her evidence kit. It would seem so. Eve arrived at her office at 8 a.m. She had already been by the lab to harass them, which had in part cheered her. Her link was beeping with an incoming when she opened the door, and Peabody stood at attention beside her desk. "You're early, Peabody." Eve moved to the link, coded in, and waited for the messages to dispense. "You're not on for 30 minutes. "I wanted to speak to you, Lieutenant, before I came on duty." "All right." Eve put the messages on hold, turned to give Peabody her full attention. "You look like hell," she commented. Peabody kept her gaze steady. She knew how she looked. She hadn't eaten or slept. "I would like to formally apologize, Lieutenant, for statements made after the Fort interview. It was insubordinate and incorrect to question your methods. I hope that my lack of judgment in this matter will not influence you to dismiss me from this case or from this division." Eve sat, leaned back in a chair. "Is that all, Officer Peabody?" "Yes, sir. Except to say, if you've got more to say, pull the stick out of your butt first. You're off duty and off the record." Peabody's shoulders slumped slightly, but in defeat rather than relaxation.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
Peabody's shoulders slumped slightly, but in defeat rather than relaxation. "I'm sorry. Watching him fall to pieces that way got to me. I wasn't able to divorce myself from the situation and view it objectively. I don't want to believe, she corrected, that he's responsible. It tainted my viewpoint." "Objectivity's essential," Eve said, "and more often than any of us want to admit, impossible. I wasn't completely objective either, which is why I overreacted to your comments. I apologize for that." Surprise and relief spread through her. Peabody found them both easier to swallow than crow and fear. "Will you keep me on?" "I've got an investment in you." Leaving it at that, Eve turned back to her link. Behind Eve's back, Peabody closed her eyes tightly, dug for composure. She took a breath, swallowed hard, and found it. "So, does this mean we've made up?" Eve slanted a look at Peabody's hopeful grin. "Why don't I have any coffee?" She engaged the link, let her messages run. The first had barely begun when Peabody set a steaming cup at her elbow.
"Come on, Dallas, come on. Give me a break. I can go on with an update any time, day or night. Get back to me, damn it, just a couple details."
"Not going to happen, Nadine," Eve murmured, and zipped through the next 3 messages from the reporter, all increasingly desperate. "I can't see it," Peabody said quietly. "Why can't I see it? It's all there." She lifted her shoulders, let them fall. "It's all right there." Why Alice? Why Frank? He didn't do them. They're not his. Separate cases? You still think Selena's responsible for them? I know she is, but we're a long way from proving it. She spent the day going over reports, filing her own. By noon, when she faced Chaz in interview again, she was ready to try a different tack. She studied his chosen representative, a young, sad-eyed woman who, by Eve's estimate, could barely be old enough to have passed the bar. She didn't bother to sigh when she recognized the woman from the initiation ceremony. A lawyer witch, she mused, and wondered if that would be considered a redundancy. This is your chosen counsel, Mr. Fort? Yes. His face was sickly gray. His eyes shades darker. Leela has agreed to help me. Very well. You've been charged with murder, Mr. Fort. I've requested a bail hearing, Leela began, and passed Eve some paperwork. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. today. You won't get bail. Eve handed the papers to Peabody, and it won't delay this very long. I didn't even know the man who was killed. Chaz's voice quavered. He took a breath, laid his hand over Leela's as if for support. Their fingers linked, and his voice became stronger. I've never harmed anyone in my life. It's against everything I believe, everything I've made myself. I've told you. I held nothing back from you, trusting you to understand. Do you own a black robe? Natural silk, wrap style, floor length? I own many robes, but I don't care for black. Eve held a hand out, waited until Peabody put the sealed garment into it. Then you don't recognize this? It's not mine. He seemed to relax a little. That doesn't belong to me. No. Yet it was found in a chest in the bedroom of the apartment you share with Isis. Carelessly, perhaps quickly hidden under a stack of other robes, there's blood on it, Mr. Fort, Lobar's blood. No. He cringed back. That's not possible. It's a fact. Your representative is free to study the lab report. I wonder if Isis will recognize it. It might jog her memory. She has nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with any of this. Panic had him lurching up. You can't suspect her of what? Eve cocked her head. Of being an accessory? She lives with you, works with you, she sleeps with you. Even if she's just been protecting you, it puts her in it. She can't be drawn into this. She can't be put through this. Leave her alone. He leaned forward, resting trembling hands on the table. Leave her alone. Promise me that, and I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. Chaz. Leela stood, put a firm hand on his shoulder. Sit down. Don't say anything else. My client has nothing further to say at this time, Lieutenant. I need to confer with him and request privacy to do so. Eve took her measure. The woman no longer looked young and sad-eyed, but cool and determined. There won't be a deal, Counselor. Not on this one. She rose, signaled to Peabody. But a full confession might get him a psych facility rather than a maximum lockup. Think about it. She swore under her breath once she was outside the room. She'll put a lid on him. He'll do what she tells him because he's too scared not to. Eve paced a yard down the corridor, then back. I've got to get to Mira. She's bound to be done by now with testing. You contact the PA's office. We need somebody down here. Maybe if we have a prosecutor talk to his rep, lawyer to lawyer, we can open it up. Isis cracked him. Peabody glanced back toward the door as they headed away. He really loves her. There's all kinds of love, isn't there? I don't get why he had sex with Miriam. There's all kinds of sex, too. Some is straight manipulation. She turned into her office to call Mira. Delusional, sociopathic, an addictive and easily influenced personality. Eve tossed Mira's report aside. She hadn't needed a psychiatrist to tell her Miriam was a lunatic with no conscience. She'd seen that for herself. Or that she had obsessive leanings toward the occult, a low intelligence quotient, and a capacity for violence. Mira's recommendation for further testing and for treatment as mentally defective might have been sound, but it didn't change the facts. Miriam had butchered a man in cold blood and would more than likely do her time in the quiet rooms of a mental health facility. The truth testing hadn't been much more helpful. It indicated the subject was telling the truth, as the subject saw the truth. There were gaps and hitches and confusion. Likely due, Eve noted, glancing at the drug scan results, from having a half-dozen illegal substances bouncing around in her system. Lieutenant, Peabody stepped in, waited for Eve to look up. Schultz from the PA's office just tagged me. What's the status? The lawyer won't budge. She's pushing for a truth test, but Fort keeps refusing. Schultz thinks she's stalling. Says she wants 48 hours to study all the reports and evidence. It'll keep Fort in since bail was denied, but she's insisting. Schultz thinks Fort's ready to roll over, but she's keeping him on a short leash. Schultz give you all that? Yeah, well, I think he was looking to make time. Fresh divorce. Oh. Eve lifted a brow. And he likes a woman in uniform. I'd say it's more like he likes a human with breasts at this point. Bottom line, he doesn't think we're getting any more tonight. The lawyer exercised her client's right for minimum break. Schultz agreed to talk more in the morning. He's headed out. All right, maybe it's best to give them both time to stew. We'll swing by Isis's place. May be able to shake her. You've got it pretty well wrapped. Peabody fell into step beside her. You'll be able to relax some tonight at the party. Party? Eve stopped dead. Mavis's party? That's tonight? Hell. So speaks the party animal, Peabody said dryly. Personally, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a shitty week. Halloween's supposed to be for kids, so they can blackmail adults into forking over junk food. Grown men and women running around in dopey costumes. It's embarrassing. Actually, it's an old revered tradition with its roots in earth religions. Don't get started, Eve warned as they rode down to the garage. She eyed Peabody suspiciously. You're not actually wearing a costume. How else can I guarantee getting my share of candy? Peabody brushed some lint from the front of her uniform. The store was dark, and so was the apartment. No one answered the knock on any door. Eve considered, checked her watch. I'm going to stake it out for a couple of hours. I'd rather hit her tonight. She's probably at the Sabbat ceremony. I don't figure she's in the mood for naked dancing under the circumstances. I'll stick. You can catch transpo from here. I can stay. It's not necessary. If she doesn't show in a couple hours, I'll head to Mavis's. Like that? Peabody scanned Eve's faded jeans, worn boots, and battered jacket. Don't you want to wear something more festive? No. I'll see you there. Eve climbed back in the car, lowered the window. So, what are you wearing? It's a secret, Peabody said with a grin, and walked off to catch a tram home. Embarrassing, Eve decided, and settling back, engaged her link. The system put her through to Rourke at his Midtown office.
Just caught me,
he told her, and noted the edge of the steering wheel on the monitor.
Obviously you're not at home getting yourself ready for tonight's festivities.
Obviously not. I've got a couple more hours here, so I'll meet you at Mavis's. We can duck out early.
I can see you're already looking forward to an exciting evening.
Halloween. She glanced over as a ghoul, a 6-foot pink rabbit, and a mutant transsexual crossed the street in front of her car. I just don't get it.
Darling Eve, for some it's simply an excuse to be foolish. For others it's a serious holy day. Samhain, the beginning of Celtic winter. The beginning of the year. The turn of it with the old dying and the new yet unborn. On this night, the veil between is very thin.
Boy, she gave a mock shudder. Now I'm spooked.
Tonight we'll concentrate on using it as an excuse to be foolish. Want to get drunk and have wild sex?
Yeah. Her lips twitched. That sounds pretty good.
We could get started now. A little link sex.
That would be illegal over an official line. Besides, you never know when dispatch is going to get nosy.
Then I won't mention how much I want to get my hands on you, my mouth on you, how exciting it is to feel you under me when I'm inside you and you arch back, struggling to breathe and fist your hands in my hair.
No, don't mention it, she told him, as the muscles in her thighs tingled and went lax. I'll see you in a couple hours. We'll, go home early. Then you could mention it.
Eve?
Yeah?
I adore you.
With a silky, satisfied smile on his face, he disengaged. She blew out a long, slow breath. When am I going to get used to this? She muttered. The sex was mind-scrambling enough. She'd never thought of the act as any more than a necessary and mildly pleasurable physical release. Until Rourke. He could turn her dry-mouthed and needy with a look. But more was the hold he had on her heart, in that firm, possessive grip that was alternately comforting and terrifying. She'd never understood the demanding power of love. Frowning, she looked back at the apartment across the street. Hadn't that been what she'd seen there? Power and love? Isis was a strong, powerful woman. Could love have blinded her so completely? It wasn't impossible, Eve mused. But it was disappointing, she admitted. For herself, she knew Rourke had spent much of his life skirting the law. Hell, she thought he'd stomped on it. She knew he'd stolen, cheated, finagled. She knew he'd killed. The abused child from the mean streets of Dublin had done what he'd needed to do to survive. Then had done as he'd liked to profit. She couldn't entirely blame him for either. Yet if he used his power and his position today to kill, what would she do? Would she stop loving him? She wasn't sure, but she was sure that she would know. And the code that she lived by wouldn't allow her to turn a blind eye to murder. Maybe the code Isis lived by wasn't as strong. And yet, as she sat in the dark with the sharp little teeth of the wind biting at her windows, she found she couldn't balance it. Fort had all but confessed now, she reminded herself. Once she'd confronted him with the robe, with the evidence, he'd started toward surrender. That wasn't exactly true, she thought. It was when she'd brought Isis into it that he'd changed directions. Protecting her, shielding her, sacrificing for her. With a new theme playing in her mind, she got out of the car, crossed the street. A number of people wandered the street, many of them in costumes. Even as she stepped over the curb, a gaggle of teenagers rushed by, making enough noise to wake the dead. No one paid any attention to a lone woman in a leather jacket climbing the stairs to a dark apartment. She stood on the landing a moment, scanning the street, the surrounding buildings. It was an area where people minded their own business, she decided. And wouldn't the neighbors be accustomed to seeing people, perhaps the less than usual type of person, going up and into the apartment? To test her theory further, Eve tried the door. Finding it locked, she simply fished a master code out of her pocket. She had the door open in seconds and waited just outside it for the sound of a security alarm. There was only silence inside. No security, she decided, and resisted the temptation to go in. The average citizen wouldn't have access to a master, but there were other ways of popping unsecured locks. Hadn't the apartment been empty the day before? With both Fort and Isis at Central, how easy would it have been for someone to slip in to plant a blood-stained robe in an obvious place? Eve shut the door again and stood arguing with herself. Miriam had implicated him. She'd said his name as she sat on the floor, blood still running from her hands. Delusional, sociopathic, easily influenced. Damn it. Eve trooped down the steps back to her car. The evidence was there, wasn't it? Motive, opportunity. It was a fucking textbook checklist. She even had a confessed accomplice in custody. An accomplice he'd been sleeping with on the side, having sex in Central Park, using his influence to bring her into the coven right under his lover's nose. It fit, she told herself. And that was the trouble. It slid so well into place it was as if someone had oiled the slot. All you had to do was leave out love. Selfless, devoted, unquestioning love. Add that, and it scraped along the sides of that slot screaming in protest. If there was a chance it was a setup, and that she was being used to make it click, she was damn well going to find out. She considered calling Peabody, started to reach for her link, when she heard the scream. She was out of the car, her hand on her weapon, when she spotted the black-robed figure dragging a woman into the shadows. "Police!" She rushed forward, drawing. "Back off!" He did more than that. He ran. When Eve reached the woman, she was lying face down, moaning. Holstering her weapon, she crouched down. "How badly did he hurt you?" As she rolled the woman over, she saw the glint of a blade. It was pressed, keen-edged, against her stomach before she saw Selina's face. "All I have to do is push, just a little." Selina smiled. "I'd enjoy that. But for now..." Her hand tapped against Eve's throat. She felt the pressure and the sting an instant before her vision blurred. "Now you're going to help me to the car, or it's going to look that way if anyone notices." Smiling, Selina put her arms around Eve, keeping close so it appeared she was being lifted to her feet. "And if you don't do exactly what I say, your guts will hit the sidewalk, and I'll be gone before you realize you're dead." Eve's head was swimming, her legs like rubber as Selina led her down the sidewalk.
Line 417.
The vehicle shuddered, then hummed discordantly. "I don't believe you're in any shape to drive." Selina threw back her head and laughed. "Give it the address. My apartment. We have a very special ceremony in mind for you." Mechanically, Eve repeated the address and stared straight ahead as the vehicle slowly slid from the curb. "Not Fort," she managed, struggling to snap back. It was never him. That pathetic excuse for a man. He couldn't kill a fly if it landed on his dick, if he's got one. But he and that half-breed Wiccan are going to pay. You've seen to that, haven't you? They thought they could save poor little Alice. Well, so did her stupid grandfather. See where it got them? No one challenges me and lives. You'll find out just how much power I have very soon now, and you'll beg me to kill you and end it. You killed them all. Every one of them." Selina leaned closer. "And more. Many more. I enjoy the children most. They're so fresh. I walked right in on the grandfather, used his weakness for females, sobbed, told him I was afraid for my life. Alban would kill me. Then I slipped the drugs into his drink and I killed him. I wanted blood, but, well, it was nearly as satisfying to watch his eyes as he realized he was dying. You've seen how the eyes die first, haven't you, Dallas? They die first. Yes. The mists were moving back to the corners of her mind. She could feel her legs and arms tingle as the nerves pumped back to life. Yes, they do. And Alice. I was almost sorry when we had to end that. Tormenting her day after day was so arousing. The way she would jump at a cat or a bird. Droids. Easily programmed. We used the cat that night. Had it speak to her with my voice. We were waiting for her. We had plans for her. But she ran into the street and killed herself instead. So, we'll do it to you, what we planned for her. Here we are now. As the car veered toward the curb, Eve tested her hand, forced it into a fist. She struck out, backhanded, felt the satisfying connection with flesh and bone. Then the door was wrenched open behind her, hands clenched around her throat, and the world went black. She should be here by now. Though her apartment was filled with people and noise and wildly spinning lights, Mavis pouted. She promised. She'll be right along. Rourke managed to avoid being butted by a red-robed bull, lifted a brow at the manic call of, "Toro!" An angel spun by, desperately dancing with a headless corpse. I really wanted her to see what Leonardo and I have done with the place. Proud, Mavis turned a quick circle. She'd never recognize her old digs, would she? Rourke scanned the magenta walls with their uninhibited splashes and streaks of cerise and periwinkle. The furniture consisted of heaps of glossy pillows and glass tubes. In keeping with the event, streamers of orange and black swayed everywhere. Skeletons danced, witches flew, and black cats arched. No, he could agree with complete honesty. She'd never recognize her old apartment. You've done wonders. We just love it, and we've got the best landlord on the planet. She kissed him enthusiastically. While he hoped her purple lipstick hadn't transferred to his face, he smiled. My favorite tenant. Could you call her, Rourke? With fingers tipped the same shade, she plucked at his sleeve. Just give her a little goose. Of course. Go play hostess and don't worry. I'll get her here. Thanks. She rolled off on glittery, red-wheeled shoes. Rourke turned with the idea of hunting up somewhere quiet to make his call, then blinked at the apparition. Peabody? Her elaborately painted face fell. You recognized me. Barely. With a faint smile, he stepped back to take a full measure. Long blonde hair swirled over her shoulders, down her back, over the tiny scallop-shaped bra that covered her breasts. From the waist down, she was encased in shimmering green. You make a lovely mermaid. Thanks. She perked up again. It took me forever to rig myself out. How the hell do you walk? I've got a cutout for my feet. The skirt of the tail covers it. She wiggled back. Pretty restrictive to movement, though. Where's Dallas? She twisted her head to search. I want her to get a load of it. She isn't here yet. No? Because she hadn't worn her watch, she peered down at his. It's almost 10. She was only going to stake out Isis's place for a couple hours, then come straight here. I was about to call her. Good idea. Peabody tried to ignore the prickle of nerves. She's probably stalling. She hates stuff like this. Yes, you're right. But she'd have been there for Mavis, he thought, as he slipped into the corner. And for him. When her link went unanswered, he bypassed security and called through her communicator. There was a humming buzz that indicated it was on standby, but it went unanswered. Something's wrong, he said when he stepped back up to Peabody. She isn't picking up. Let me get my bag. Try her communicator. I've already tried it. he said shortly. She isn't picking up. She was staking out Spirit Quest? Yeah, she wanted to talk to Isis. Let me get out of this costume. We'll go check it out. I can't wait for you. He pushed his way through the crowd as Peabody shuffled and looked for Feeney. She thought it was a dream at first when she woke, groggy and hot. Her head spun, and when she tried to lift a hand to it, she found she couldn't move. Panic rushed in first. Her hands were bound. He'd often tied her hands when she was a child, tied her to the bed, clamped a hand over her mouth to hold in her screams when he raped her. She pulled at them, felt the vague, faraway pain of the straps cutting into her wrists. Her breath sobbed out as she struggled. Her legs were secured as well, tied down at the ankles so that her thighs were spread. She whipsawed her head, trying to see. Shadows shifted through the room, chased by the flickering lights of dozens of candles. She could see herself in a mirror, a wall of black glass that reflected images and light. She wasn't a child, and it wasn't her father who had tied her. She forced down the panic. It wouldn't help. It never did. She'd been drugged, she told herself. She'd been brought here, stripped naked, and tied to a marble slab like a piece of meat. Selina Cross meant to kill her, and maybe worse, unless she could keep her mind clear and fight back. She continued to work at her wrist straps, twisting, tugging, while she forced her mind to focus. Where was she? In the apartment, most likely, though she couldn't quite remember. The club would have been too dangerous, full of people. It was more private here, in this room where Alice had seen a child sacrificed. What time was it? God, how long had she been out? Rourke was going to be pissed. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood to hold back the bubble of hysteria. They would miss her, wonder about her. Peabody knew her last location, and they would check it out. And what good would that do her? Eve closed her eyes to wait for calm. She was on her own, she told herself, and she meant to survive. The mirrored wall slid open, and Selina, draped in an open black robe, slipped through. Ah, you're awake. I wanted you awake and aware before we started. Alban stepped in behind her. He wore a similar robe and a fierce, toothed mask of a boar. Saying nothing, he picked up a thick candle, set it between Eve's thighs. He stepped back, lifted an ivory-handled afami from a black pillow, then held it aloft. Now we begin. Rourke opened the door of his car when his pocket link beeped. He whipped it out. Eve.
It's Jamie. I know where she is. They've got her. You have to hurry.
Where is she? As he spoke, Rourke climbed behind the wheel.
That Cross bitch. They've got her inside the apartment. Or I think they do. I lost transmission when they got her out of the car.
Rourke didn't wait, but pushed the accelerator and flew through traffic. What transmission?
I bugged her car. I wanted to know what was going on. I planted a transmitter. I heard stuff tonight. Cross told her to put the car on auto, go to the apartment. Dallas must have been drugged or something, because she sounded weird. And Cross said how she killed my grandfather and Alice.
His voice flooded with tears.
She killed them both. And kids. And Christ.
Where are you?
I'm right outside their place. I'm going in.
Stay out. God damn it, you listen to me. Stay out. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Call the cops. Report a break-in, a fire, anything, but get them there. Understand me?
She killed my sister.
Jamie's voice was suddenly calm and cold.
And I'm going to kill her.
Stay out, Rourke repeated, swearing as the transmission ended. Digging for control, he called Mavis's, snapped out a demand for Peabody when the call was answered with wild laughter. He was already pulling up at Selina's building when Peabody answered.
Rourke, Feeney and I are heading to Spirit Quest right...
She's not there. Cross has her. Most likely in the apartment building. I'm there now, and I'm going in.
Jesus, don't do anything crazy. I'll call for a cruiser. Feeney and I are on our way.
There's a young boy in there, too. You'd better hurry. With no weapon but his wits and his will, he rushed the door. They were chanting over her. Alban had lighted a fire in a black cauldron, and the smoke was thick and overly sweet. Selina had discarded her robe and was now slowly rubbing glistening oil over her body. Ever been raped by a woman? I'm going to hurt you when I do it. So will he. And we won't kill you quickly, the way we did Lobar, the way we told Miriam to kill Trevane. It's going to be slow and unspeakably painful. Eve's head was clear now, brutally clear. Her wrists burned, slicked with her own blood as she continued to strain against the straps. Is this how you call up your demons? Your religion's a sham. You just like to rape and kill. It makes you a degenerate, just like any creep crawling in the gutter. Selina brought her hand back, whipped it down hard over Eve's face. I want to kill her now. Soon, my love. Alban crooned it. You don't want to rush the moment. He reached into a box, pulled a black cockerel out. It clucked and squawked, wings flapping as Alban held it over Eve's body. He spoke in Latin now, his voice musical, as he took the knife and sliced off the head. Blood gushed out, steaming over Eve's torso. Beside her, Selina moaned in ecstasy. Blood for the master. Yes, my love. He turned to her. The master must have blood. And very calmly, very quickly, he raked the knife over Selina's throat. You have been so tedious, he murmured, when she stumbled back, breath gurgling as she grabbed at her throat. Useful, but tedious. When she collapsed, he stepped over her, removed the mask, set it aside. Enough of the pageantry. She enjoyed it. I find it stifling. He smiled charmingly. I don't intend to make you suffer. There's no purpose in it. The stench of blood was nauseating. Using all her will, Eve concentrated on his face. Why did you kill her? She'd ceased to be useful. She's quite insane, you know. Too many chemicals, I suspect, in addition to a defective personality. She liked me to beat her before sex. He shook his head. There were times I actually enjoyed it. The beating part, anyway. She was very clever with chemicals. Absently, he ran a hand up and down Eve's calf. And I discovered, with the right direction, the proper incentive, she was a clever businesswoman. We've made an enormous amount of money over the last couple of years. And, of course, there's the membership contributions. People will pay ridiculous amounts of money for sex and the possibility of immortality. So it was just a con. Come on, Dallas. Calling up demons, selling the soul. He chuckled, delighted. It's the best grift I've ever run, but it's hit its peak. Now, Selina, he glanced down, idly rubbed a thumb over his chin. She became quite serious about it. She actually believed she had power. He studied the sprawled body with something like amused pity. That she could see in the smoke. Call up the devil. He smiled again, made the ageless sign for lunacy by circling his finger at his temple. A sham, Eve thought. From the beginning, nothing but a long con for profit. Most grifters don't add human sacrifice to the theme. I'm not most grifters. And a few realistic ceremonies kept Selina in line. She developed a taste for blood. So did I, he admitted. That I did
find addicting. Taking a life is a powerful thing, an arousing thing. He let his gaze roam over her, appreciating the slim, subtle lines. Selina had been all lush curves, just on the point of overabundance. I may have you first, after all. It seems a waste not to. Everything in her revolted at the thought. You were the one who had sex with Miriam. You were the one who told her to kill Trevane, to infiltrate the Wiccans. She is the most malleable of women, and under a little chemical inducement, some post-hypnotic suggestion, selectively forgetful. It was never Selina. That's where I was off. You weren't her lapdog. She was yours. That's very accurate. She was losing control. I've known that for some time. She did the cop on her own. His mouth thinned in annoyance. That was the beginning of the end for this and for her. He'd have never have pinned us, and should have been left to fumble around until he gave up. You're wrong. Frank wouldn't have given up. Hardly matters now, does it? He turned away, taking up a small vial and a pressure injector. I'll give you just a bit to take the edge off. You're really quite attractive. I can make you enjoy it when I rape you. There aren't enough drugs in the world for that. You're wrong, he murmured, and walked toward her. Rourke had to force himself not to enter the apartment at a run. If she was inside and in trouble, his rushing in could do her more harm than good. He closed the door quietly at his back. Since the security had already been bypassed, he knew Jamie had gone in. Still, the movement at his side had him lashing out, grabbing at the throat. It's me! It's Jamie! I can't get into the room. They've installed something new I can't bypass. Where is it? There, that wall. I haven't heard anything, but they're in there. They have to be. Go outside. I won't, and you're wasting time. Then stay back, Rourke ordered, refusing to waste more. He approached the wall, running his fingers over it, ordering himself to be thorough, methodical, while every instinct in him screamed to hurry. If there was a device, it was well concealed. Reaching into his pocket, he took out his daily log, tapped in a program. He thought he caught the distant wail of a siren. What is that? Jamie demanded in a whisper. Jesus, is that a jammer? I've never seen one worked into a pocket diary. You're not the only one who knows the tricks. He began to play it over the wall, cursing it for being too slow, too inefficient. Abruptly, it emitted a low hum, beeped twice. There's the little bastard. As the door slid open, he crouched and, baring his teeth, prepared to spring. She strained away from the injector, but it pressed against her upper arm, then, just as quickly, was removed. No. With a quick laugh, Alban set it aside. Not for sex. That would be unfair to you and a blow to my pride. Afterward, I'll put you under deeply so you won't feel the knife. It's the least I can do. Just kill me, you son of a bitch. With a final vicious pull, she popped the strap, dragged one arm free, and shot her fist into his face. But when she reached for the knife lying beside her, it clattered to the floor. Then, for just a moment, she thought the demons of hell had been loosed after all. He came in like a wolf, with a snarl and a lunge. The force of Rourke's attack sent Alban flying back, sent candles flying to gutter out in pools of blood. Rearing up, Eve struggled to free her other hand, and panic left no room for shock as she spotted Jamie. Hurry up, for Christ's sake! Get the knife! Cut me loose! Hurry! His stomach was heaving, but he stepped over Selina's body, grabbed the knife. Keeping his eyes locked on her wrist, he hacked at the strap. Give it to me! I can get the rest! Her gaze was locked on Rourke, the desperate struggle over the bloody floor. Fire was beginning to live in the corner, growing from upended candle to hungry flame. There's the cops, she said when she heard the siren. Go let them in. The doors unlocked. He said it calmly, flatly, as he moved to her feet to cut her ankles free.
"Do something about that fire in the corner," she ordered as she scrambled down. "No, let it burn. Let the whole damn place burn to the ground." "Put it out," she snapped again, then leapt like a madwoman onto Alban's back. "You bastard, you son of a bitch!" Even as she dragged his head back, Rourke's fist flew up and cracked against his face. "Get the hell back," Rourke demanded. "He's mine." They rolled over in a violent tangle of limbs to discover only two of them were still conscious. "Did he hurt you?" Rourke's eyes were still wild when he grabbed her arms. "Did he put his hands on you?" "No." She had to be calm now, she realized, for he wasn't. She wasn't entirely sure what Rourke was capable of when he was in this state. "He never touched me. You took care of that. I'm all right." "You were taking care of yourself, as usual, when I got here." He lifted her hand, stared at the blood seeping from the abrasions on her wrist, and lifted it to his lips. "I could kill him for that. Just for that alone." "Stop. It's part of the job." He was struggling to accept that. His jacket was ruined, a bloody mess, but he took it off and wrapped it around her. "You're naked." "Yeah, I noticed. I don't know what they did with my clothes, but I'd just as soon be wearing something other than skin when the troops get here." She rose, discovered she wasn't entirely steady on her feet. "They drugged me," she explained, shaking her head to clear it as Rourke moved her away, eased her down to sit on a clear spot on the floor. "Just get your breath back. I have to put out that fire." "Good thinking." She drew a couple of cleansing breaths as he used one of the robes to smother the flames flicking along the floor. Then she shot to her feet, cried out, "No, Jamie, don't!" She took the first running steps forward, but it was already too late. Face white, Jamie got to his feet. The knife, still wet with Alban's blood, was in his hand. "They killed my family." His eyes were huge, the pupils pinpricks as he offered the knife to Eve. "I don't care what you do to me. He won't ever kill anyone else's sister." She heard the footsteps rushing through the outside door, and following instinct, gripped the Athami by the handle so that her own fingerprints were on it. "Shut up. Just shut the hell up." "Peabody." Eve turned as her aide rushed in, weapon drawn. "Get me something to wear, will you?" Peabody's breath came out in 3 unsteady puffs as she scanned the carnage. "Yes, sir. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Cross and Alban ambushed me, drugged me up, and got me here. They both confessed to the murders of Frank Wojcinski and Alice Lingstrom, Lobar, and conspiracy to murder Trevane. Alban killed Selina, for reasons I will detail in my report. Alban was killed during the struggle to contain him. It was confusing. I'm not exactly sure how it happened. I don't think it matters." "No." Feeney stood beside Peabody, scanned Jamie's face, then Eve's, and he knew. "I don't think it matters now. Come on, Jamie. You shouldn't be in here now." "Lieutenant, with respect, I think it would be best if you and Rourke went home and cleaned up. You're a little too in tune with the season, so to speak." Eve glanced at Rourke, grimaced. Blood and smoke coated his face. "You look disgusting. You should see yourself, Lieutenant." He slipped an arm around her. "I think Peabody has a point. We'll find you a blanket. That should be sufficient to get you home without you freezing or getting arrested." She wanted a bath so desperately she could have wept. "Okay, I'll be back in an hour. Dallas, it isn't necessary for you to come back tonight." "An hour," she repeated. "Secure the scene. Call the ME. Get that boy an MT. He's shocky. Contact Whitney. You'll want to know what happened here, and I want Charles Fort released as soon as possible." Eve tugged Rourke's jacket more securely around her. "You were right about him, Peabody. Your instincts were on target. They're good instincts."
Thank you, Lieutenant. Use them again. If that boy says anything that doesn't jibe with my brief statement of the events, ignore him. He's emotionally wrecked and in shock. I don't want him questioned tonight by anyone. Peabody nodded, kept her eyes carefully blank. Yes, sir. I'll see that he's taken home. I'll remain on scene until you return. Do that. Eve turned, started to button the jacket. By the way, Dallas. What, Peabody? That's a lovely tattoo. New? Eve clamped her teeth together, strode toward the door with as much dignity as she could manage. See? She jabbed a finger into Rourke's chest as they walked down the corridor. I told you I'd be humiliated by that stupid Rosebud. You've been drugged, slapped, tied up naked, and nearly killed, but a rose on your butt humiliates you? All that other stuff's the job. The Rosebud's personal. Laughing, he swung his arm around her shoulders, hugging her close. Christ, Lieutenant, I love you.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Ceremony in Death by J.D. Robb.